Well, there's always some variables in that. And the vote would be on whether or not Mr. Trump incited insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th. As you might have heard, at least 17 Republicans would have to vote yes to convict the former president. That is very unlikely. Barring any surprises, closing arguments are expected this morning. Congressional correspondent Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill. And Nicole, there is breaking news from Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, is there not?
That's right, Major. In fact, we have just learned that Minority Leader Mitch McConnell will vote to acquit former President Donald Trump. He sent an email to Republican lawmakers earlier this morning explaining his decision, citing constitutional grounds. At the same time, he also told members that their vote today is a vote of conscience. And what is interesting about that is that I actually asked the Minority Leader earlier this week if he, in fact, would vote his conscience, and now we know which way he is coming down. What's important about this is whether other Republican senators will now follow his lead. In the meantime, we now have to deal with the procedures of this trial, whether or not there will be witnesses. If that does not happen, we will move on to closing arguments and, again, possibly that final vote and verdict later today. Major.
Nicole Killian, thank you. Also worth noting that the Senate Republican leader said there are other ways to hold former President Trump accountable. I want to bring in Nancy Cordes and Ed O'Keefe to the conversation. Nancy, we also have some reporting from last night about the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy.
Right. Word coming out from lawmakers who he spoke to on the days after January 6th, where he relayed the conversation that he had with the president that day as the Capitol was under siege. We're told it was very heated, and McCarthy was begging the president to send more help. And here's what the president said to him, according to Jamie Herrera Beutler, who is a Republican congresswoman from Washington state who voted to impeach the president. He said, "Well, Kevin," this is the president speaking, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are," which really gets to the president's state of mind that day and the argument that the impeachment managers have been making that he liked what was happening, that he was not upset about the Capitol being sacked as all the lawmakers and his own vice president were in harm's way.
And doesn't appear surprised either with that remark. Ed O'Keefe, there's also some reporting that you have about what may play out today. There is a disagreement, or maybe at least a conversation among Democrats about whether or not to go to the step of calling witnesses to this trial.
Yeah, we're reaching this fork in the road here today where they can opt to essentially keep going or end this a lot quicker. And it comes to the question of witnesses, whether or not both sides should be allowed to call for witnesses, interview them, prepare them, and then bring them back for the trial. Two Democratic senators, Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island, Jeff Merkley of Oregon, have signaled via Twitter publicly that they're open to this. Earlier in the week, Marty Heinrich, another senator from New Mexico, had said he'd love to hear from the president, the former president, but didn't expect that would happen. There is growing belief that perhaps there should be witnesses. We'll see here in the coming minutes whether there's a debate about that or whether they have to just go to closing arguments and wrap this up.
And under the procedures, it is up to the House managers ultimately to make that decision, is it not?
Yes, but they're, given that we know both sides have been coordinating with senators who are not only jurors, but in this case advisors to the two sides, it's likely they would do that in consultation with Senate Democrats.
I'm looking at the Senate floor now. That is the President pro tem, Senator Patrick Leahy, the senior senator from Vermont. Let's go and listen into him, and if there's any break in the action, we'll come back here.
Any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents? Are both parties ready to proceed at this point? They may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Senators. Over the last several days, we presented overwhelming evidence that establishes the charges in the article of impeachment. We've shown you how President Trump created a powder keg, lit a match, and then continued his incitement even as he failed to defend us from the ensuing violence. We've supported our position with images, videos, affidavits, documents, tweets, and other evidence, leaving no doubt that the Senate should convict. We believe we've proven our case. But last night, Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Beutler of Washington State issued a statement confirming that in the middle of the insurrection, when House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called the president to beg for help, President Trump responded, and I quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Needless to say, this is an additional critical piece of corroborating evidence, further confirming the charges before you, as well as the president's willful dereliction of duty and desertion of duty as Commander-in-Chief of the United States, his state of mind, and his further incitement of the insurrection on January 6th. For that reason, and because this is the proper time to do so under the resolution that the Senate adopted to set the rules for the trial, we would like the opportunity to subpoena Congresswoman Herrera regarding her communications with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, and to subpoena her contemporaneous notes that she made regarding what President Trump told Kevin McCarthy in the middle of the insurrection. We would be prepared to proceed by Zoom deposition of an hour or less, just as soon as Congresswoman Herrera Butler is available, and to then proceed to the next phase of the trial, including the introduction of that testimony shortly thereafter. Congresswoman Butler further stated that she hopes other witnesses to this part of the story, other patriots, as she put it, would come forward, and if that happens, we would seek the opportunity to take their depositions via Zoom, also for less than an hour, or to subpoena other relevant documents as well.
Counsel.
President, thank you. Senators, good morning. And good morning to the American people. The first thing I want to say on the issue of witnesses is that the House manager just got up here and described the articles of impeachment and the charges. There is no plural here. That's wrong. There's one article of impeachment and there's one charge, and that's incitement of violence and insurrection. What you all need to know and the American people need to know is, as of late yesterday afternoon, there was a stipulation going around that there weren't going to be any witnesses. But after what happened here in this chamber yesterday, the House managers realized they did not investigate this case before bringing the impeachment. They did not give the proper consideration and work. They didn't put the work in that was necessary to impeach the former president. But if they want to have witnesses, I'm going to need at least over 100 depositions, not just one. The real issue is incitement. They put into their case over 100 witnesses, people who have been charged with crimes by the federal government. And each one of those, they said that Mr. Trump was a co-conspirator with. That's not true. But I have the right to defend that. The only thing that I ask, if you vote for witnesses, do not handcuff me by limiting the number of witnesses that I can have. I need to do a thorough investigation that they did not do. I need to do the 911 style investigation that Nancy Pelosi called for. It should have been done already. It's a dereliction of the House manager's duty that they didn't. And now at the last minute, after a stipulation had apparently been worked out, they want to go back on that. I think that's inappropriate and improper. We should close this case out today. We have each prepared our closing arguments. I had 8 days to get ready for this thing, but we each had those 8 days equally together to prepare ourselves. And the House managers need to live with the case that they brought. But if they don't, please in all fairness and in all due process, do not limit my ability to discover the truth. That would be another sham. And that's the president's position, my position.
I should just have it standing by. Mr. Askin.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is the proper time that we were assigned to talk about witnesses. This is completely within the course of the rules set forth by the Senate. There's nothing remotely unusual about this. I think we've done an exceedingly thorough and comprehensive job with all the evidence that was available. Last night, this was breaking news, and it responded directly to a question that was being raised by the President's defense counsel, saying that we had not sufficiently proven to their satisfaction, although I think we've proven to the satisfaction of the American people, certainly, that the President, after the breach and the invasion took place, was not working on the side of defending the Capitol, but rather was continuing to pursue his political goals. And the information that came out last night by Congresswoman Butler, apparently backed up by contemporaneous notes that she had taken, I think will put to rest any lingering doubts raised by the President's counsel, who now says he wants to interview hundreds of people. There's only one person the President's counsel really needs to interview, and that's their own client. And bring him forward, as we suggested last week, because a lot of this is matters that are in his head. Well, why did he not act to defend the country after he learned of the attack? Why was he continuing to press the political case? But this piece of evidence is relevant to that.
If I may.
And finally, I was a little bit mystified by the point about the article of impeachment, which I referred to. The dereliction of duty, the desertion of duty, is built into the incitement charge, obviously. If the President of the United States is out inciting a violent insurrection, he's obviously not doing his job at the same time. Just like if a police officer is mugging you, yeah, he's guilty of theft and armed robbery, whatever it might be, but he's also not doing his job as a police officer, so it's further evidence of his intent and what his conduct is.
If I may.
Counsel?
First of all, it's my understanding, it's been reported that Mr. McCarthy disclaims the rumors that have been the basis of this morning's antics, but really the rumors that have been the basis of this entire proceeding. This entire proceeding is based on rumor, report, innuendo. There's nothing to it, and they didn't do their work. Just like what happened with Mr. Lee 2 or 3 nights ago, some supposed conversation had happened, and they had to withdraw that. They had to back off of that because it was false. It was a false narrative. But it is one article of impeachment. Yeah, they threw a lot of stuff in it in violation of Rule 23. Rule 23 says you cannot combine counts. It's a defect in their entire case. It's one of the 4 reasons why you can vote to acquit in this case. Jurisdiction, Rule 23, due process, and the First Amendment. They all apply in this case. Let me take my own advice and cool the temperature in the room a little bit. It's about the incitement. It's not about what happened afterwards. That's actually the irrelevant stuff. That's the irrelevant stuff. It's not the things that were said from the election to January 6th. It's not relevant to the legal analysis of the issues that are before this body. It doesn't matter what happened after the insurgents into the Capitol building, because that doesn't have to do with incitement. Incitement it's a point in time, folks. It's a point in time when the words are spoken and the words say, implicitly say, explicitly say, commit acts of violence or lawlessness. And we don't have that here. So for the House managers to say we need depositions about things that happened after, it's just not true. But if he does, there are a lot of depositions that need to be happening. Nancy Pelosi's deposition needs to be taken. Vice President Harris's deposition absolutely needs to be taken, and not by Zoom. None of these depositions should be done by Zoom. We didn't do this hearing by Zoom. These depositions should be done in person, in my office, in Philadelphia. That's where they should be done. I don't know how many civil lawyers are here, but that's the way it works, folks. When you want somebody's deposition, you send a notice of deposition, and they appear at the place where the notice says. That's civil process. I don't know why you're laughing. It is civil process. That is the way lawyers do it. We send notices of deposition. In the
I would remind everybody that we will have order in the chamber during these proceedings.
I haven't laughed at any of you, and there's nothing laughable here. He mentioned my client coming in to testify. That is not the way it's done. If he wanted to talk to Donald Trump, he should have put a subpoena down, like I'm going to slap subpoenas on a good number of people. If witnesses are what is required here for them to try to get their case back in order, which has failed miserably for 4 reasons. There is no jurisdiction here. There has been no due process here. They have completely violated and ignored and stepped on the Constitution of the United States. They have trampled on it like people who have no respect for it. And if this is about nothing else, it has to be about the respect of our country, our Constitution, and all of the people that make it up. And so that I ask, when considering or voting on this witness matter, and to be clear, this may be the time to do it, but again, and everybody needs to know, the backroom politics, I'm not so much into it all, and I'm not too adept at it neither. But there was a stipulation. They felt pretty comfortable after day 2, until their case was tested on day 3. Now is the time to end this. Now is the time to hear the closing arguments. Now is the time to vote your conscience. Thank you.
Mr. Askin?
We were involved in no discussions about a stipulation, and I have no further comment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Position on that.
I would remind everybody, as Chief Justice Roberts noted on January 21st, 2020, citing the trial of Charles Swain, 1905, all parties in this chamber must refrain from using language that is not conducive to civil discourse. I listened to Chief Justice Roberts say that. I agreed with him, and I thought Our colleagues, I would repeat it as I did last night. So the question we have before us is whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the rules of impeachment any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. The request for the yeas and nays has been made. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be there is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt.
Welcome to what we can fairly describe as surprising Saturday morning impeachment theater. I'm Major Garrett, joined at the table here by Ed O'Keefe and Nancy Cordes. Nicole Killian's on Capitol Hill. So we said in the introduction that there might be some variables. This is now a genuine live variable. There's been a request from the House managers for one witness. The Senate is now voting on it. As I understand this, Nancy, this is a simple majority vote. If any Republicans cross the line and vote to have this witness, the witness will be called, correct?
Right. And Mitt Romney, the senator from Massachusetts, or
Utah,
originally from Massachusetts, now Utah, has said that he would vote with the Democrats to hear from this witness, who we talked about right at the start of the morning, Jamie Herrera Butler. She's a Republican congresswoman from Washington State who says that she was told by the Republican leader in the House herself, Kevin McCarthy, that the president told him, I guess these people who are breaking into the Capitol right now and hunting lawmakers down care more about the election than you do, which gets to the president's state of mind on that day. Now, the president's lawyer came back and said, if you want one witness deposed, I want 100 people deposed. And I want this to go on for a long time, and I don't want to do this via Zoom. I want to go ahead and depose them in my office in Philadelphia. And so basically what he's arguing is you want to open this door, this trial is going to drag on for weeks, and who wants that?
I would just caution that we should keep an eye as they work their way through the alphabet here. We may want to dip in around the letter Q or so to hear what Romney votes, because Romney is the swing vote on this, and if he is indeed going to join them in supporting witnesses. But, you know, the theatrics we saw there are just that, theatrics. And you saw Mr. Van der Veen address the American public, but much like many people who have worked with the former president, he is there on behalf of an audience of one.
Correct.
He was doing what his client told him to do.
And lawyers spar, and there's nothing improper about lawyers sparring, but we should let our audience know how different this procedure is. And just because one lawyer says, well, if you get one witness, I want 100, doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to happen. So for help in that matter, I want to bring in David Becker. He's our CBS News election law expert and CBS News contributor. David, good morning to you. Let the audience understand what that conflict might mean or might not mean. I want one, I want 100. What's that mean?
Well, I think the president's lawyers, and one of the reasons we heard laughter in the gallery there was they really need to understand the difference between an impeachment trial, where the only possible penalty in this case is disqualification, not even removal anymore, and a criminal trial where someone could lose liberty, go to prison for a period of time. They're very different procedures. The Constitution considers them very different procedures. The Senate governs its own rules in this procedure entirely. And what we know is that the due process has applied to each side the same way. The sides have had the same amount of time to prepare. It's not the House manager's fault that the president didn't hire lawyers until much, much later and then changed lawyers at the last minute. The due process attaches to the client, not to the lawyers. And I think the president's lawyers really need to figure out whether they're getting too much due process or not enough due process. If the House managers want to bring one witness in, then the former president's lawyers will have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness and presumably to have some kind of equal time to bring on a number of witnesses.
He voted yes.
I'm sorry, Ed. One moment, David.
Control room, just repeat that.
Mr. Schatz.
Okay, we're checking this. It sounds like
checking.
Senator Romney voted for witnesses.
Right, and
so-
continuing the conversation with David. So as I understand it, David, if there is a majority vote to call this witness, the witness will be called. And then let's say the president's counsel says, I'd like 100, including Nancy Pelosi and the sitting vice president, Kamala Harris, and the Senate says no, then they're not called, correct?
That's exactly right. The Senate gets to set its rules for this trial, and it would be entirely appropriate and I think consistent with due process in the context of an impeachment trial to say both sides get about the same amount of time to call witnesses. And of course, the former president's lawyers will have an opportunity to cross-examine any witnesses. And I think that's really important. If they don't like what that witness is saying, they're going to get a chance to try to see if they can get some other testimony.
Can I ask a question? So, you know, the case that the president's lawyers are making is that it doesn't matter what the president's state of mind was after the insurrection started, that this is an incitement case. So what matters is what he said beforehand, but it doesn't matter what he said to Kevin McCarthy after these people had broken into the building because the insurrection had already happened. What do you make of that case?
So it's a great point, Nancy. The former president's lawyers would like everyone to focus on just a small moment in time, just the words he spoke at the ellipse on January 6th. But of course, that's not what's at issue here. All of the facts that led to that moment, the culmination of activity, the assembly of those individuals from all over the country, the rallying them into whipping them into a frenzy about a stolen election, and then, of course, how he acted after the violence started is very relevant to see what his state of mind is, whether he intended that, whether he knew that would happen, whether he reveled in the violence that occurred, as to whether or not the Senate, using its impeachment authority, can choose to disqualify him. This is different from a criminal proceeding. And if there were a criminal proceeding, different standards might apply. But it's entirely appropriate for the Senate to decide whether they can use their impeachment authority as granted to them under Article 1 of the Constitution to disqualify former President Trump from future office and consider all of the facts around that.
David, let me interject here. So far, our running tally is Mitt Romney votes yes, Ben Sasse of Nebraska votes yes, Susan Collins of Maine votes yes.
Sasse did not vote yes. We're getting conflicting.
We're getting conflicting reports.
But Collins and Romney did.
Collins and Romney. When
so
the
that
vote is concluded, we're awaiting, and I believe the President Pro Tem, Pat Leahy's going to announce the vote. Let's listen in.
Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Sanders, Sasse, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Portman, Risch, Rounds, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville, Wicker, Young.
Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote to aye.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye.
Mr. President.
Mr. Sullivan.
Just a point of inquiry. There's a little confusion here. Was that a vote on one witness or many witnesses?
Debate is not allowed during the vote. I advise the
Not debate. It's a point of inquiry. Mr. President, it's a point of inquiry on what we just voted on.
That is, I'm advised that is not allowed during the vote.
Can't know immediately before they start to cast.
Motions are not in order in a vote.
So we are awaiting a brief update from the Senate President Pro Tem, Patrick Leahy. He's going to give it to us right now.
And debate are not allowed during the vote. That is established Senate procedure that we always follow.
So we're waiting for the announcement of the vote. By our tabulation, 55 votes in favor of that one witness, requested 45 no votes. So that witness will be called.
Yeah.
And this procedure has now reached not an impasse, but a much slower progression than we anticipated a mere hour ago.
Yeah. And we're reminded of the rule that you don't know who voted for what until the vote is called. We were wrong about SAS because you had to listen to that clerk there read them off. 55-45 is where we're at now. This is the way we keep track sitting up there in the gallery and what we're doing right now. Question is, what are we waiting for? Is someone going to try to change their vote here, or?
Right, they might be holding the vote open to see if anyone wants to change their vote. Lindsey Graham, a Republican from South Carolina, announced that he wanted to do that. An indication, Ed, to you of what? That
perhaps he knows now if you ask for the testimony of one witness, you establish the principle that perhaps other witnesses should be called.
Maybe one's more favorable to the president's point of view.
Precisely.
Nancy, what are your thoughts?
He's going to make the case, well, I allowed your witness, so now you should support the Republican side, the president's lawyers, when they say they want to call House Speaker Nancy Pelosi or Vice President Kamala Harris. This is the second time, I should point out, this week that senators have been confused about what exactly it is they're voting for. You saw that confusion play out. They don't impeach people very often, so the rules are a little arcane even for them. What they didn't understand was whether they were voting for one witness or whether they were voting just about the principle of having witnesses in general, and that this was sort of an open door to hear from
all inclusive, right?
Other big question marks right now: how long will it take before we actually have this deposition, and where will it take? Will it be a Zoom deposition? Will it happen in person? Will it happen today? Will it happen live? Will they play it back for these senators? A lot of questions that now have to be answered.
David Becker, your thoughts as you watch this play out from slight distance?
Yeah, I think Ed and Nancy have it exactly right. I think Senator Graham changed his vote to leave open the possibility of further witnesses. But I do want to note that I don't think there's anywhere close to a majority of the Senate that would allow hundreds of witnesses to come in and testify over weeks, certainly not in Philadelphia. I think that we're really talking about probably equal time to present witnesses if that's necessary. That would certainly comport with due process and fairness consistent with an impeachment trial. So I think we might be seeing something along those lines, and something could be done in a couple of days.
Here we go.
Here, let's listen to Pat Leahy, who was presiding.
On the question of whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the rules of impeachment any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents, the motion is agreed to by a vote of 55 to 45. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The absence of a quorum is what the Senate does when it needs to talk to itself. It's usually a pause in legislative action. In this particular case, it's a pause in impeachment action. Now that the Senate, by the vote you just listened to, 55-45, has agreed to hear at least one witness in the impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump, there now has to be a conversation about how that goes about. It was implied, Ed O'Keefe and Nancy Cordes joining me here at the table, that by the lead House impeachment manager, Jamie Raskin of Maryland, that this possibly could be done within an hour. And I listened to him and I thought he might be suggesting we might even do it today. And that's something the Senate will consider, and we will await whatever the conversation that will go on about this procedure. There'll be an announcement, but in the meantime, let's kick it around a little bit. Your thoughts?
Well, I think it's really interesting that the witness that he's suggesting calling forward is not Kevin McCarthy himself,
right,
who actually had this conversation with President Trump, but a fellow lawmaker who was told by McCarthy about the conversation. Why wouldn't you want that first-person witness? Well, in this case, the reason you might not want that first-person witness is because McCarthy has kind of been all over the map when it comes to the president's responsibility here. On the House floor, a week after this insurrection, he said the president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters, but then apparently had a change of heart. 1 week after that, in a press conference, he said, I don't believe he provoked the attack, if you listen to what he said at the rally. So McCarthy has kind of tiptoed out there to blame the president. He's gotten a lot of blowback from his own Republican conference and changed his views. And it appears that the House impeachment managers are worried about what exactly they would get from him if they deposed him.
Before I go to Ed, David, if you're still with us, let me ask you, as a legal matter, it is important, though, is it not, to go to the fact witness, the central fact witness, not a witness that heard or had a relayed conversation from the fact witness?
It can be important. Certainly in a trial context with the rules of evidence, it would be really crucial. But on the other hand, in litigation, there's this idea of friendly and unfriendly witnesses. And with friendly witnesses, you don't get to ask leading questions. And it seems clear from Representative Butler's statements that she is willing to testify to those statements under oath. This also might be somewhat of a courtesy. It might be a very difficult position to put Representative McCarthy in, and the House managers might instead choose to have the former president's lawyers call him as a witness if they think he's going to testify differently, which of course they can. So this really isn't a due process issue from the perspective that the former president's lawyers will have the opportunity, presumably, to call a similar number of witnesses.
Right, and that would be evidence in awkwardness if the House Democrats call this particular congresswoman and she says, well, that's what he told me, and then the president's attorneys call Kevin McCarthy and said, I never told her that.
Right.
Well, that's interesting evidence. It's also a very big split and creates a great aura of awkwardness around all these sorts of things.
Right. Look, I don't think it's an accident that these stories suddenly came out last night, where a number of people in McCarthy's orbit were letting it be known that this conversation between him and former President Trump had taken place. It's a signal from McCarthy himself. He wants that out there. He may want the president to have to own up to it or be held accountable in some way, but he just isn't sure he's the one who should have to do it, because obviously, as John Boehner once famously said, a leader who doesn't have any followers is just a guy taking a walk. And he knows where most of his Republican conference is on this. They just voted, and only 10 of all House Republicans voted to impeach this president. They oppose, at least publicly, impeaching President Trump. So there's just so far out there that McCarthy's willing to go, but he's clearly putting the word out through his members of his inner circle that this is what went down that day.
And I think we step back for a second and remind the viewers, this is now an escalation, in essence, of this trial. We thought, many in Washington believed, that this was essentially going to wrap up today pretty quickly with just closing arguments. Mm-hmm. Clearly, the developments overnight regarding what the House Minority Leader was told by the former president, the reports of him, or the statements by members, piqued the interest of enough Democrats and the House impeachment manager such that they want to bring her in. And the problem is, as the Senate here sits in suspension, we don't know how they're going to proceed. All those questions you raised. Is she even in town, the Congresswoman? Or will she have to come back from Washington State? Or will they do it virtually? Will they talk to her beforehand? Or will they bring her before the Senate right now as an untrained witness to discuss what she shared? And you can see here on the floor of the Senate, especially there on the right side of the screen, the Republicans conferring about what exactly to do. Democrats are doing the same, trying to sort out how exactly we proceed at this point.
I can imagine in this pandemic-influenced universe, a conversation, possibly even a requirement of a separate vote on the permissibility of a Zoom deposition.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I mean, because depositions ordinarily are conducted face-to-face. David, you know much more about this than I do. I just watch movies about law. I don't practice it. But David, I can imagine where the Senate might say, either for precedent basis or just because this is an important part of the next step, to have a vote on whether a Zoom deposition is permissible.
Well, I think the pandemic and time really are going to come into play here. I mean, we've certainly seen during the pandemic that a lot of courts have gone to Zoom proceedings. There was the famous moment where the lawyer showed up with a cat filter on. Those things are happening all across the country for safety reasons. It's really going to be depending upon Representative Butler's schedule and time and where she is. I presume they suggested Zoom because she is in Washington State right now, but perhaps she's ready and prepared to come to Washington. Either way, I think both sides have a big incentive to try to wrap this up as quickly as possible. And so I think we'll see what happens.
We have seen and we know that the Senate is a body that cares deeply about its history and about its precedent. And it just seems to me that I can imagine Republicans saying, well, this is going to happen. I want to vote on this actual procedure. That may not happen, but it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah, and look, the Senate is currently scheduled to be out next week. They could very quickly change that and decide to stick around to do this. Or they'll say, let's take a week-long recess and let this witness be deposed and let the two sides sort out how to proceed, and we'll reconvene when we get back.
Nancy, before you jump in, let's leave the cozy confines of the studio. Go to the action is actually happening on Capitol Hill. Nicole Killian, our congressional correspondent, is there. Nicole, what do you hear?
Well, basically what's happening right now is you have Democratic leaders that are huddling on the floor and Republican leaders huddling on the floor. Right now, they're not necessarily talking to each other, and that will be critical when they do, because ultimately it is Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell who will kind of set forth these next steps. Now, I did reach out to the House impeachment managers team to figure out what the timing is on all of this, to answer your question, how quickly they might try to depose Congresswoman Butler. But at this point, they don't have anything to share on that front. What I can also tell you is that this is even taking some senators by surprise. Virginia's Mark Warner saying finally something's unscripted. Pennsylvania Senator Casey saying no if he had heard anything about this beforehand. So even some of these senators are kind of being caught off guard by what happened on the floor earlier today.
Nicole, thank you very much. As we said, genuine Senate impeachment drama for a Saturday morning.
As Mark Warner, the senator from Virginia, told reporters there at the Capitol just a few moments ago, quote, finally something unscripted. And he has a point. We were not expecting this when the day began, and now we wait in suspense to see what they decide to do.
And I think it's worth pausing for just a moment to look at the attitude of the president's counsel, which was this needs to end today.
Right.
Let's get this over with. And Ed and Nancy, I'd like your evaluation of the political aura around this. Do you think Democrats, having watched this for the totality of nearly a week, are not necessarily uncomfortable with its continuation?
No, they think that the airing of all of this information helps them, helps their case, even if the former president isn't impeached at the end of the day, because it shines a light on his role that has far-reaching implications potentially for the next election, for the next 2 years of the Biden presidency. So, yes, they'd like to move on to other things like confirming his nominees and COVID relief, but I don't think that they'd mind if this stretched on another couple of days. On the other hand, the president's lawyer, I think senators from both sides were a little taken aback by his demeanor today, this sort of furious indignance, which is not something that we're used to seeing from a lawyer in an impeachment trial, arguing they didn't investigate. If they want a witness, I want 100 witnesses, and and this isn't fair, and arguing I've only had 8 days to prepare this case, when the reason he's only had 8 days is because the president changed his legal team, not because Mr. Trump wasn't given enough lead time.
And describing what is clearly permissible under the organizing rules of this trial as antics.
Right.
David Becker, from your legal perspective, if you'd be so kind, talk about sometimes what happens when lawyers find themselves in an uncomfortable evidentiary position. They sometimes raise their voices. I think there's a cliche about that or something.
Yeah, there's, if you have the facts, argue the facts. If you don't have the facts, argue the law. And if you have neither, make a scene. I mean, that's really what's going on.
Pound the table or something, yes.
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting here is that the former president's lawyers have both what is a very easy job and a very hard job at the same time. The easy part of the job is it's almost baked in that there are not 34 votes. Not 67 votes to convict the president. So they just have to adopt a do no harm perspective. But on the other hand, I think it's very obvious to anyone who has witnessed the evidence presented at trial or who saw what happened on January 6th that the president's behavior, former president's behavior, was not appropriate, that it was not something we'd like to see in our commander-in-chief, that he did not act quickly enough to restore order at the Capitol. And so, you know, it's unusual. Again, I'll go back to my original point. They've really got to make up their mind. Is there not enough due process, or is there too much due process? I mean, is this happening too fast, or is this happening not fast enough? And the answer is, you know, they're getting equal time to prepare. Their client has. They're getting equal time to present their case. That they chose not to take it was their decision. You know, I think anyone who's watching these proceedings can see that they're being adopted very fairly. And you know, I think one other very important note is this still remains as the most bipartisan impeachment of a president or former president in history. And there have been Republicans on every single vote, along with Democrats.
David Becker, thank you very much. I want to go back up to Capitol Hill where Nicole Killian is. Nicole, we were just talking about the sort of low-level tremors and loud voices raised by the president's attorney, Michael Van der Veen. There last night was a potential other problem within the Trump orbit defense counsel, was there not?
Yeah, that's right. Well, a source close to the former president's legal team tells CBS News that one of his attorneys, David Schoen, who has done much of the arguing during this trial, actually quit the team. And it was over a dispute about some of those videos that we saw displayed yesterday, and that he only rejoined after the former president, asked him to. So it wouldn't be the first time that we have seen, you know, these kinds of dynamics with the former president's team. Again, he had a whole nother legal team in place even before this trial started, and even before this current team started litigating for him. So certainly a lot of turmoil just within his own legal sphere. And again, you know, obviously Schoen is back on the team, but certainly does raise a lot of questions about, you know, the strategy and, you know, whether or not everyone is on the same page. Because going into the trial, you know, I was told by some of the former president's advisors that he did have confidence in his legal team. And again, clearly, once again, we're seeing some divides.
Nicole, I don't want to put you on the spot, forgive me, but do we know if David Schoen's objection was the videos themselves, the decision to play them on a repetitive sort of basis, the bed of music? Do we know if there's any, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I just know if there's anything else we can tease out about what he was uncomfortable with, at least for a period of time, about those videos?
Yeah, at this point, you know, we don't have any additional reporting on the nature of that dispute, but we do know that Schoen, I mean, he spoke pretty extensively with reporters on the Hill before making the presentation, and he was actually one of the ones who talked about some of the hypocrisy of these Democratic lawmakers making various statements, and we saw that in the way those videos were displayed, you know, where these lawmakers were depicted in various mashups saying the word fight. So again, not clear exactly the nature of the dispute, but at the end of the day, again, he is back on the team.
Nicole, thank you very much. It's worth noting I came across something on social media yesterday from Senator Amy Klobuchar saying the first time she remembers using fight in the context of politics was about something dealing with maternal care. And she said, all the people who heard me say that knew that storming the maternity ward was not the next step in the process.
Right.
Emphasizing that you can use this language, and it is well-worn language, well-established language, and mean it in a metaphorical context, but not in ways that could anyway be interpreted as incitement, or when you have actual evidence of a violent response to that, you also can't separate one from the other. That's, I think, one of the more repetitive arguments from Democrats. You can't separate one from the other, even though the president's counsel wants everyone in the country to do precisely that.
Right, and that wasn't the entirety of their argument, that the president said fight, and so therefore when people did it, you know, cause and effect. The argument went far beyond that, and the president's lawyers didn't really address everything else that he said in the lead up to January 6th, for months telling his supporters that the election had been stolen from them and that they had to reclaim it and that they had to fight like hell. You know, as much as the president's lawyers have tried to compress this to one word or one speech, the case that was laid out was much broader than that.
And if I could, because this moment is brought to us, at least in part, by a representative named Jamie Herrera Butler, can you let us know a little bit about?
Yes. So remember, the state of Washington's a square, roughly. She represents the bottom southwestern portion of that state, the 3rd Congressional District. She's the first Latina to represent the state of Washington in Congress. Voted with a handful of House Republicans for the impeachment of the president. 1 of 10 voted against impeaching him last year during the previous proceedings, but notably was one of those that signed on to this, making it, as David Becker points out, the most bipartisan impeachment ever. She former state representative as well, had known to be close to House leadership because she used to work for another Washington Congresswoman, Cathy McMorris Rodgers. And then last night, news reports and later a statement from her essentially laid out what has caused this suspension of Senate activity. I know you have it in front of you.
Right. And, you know, David talked about friendly witnesses and unfriendly witnesses. I think there's no question that she would be a friendly witness because in addition to relaying the conversation that she had with McCarthy about President Trump, she said, I have shared these details in countless conversations with constituents and colleagues and multiple times through the media and other forums. So she's saying, my story hasn't changed. I've been telling people this for a long time. And she goes on to say, to the patriots who were standing next to the former president as these conversations were happening, i.e. President Trump's former aides, or even to the former vice president, Mike Pence, if you have something to add here, now would be the time.
Yeah. So just to sort of reset the clock to let everyone know what's going on, the Senate is in limbo, I think is a fair way to describe it, a non-Washington, non-Beltway way to describe it. They're talking among themselves about something that was just decided by a vote of 55 to 45. That vote was to hear the testimony of one witness. We just talked about her, Jamie Herrera Butler from Washington, a congresswoman who has, as Nancy just described, relevant evidence the Senate has decided to this impeachment proceeding. The next question before the Senate is, how do you do this bit of business? How do you conduct this deposition? Under what ground rules? Under what mechanisms? Is it today? What does this do to the overall pacing of this Senate impeachment trial? All of that is being discussed quietly. We don't know yet if it's being discussed collaboratively, but it is being discussed. And the Senate is going to have to work this out. And as David Becker has been so helpful to let us know, it is the Senate's will, as manifested through Senate votes, as to how this will happen. The Senate sets the procedures, the Senate sets the rules, the Senate is the trying body, and the Senate now is discussing among itself how to do this.
But it does really open the door to the possibility of additional witnesses.
Yes.
I mean, you know, Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana has said that he'd like to hear more about President Trump's conversation with Tommy Tuberville, his fellow Republican senator. So will there be a push to hear from him? Will there be a renewed push to hear from President Trump himself or Vice President Mike Pence? I mean, there's sort of an endless list of people who you could hear more from. And so now that we've cracked the door open to one witness, what does this mean
Pandora's
for how
box
long
does
this
come to
trial
mind.
will
That
go
is
on?
a cliche, and I don't think it's that large, but it does create possibilities yet uncontemplated.
Right. And that is what is up for conversation right now. Both sides trying to determine, okay, Congresswoman Butler's one thing, who else could either side call? That's part of the deliberations that are ongoing, because the vote was not just on her, it was on witnesses generally. So you'll have a conversation here now about how many to call, under what condition do you interview them, and then a question of the calendar. Do you suspend the scheduled President's Day week recess, bring the Senate back into session and get through some nominations that have to be done on behalf of the Biden administration and then resume the trial later? Or can you proceed here today, as early as today, with this?
And that is our current understanding of what the question before the body was. Not just about the one witness, but about that witness and all other potential witnesses. That was the question?
That's my understanding. And that is what is partly delaying things here.
And there is some precedence for this. The
Yes.
impeachment trial of former President Bill Clinton, some 20-odd years ago.
Yes,
and there were witnesses in that trial as well. And I believe there were 3.
Yes.
They were deposed off-site. And then senators were allowed to go and view those depositions at a specific time.
Yes.
I don't believe, were the depositions played actually in the Senate chamber?
That is a depth of memory knowledge, Nancy, I don't currently possess. I was there, I covered it, but it was a long time ago. Much road has been traveled since. I can't remember precisely.
That's not the main, you know, the main point. The main point is that because of those witness depositions, the trial dragged out, I believe, at the end of the day for 6 weeks.
Indeed.
Because those, you know, once the Senate voted to hear from those witnesses, those depositions had to be done. Then there had to be time for the senators to view them. Maybe there were, you know, there were recesses in between. So from soup to nuts, it was a 6-week trial. We're only on, I think, day 6 of this trial at this point. So we're looking at the possibility of a lengthy.
Also worth noting
trial.
in the history of not only impeachment trials, but judgments about underlying evidence, one of the House managers for that impeachment of former President Bill Clinton was none other than Lindsey Graham, who made the forceful case at the time that lying under oath about a private sexual affair was grounds for impeachment. That an insurrection on the Capitol, House managers allege, can plausibly be laid at the feet of a United States president, and action not taken to defend the Capitol and stop that insurrection is not.
It's a sham, in
Right.
his view. This
Offensive.
entire offensive and
Offensive and absurd. So I think those are two polarities worth at least taking note of.
Sure.
That lying under oath and also working to see that maybe other witnesses do not provide accurate testimony, another allegation lodged against President Clinton at the time, is sufficient grounds for impeachment and removal from office of a sitting president. Lindsey Graham says this case is absurd and offensive, even though I think anyone would agree the underlying fact pattern is far more disturbing and different.
Yeah. And we should point out we're stuck on this shot here of the Senate chamber in part because senators
It's the only shot we have.
It's the only shot we have. I mean, senators have essentially gone off to their corners. They are not engaging reporters except for some to say very quickly off camera. For example, Richard Shelby, the now set to retire senior senator from Alabama, who just commented a few moments ago he has seen 3 of these impeachment trials, that Clinton trial, the Trump trial last year, and this one, and he says, quote, "This is the craziest," because this was an unexpected development for a Saturday morning when, again, many believed that this would wrap up today with closing arguments and a final vote, and the House impeachment managers have decided to pursue witnesses. One other bit of color from the room. Again, we thank our colleagues who work on Capitol Hill, who are shuffling in and out of that chamber and catching for us the off-camera moments that you just can't see because the Senate controls these cameras and doesn't give us side shots of the jurors. But apparently when Jamie Raskin, the Maryland congressman who's leading the impeachment proceedings for Democrats, said he wanted to call the congresswoman from Washington to be a witness, Lindsey Graham, quote, shook his head no and put his hand on his forehead as if to say, oh no, we know where this is now headed, because it means that we were going to end up in this situation and there have to be conversations about who to call next.
Nancy, just one moment. I want to go back to the Capitol. Nicole Killian has some additional observations and color of this quote-unquote crazy moment, in the words of Richard Shelby, senior senator from Alabama. Nicole?
Yeah, and there is frustration among lawmakers, too. You know, just to add to what Ed is saying there, we're also learning that Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson apparently turned to Mitt Romney of Utah and was upset with him, even pointing to him, you know, at one point. And they were kind of going back and forth a little bit. And some people overheard Johnson saying, I blame you, to Romney. So, you know, there is certainly some tense moments apparently also happening on the floor as well, because, again, you know, the expectation was that things would move relatively quickly here, that they would move past this vote for witnesses. We would go into those closing arguments, and we were being told at one point we could potentially have a verdict by early this afternoon. Clearly, that is no longer happening, and so this will play out. It will drag out, and that's what, you know, a number of senators actually may not want at this time. So again, even amongst lawmakers, there is a bit of tension on the floor.
Nicole, I'm very indebted to you for that bit of information, because, Ed and Nancy, it is illustrative of the thing that has been the backdrop of this trial for the Republican Party.
Right.
This dividing line that is now, I think, more and more clearly emerging. What side of this question are you on? Are you on the side of the question that said, look, something went awry? The president said something wrong. He said it repeatedly, and a terrible thing happened. And we've got to come to grips with that. And the other Republicans who say, look, whatever happened, it wasn't only him. There's lots of other things. Democrats do terrible things, and I'm just not as upset about that as you are. That seems to me to be a dividing line that is creating and may well create a tension within the party that can't be reconciled or will be hard to reconcile.
I think the resentment that Nicole was talking about there is very real, because the more Republicans who come down on the side of he's wrong and he should be punished, the more of an uncomfortable position that puts the Republicans in who are essentially sanctioning his behavior by voting against impeachment or conviction. And we saw that in the House, where House Republicans were furious at Liz Cheney, not just because she voted to impeach Liz Cheney, the member of Republican leadership, Congresswoman from Wyoming, but because she put out a statement the day before announcing why she was voting to impeach. And that made Republicans so uncomfortable because Democrats quoted her on the House floor, and because it put pressure on them to have to rebut one of their fellow Republicans about why there actually wasn't an impeachable offense that took place here. And those 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach have come under incredible pressure. Her own fellow House Republicans tried to remove her as a member of Republican leadership over this. So as much as Mitch McConnell likes to say this is a vote of conscience, come down where you may, the reality is that there's going to be some tension between the Republicans who say this is impeachable, this is a convictable offense, and those who say it isn't.
And part of that argument and part of this conversation, Ed, is short, long.
Yeah.
Mitt Romney, Ben Sass, Lisa Murkowski, to a certain degree Susan Collins, those 10 House Republicans say, look, yes, I know it's short-term pain. But in 6 months, in a year, when your political career is over, there may be no vote you cast that will be more recorded in history than this one. And the long game is this was wrong. And if the Republican Party is going to persist, it has to be recognized as such. And just as a historical observation, the Republican Party was teetering during the Nixon impeachment era. And the senior-most Republicans saw that it was teetering and said, if we are excusing Nixon's behavior, which they did not believe for a long time, media was overhyping it. He couldn't have done all the things alleged. But when they saw, in fact, the corruption was as deep and was as embedded, they said to Richard Nixon, if you don't leave, you will be impeached and removed from office, and we will vote for it. It was an act of preservation of the party and a disassociation of Richard Nixon, and the Republican Party survived. There are those in the Republican Party who believe this is a similar type moment. And I think that's part and parcel of this conversation.
Yeah, it is. But there's also the immediate sort of what happens here in the next few hours.
Yes.
And that is the real essence of what's trying to be sorted out here, because this was a vote on allowing a conversation about bringing in witnesses and other related evidence. This was a surprise to Senate Democrats, who a majority of whom believed there would be no such request and things would wrap up. And there was just moments before the trial convened an email from the Senate Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, to his colleagues saying, I'm going to vote to acquit, believing this is unconstitutional, but this is a vote of conscience for all of you, do what you need to do. And everyone thought, well, by the end of today, we'll be able to go home and celebrate Valentine's Day and have the week off for the President's Day break, as we were supposed to, and come back and take up Biden nominations later this month. And
not to mention the rescue plan related to the pandemic.
Which they have to wait on anyway, because the House is formally debating it, and it's not due to come to the Senate until later this month.
But not incidentally, during this impeachment week on the House, important work was being done, and Republicans who want to make a forceful argument against that were sort of blotted out in that process. It is moving forward in the House, at least, and that gives it real salience once it gets to the Senate.
And there's going to be sensitivity here on the Democratic side to, again, the short-term scheduling and political effect this could have on the president's agenda. There was an expectation at the White House that this would wrap pretty quickly. Some of his nominees are due to be considered the week of the 22nd. The COVID relief bill was supposed to keep moving through. They are on a very carefully constructed schedule to get things done by mid-March. The President's up at Camp David today, meeting with national security advisors. Was expected and is expected to stay out of this, not to speak about it at all. The vice president's out of this because she can't engage in this anyway, although you heard the former president's attorney suggest maybe she should be a witness for some reason. But there's going to be a lot of sort of different factors to consider here, not only the schedule, but also the short-term and long-term political effect for both parties.
David Becker, I'm going to put you ever so slightly on the spot here. In a literary sense, there's a wrinkle in the Senate universe. Can you give us any insight at all, even notionally, about timing?
Yeah, I think Ed hit the nail on the head there. We have to remember the reason that many Republicans wanted this to move quickly was because I think the topic was very uncomfortable for them. They did not want to highlight what a president of their party did on January 6th and the time leading up to it and immediately afterwards. But for the Democrats, they wanted to move quickly too, for exactly the reasons Ed noted. They wanted to move forward on President Biden's nominations and his agenda. And as long as a continuance of this trial, perhaps through next week when there otherwise would have been a recess, that might be inconvenient to the senators, especially during the long holiday weekend. But they can continue for a brief period of time to allow witnesses to some degree, allow cross-examination of those witnesses without impeding the president's agenda. So my expectation is many of the Democrats might be fine extending it out, at least for some period of time, into that recess. We also have to remember, unlike the previous impeachment in early 2020, when some of the details were a little more murky. The story was harder to tell. It was he said, she said. We didn't have all the facts. This is one where the story, I think, is very clear to the American people and to the jurors sitting in the Senate. We all watched what happened. We all know what happened. There isn't a lot of dispute over the facts. The story is very, very clear. So I think, despite what Mr. Van der Veen said about calling hundreds of witnesses, some of whom I'm not exactly sure what they would testify to, there's a small core of witnesses here that might have facts, including Representatives Herrera-Butler, Gonzalez, perhaps Representative McCarthy, perhaps Senator Tuberville, perhaps people at the White House like Mark Meadows, perhaps even the Vice President Pence himself. But outside of that, I don't think this is a huge universe of potential witnesses, and certainly I don't think a majority of the Senate will consider that.
David, there's been a lot of pummeling of the president's defense counsel, and I just want to ask you, from a lawyer's perspective, it's a hard case, and there's nothing improper about a defense counsel saying, as Michael Van der Veen has said repetitively, the article of impeachment before the Senate is about incitement, and I'm going to defend my client on incitement only, and I'm not going to defend my client on things that are not alleged. That is a perfectly permissible legal strategy, is it not?
Yeah, it's absolutely permissible. It's probably even wise to try to boil this down to the smallest elements, certainly to focus on constitutionality and jurisdiction. That's very wise. What I think, one of the reasons that I think this is such an interesting trial to watch and why I think law schools are going to be showing it for years and years is this is a very sophisticated jury. The senators are about as sophisticated a jury as you're ever going to appeal to. And, histrionics do not play well in front of sophisticated juries, particularly where the facts of this case are not really at issue. And I think, some of the faux outrage probably doesn't play very well with the senators. And I think when you see the House managers' more calm presentation of the facts, from a presentation perspective, as a lawyer, I look at that and I say that probably is working better. But that being said, I think we also know that there are a lot of politics at play here, and I don't think the demeanor of the lawyers is going to dictate whether there are 67 votes to convict or not.
A lot of politics at play, to put it mildly. Now, ladies and gentlemen at home watching, you are probably thinking to yourself, yeah, there's a kind of a Washington thing going on right now. And I'll confess right up front that there is an addictive part about working and covering politics where you can look at a room and where desks are not moving, people are barely moving, there are quiet conversations, and you say to yourself, by gosh, that's riveting. Okay, this is what drama looks like in Washington. And I know that in many living rooms might feel, or might even be kitchens right now on the West Coast, absurd. What, this is drama? Nothing's happening? Indeed, it is, and there are implications to it, and we'll try to walk you through it. So again, I'm going to just take the prerogative of resetting the clock, in case you're just joining us. The Senate voted a while ago, 55-45, with a good number of Republicans on the side of answering this question. Should the Senate call witnesses? When we came on the air this morning, that was sort of hovering as a potential possibility. Then it became an absolute reality. And what the Senate is trying to do now is enforce that reality. How is this particular witness, Jaime Herrera Beutler, a congresswoman from Washington State, going to be deposed? And what other witnesses might also join in the line of witnesses? How many will be apportioned to the president's defense counsel? How many will be apportioned, if there are any more, requested by the House managers? And those conversations are happening, as you can see in the split screen we have, right at the forefront of the camera, at the bottom of your view there. Thank you for bringing it full screen. That little huddle is where the substantive, tactical, and yes, indeed, political conversations are occurring. Nancy?
And senators are now weighing in on who they'd like to hear from.
Oh, please.
Because we have
Catch us up.
opened this Pandora's box. So Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, who agrees that this is exciting Washington theater. He agrees with your thesis. He's called it the Wild West that we're in right now. He wants to depose Secret Service officials to talk about exactly when President Trump knew that his own vice president was in harm's way. That is relevant because he continued to attack his vice president on Twitter, reportedly after he was already told that his vice president had been evacuated. So Merkley wants to hear from Secret Service officials and possibly even former Trump White House aides who were around the former president that day. So that gives you a little window into those conversations that are taking place right now on the Senate floor about who will get called to testify, in what order, how many, all of those questions.
And it is worth noting that we have a phone conversation that I need to go to right now. I've just been told in my little earpiece here. Someone I know pretty well, Congressman Adam Schiff from California. He was the lead House manager in President Trump's first impeachment. Congressman Schiff, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Your impressions so far, are you as surprised as the collective interpretation of the senators is that this happened?
I thought it was certainly possible that the House managers would decide to call a witness or a couple witnesses, but they certainly didn't telegraph this, and it was probably a decision they made after debating it last night and sleeping on it this morning, this is a very relevant witness. It's a low-risk witness for the House managers. They know what she's going to say. They know how she voted in the House and how she feels about it. It's a lot less risky, for example, than calling Kevin McCarthy. So I think it's a very interesting choice and a good choice by the House managers. I think what the process will look like, as you've discussed, is this was the vote on whether to allow witnesses and the debate on witnesses to go forward. It seems like a strange procedural vote to have, but that is the way the rules worked during our trial last year and during this trial. It also may seem strange to have a debate on witnesses after it seems like the case has been presented, but that is the process that was used in the last couple trials. So now they'll move to a deposition of one form or another that may take some time to set up because Congresswoman Beutler is going to want to have counsel present for that deposition. Both the House managers and the defense will be able to question the witness during that deposition. And then the question is, will this lead to other witnesses that House managers want or other witnesses that the president's defense want to call?
Lots of things I want to ask you, Congressman Schiff, but the first thing I want to ask you is you just said a moment ago that Congresswoman Jaime Herrera Beutler is a less risky witness than the House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy would be. Why do you say that?
Well, because McCarthy, after going down and doing that pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago, has essentially said, I'm putting the fate of my party in the hands of Donald Trump. I am still sticking with Donald Trump. If I have any hope of winning the majority, it's going to rest on Donald Trump. And is that the kind of witness with those kind of incentives that you want to rely on to be candid? And I don't think Kevin McCarthy has a reputation for candor. So that's very risky. Whether he will dispute the account of Congresswoman Beutler or add other things to the conversation, you just don't know. And so I think that this is a witness that makes great sense for the House managers. Given the statement that Mitch McConnell issued this morning, there's little downside to the House at this point in opening the door to witnesses. They can only win over additional support in the Senate. So I think that was the strategic calculus.
Chairman Schiff, it's Nancy Cordes. Thank you so much for joining us. Have you spoken personally with Congresswoman Herrera Beutler about her conversation with Kevin McCarthy? And do you know at this point who else might be called to testify? There's a report that the House managers may want to depose Mark Short, the former chief of staff to Vice President Pence.
I have not spoken with the Congresswoman about this issue or the vote. And in terms of who the House managers may also want to call, I have to think that they're hoping, much as Congresswoman Beutler described in her statement yesterday, they're hoping that people of patriotism are willing to come forward and say, I'm willing to be counted. I have relevant information. This, happened during the impeachment last year when we had a witness who was watching the hearings in the House and said, I have some relevant information, and actually the truth is being misrepresented, and I need to come forward. That could very well happen here. And that's, frankly, the merit of calling a witness or witnesses, which is it opens the door for discovery of new information. And at this point, the managers decided that in the absence of new information and with the statement that McConnell has made, there's just little downside risk into opening that door.
Congressman, it's Ed O'Keefe. Thank you again for joining us here on short notice. I'm curious, I know you're not a member of the House impeachment management team here this time, but if you were in their position right now and the senators agreed to call 5 witnesses per side, who would you call? Who would you want to hear from?
It's a good question, and I'm not sure because I'm not living the day-to-day the way the managers are. I have a lot of confidence that Jamie Raskin and the team will deliberate. They'll be scouring the public record, frankly, to see what people have said, what's been publicly reported about the president's conduct on that day, and they're probably hoping that people reach out to their team and say, I have information about this and I'm willing to testify. So I would begin the way they have begun. The fact that they're at this point calling for one witness doesn't mean that after her testimony they won't be back in the well of the Senate asking for more. If during her deposition she describes other conversations that Republican members had or others had, or maybe somebody in the administration reached out to her after her statement to thank her for her courage and say this is exactly what I witnessed, that could lead to Jamie Raskin coming back into the well of the Senate and saying there is new witnesses that have been revealed by this witness, and we would like to call them. And as for who the president's team is likely to want to call, they may try to make some political hay, for the Hannitys and the Carlsons by having a vote on whether to hear the testimony of the speaker. Okay, that I don't think will be very successful, but they may try to figure out some witness that they know that has seen one small piece of what happened that day that doesn't hurt their case because they don't know too much. Because I think, frankly, anyone around the president is going to corroborate the House case. Because we know the president didn't do anything. Because if he had done something, it would be very visible. And the things that he did do that were visible all cut the other way. That tweet on January 6th at 6 p.m. where the president says, these are the things and events that happen when you essentially allow a landslide victory to be stolen away. This is what the president was doing and saying. He was attacking Mike Pence on Twitter. So we know what he was doing, and we know what he wasn't doing. So can they find someone who only has one piece, didn't really see the full picture, that can give a misleading impression or impression that cuts the other way? Maybe. But in the absence of that, you might expect just sort of political requests for witnesses that they don't expect to be granted, but they can grandstand about.
Congressman Adam Schiff, who was the Democrat from California, also chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, thank you so much for joining us by telephone. So the question that hangs in the air, what happens next? The House managers and the defense counsel will depose Republican Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler on what she knows about a conversation with House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, who had a conversation with then President Trump on the afternoon of the Capitol riot. Other witnesses may be called as well. And that will delay closing arguments, quite obviously, in this Senate impeachment trial. For how long, we simply do not know. But we want to thank everyone on our CBS News team. Our coverage will continue now on our 24-hour streaming network, that is CBSN. You can watch it at cbsnews.com or on the ever-lovable CBS News app. There will be more on your local news on this CBS station, and for a full wrap-up tonight on the CBS Weekend News. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Major Garrett, CBS News, Washington.
For news 24 hours a day, go to cbsnews.com.
Hello again, I'm Lana Zak. We've been listening to day 5 of former President Trump's second impeachment trial. In a surprising twist, the Senate has voted to allow witnesses, extending the trial. Senator Raskin put forth a subpoena for Washington Representative Jamie Herrera Butler, a Republican. The subpoena comes after reports that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy told Representative Butler that former President Trump sided with the mob and showed little sympathy for Congress during the Capitol attack. Former President Trump's defense team gave a heated response to the subpoena, claiming the trial needs to end today. Let's listen to that exchange.
We would like the opportunity to subpoena Congresswoman Herrera regarding her communications with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, and to subpoena her contemporaneous notes that she made regarding what President Trump told Kevin McCarthy in the middle of the insurrection.
If you vote for witnesses, do not handcuff me by limiting the number of witnesses that I can have. I need to do a thorough investigation that they did not do. I need to do the 911 style investigation that Nancy Pelosi called for.
Again, if you're just tuning in now, the Senate has voted 55-45, allowing witnesses to testify in the impeachment trial. It is unclear how long the trial will take now that witnesses have been included. Several senators have expressed frustration and anger with the decision, siding with the defense team's stance that the trial should end today. I want to bring in now Lauren Zelt. She is part of our team who's going to help us analyze what we've been seeing today. Lauren, let's go ahead and start off with what seems to be, to many people, a surprise, thinking that this trial could have actually wrapped up as soon as this afternoon or this evening. Are you surprised at this turn of events, or as House Impeachment Manager Raskin said, this is absolutely the appropriate time, given the rules as outlined for the Senate impeachment trial, for them to ask for witnesses?
Good morning. Yes, everyone in the Washington area this morning is a little bit surprised by this news. Conventional wisdom at the end of the week, especially up until that report about Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler came out last night, was that the trial was going to wrap up today, and that, Congress would be able to move on to other business following the upcoming President's Day break. So it is a surprise this morning. And I personally think, most Republican senators voted no on this. I think they want to wrap this up. And candidly, I think a lot of the American people want to wrap this up. They want to see Congress move on to pressing matters like the COVID relief bill. But I personally believe that this is good for the American people. I believe that we should hear all the evidence that needs to be heard. And this conversation, allegedly with Congresswoman Herrera Butler, is very important. And so, the trial will proceed forward. We will hear from her, likely other witnesses as well, and get more facts before the senators ultimately take their vote and make their decision.
Lauren, you're a former aide to Senator Mitt Romney, and we saw several Republican senators, including Senator Romney, vote to include witnesses. What do you make of those votes, and does it give you any insight into how they may actually vote on impeachment?
Certainly. I worked for Mitt Romney in 2012 during his presidential campaign. And to be candid with you, the Mitt Romney that I see now is the exact same person that I worked for in 2012. I think he always goes with his conscience. And I think that it's unsurprising to me that he voted to hear more witnesses. Ultimately, I will not be surprised if he does vote to convict the president on the charges, because he is representing a very red state. Obviously, there have been some issues at home, with some of his constituents. We've seen that play out. But there are also a large number of his constituents that are very proud of their senator from Utah. They're proud of him for standing up for what's right in Washington. And so, yes, I do think this morning's vote ultimately shows us what we might see moving forward in the final vote about whether to acquit or to convict the president. But I think the lines of the vote this morning were ultimately unsurprising. The group of Republican senators that you're talking about is the more moderate group, sometimes referred to as never Trumpers, though I don't really believe that to be the case. And so their vote this morning to hear from more witnesses and continue the trial, I think, is to be expected and does foreshadow a little bit what we may see from their final vote when the trial concludes.
Lauren, one moment that I was actually surprised about was when we heard Senator Lindsey Graham actually stand up as they were doing the roll call and say that he wanted to change his vote to include witnesses, joining that group of Republicans. He notably spoke with the Trump legal team ahead of their remarks yesterday. He has been an advocate of former President Trump. What do we know about his current stance on this impeachment trial? And what do you make of his move to change from being in that group of senators saying no witnesses to in fact, deciding, yeah, let witnesses come forward?
I was surprised by the vote as well. I was getting ready to join you this morning, and when I heard that he had changed his vote, I was also surprised. But ultimately, we shouldn't be. Senator Graham is somebody that has gone back and forth on his support for President Trump over the years. If you remember in the lead up to the presidential nomination, he was a candidate. I was in New Hampshire when he was campaigning for president. And at the time, he had nothing good to say about President Trump. So, he did become a staunch ally of the president's during his term. But to me, it's ultimately unsurprising that he's changing his vote at this point, because if you look at the history of his entire career, then, you'll see that he has been more moderate. It was the John McCain, Joe Lieberman, and Lindsey Graham, the three amigos. That wasn't that long ago. And so to me, ultimately, I'm not surprised that he changed his vote. I'm just surprised that he did so in such a dramatic fashion.
It was, in fact, dramatic as the Senate was reading the list of senators that had voted in favor of hearing from witnesses, to see Senator Graham stand up and say he decided to change his vote. Lauren, what does President Trump's defense team have to do now, and how do you see them approaching particularly this witness, but they also threaten that they might try and call hundreds more?
Certainly. I think President Trump's defense team has to mount a more solid defense than they've mounted this week. Conventional wisdom in the Beltway, which I know is not always the most popular opinion at home in cities across the country. But conventional wisdom here this week was that the president's lawyers did not do a very good job arguing on his behalf. And there are some very serious lingering questions out there that they did not answer. One of the most important questions, I believe, is what he knew about the safety of Vice President Mike Pence, and when he knew it, and whether or not he considered that when he was thinking about what actions to take to try to quell the rioters that were inciting violence at the Capitol. The very idea that our own vice president was in danger, someone who was in possession of our country's, most important and most valuable data, our nuclear codes. I mean, it's unbelievable to think that A, he didn't know what his status was, but B, if he did know and he didn't care, then that's really important for us to know as well. And I think it shows a lot about the president's motivations, whether they were geared towards his base and retaining his own level of popularity, or whether they were geared towards protecting our republic as we know it.
And I think this is an essential point as people are trying to understand not only the facts of what we're uncovering in this impeachment trial, but also the strategy of both the House managers and former President Trump's defense team in talking about the vice president. So many Republicans seem to be trying to wrestle with the post-Trump era and how they deal with their base. Does this discussion of Vice President Pence and whether or not President Trump did knowingly not intervene to help, knowing that his own vice president and a leader of the Republican Party was in danger, does that sway the minds potentially of not just the Republicans in the Senate chamber, but Republicans at home?
I do think it sways the mind of Republicans at home. If you look at polling that has come out recently, there was a New Hampshire poll that showed, I believe it was only 4 in 10 Republicans wanted President Trump to run again in 2024. That was mirrored by a national poll that came out about a week or so later. And if you look at the political tea leaves about what leaders who aren't in Washington at the moment, I'm thinking specifically of former ambassador to the UN and South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. She came out yesterday and basically distanced herself very strongly from former President Trump and his brand, of course, fueling questions about her plans for 2024. She is someone who was able to remain popular with both the Trump base and those disaffected Trump voters, the suburban Republicans, the national security moms, the more educated voters who just could not stand the antics of President Trump, but still called themselves conservatives. So that she came out yesterday and really distanced herself from the former president, disavowed any efforts on his behalf to run in 2024, I think speaks volumes about where we are as a country. Similarly, what we're seeing, there was an article in The Hill last night that had several senators, they were not named, but several senators basically saying, look, no matter what, whether or not Trump is acquitted or whether he is convicted, this impeachment trial has put the nail in the coffin for his political future and likely the political future of the potential dynasty of the Trump family. We're looking at Ivanka Trump's possible Senate run in Florida, possible future actions taken by Donald Trump Jr. and other members of the family. Several GOP senators were quoted on the record, though they weren't named. I could imagine maybe who they were, but several of them were quoted as saying, look, it doesn't matter what happens in this trial. Trump's political future is over in the Republican Party as we know it, just because the trial happened. And so I really think that January 6th was a bellwether day for us, not only as a country, but for the Republican Party as well, in terms of how much of an effect former President Trump will have on the party in the future weeks and months ahead.
All right, if you're just tuning in, we are covering the day 5 of President Trump or former President Trump's impeachment trial. It has currently been stalled as the Senate chamber is trying to decide now how to proceed after voting in favor of calling witnesses. I've been speaking with Lauren Zelt, a spokesperson for Maggie's List and a former aide to Senator Mitt Romney. I also want to bring in at this point Joel Payne. He's a CBS News political contributor as well as a Democratic strategist. Joel, good to see you. So you heard Lauren and I speaking right now about the future of the Republican Party. I want to ask you about how you're perceiving as a Democrat what you are seeing unfold. Do you see, particularly in the case of witnesses, do you see that working in Democrats' favor? Is this a bit of a Hail Mary pass?
I'm not sure if I would call it a Hail Mary pass, but I do think it's important context given the events of the last 24 to 36 hours. You have direct, there's an attempt to corroborate some of the impeachment manager's case that they've been making this week, and you had direct challenges to that. And I think that they feel like having a Representative Herrera Butler, maybe Chief of Staff Meadows, maybe others in the Trump inner circle, putting them under oath and forcing them to testify truthfully about the actions of that day, I think there's probably a hope among those impeachment managers that will sort out any of the confusion that's been created here, right? You had Tommy Tuberville, the new senator from Alabama, who questioned and who has kind of thrown into question some of the timeline around when President Trump knew about Vice President Pence being in trouble and possibly being in harm's way. You've had a number of other folks. Mike Lee made his objection a few days ago. You can sort out some of those things by having testimony. Just want to add something really quick, Lana, to what Lauren was saying, which I totally appreciate her perspective. I think something that jumps out to me is this, pointing to the idea of Republicans already coming out and saying that Donald Trump is not going to be a candidate again in 2024 just doesn't stand the smell test, because you had many same Republicans, even his former vice president, who spoke against him before he was president. You had Republicans that had a chance to step up and to take a bold stance against Donald Trump in the past. I mean, you had Lindsey Graham, who's his most ardent supporter, who basically called the moment that we're in right now, and he still is sticking by him. And it's because there's political fortune that Republicans feel like is tied up in preserving the Trump legacy and Trumpism. That's all they have to cling to. So I don't think we can take kind of paper statements from Republicans. Let's just be honest. The words of Republicans don't mean much in this context. And I know I say that as a partisan, but the facts just are what they are. If you're a Lindsey Graham, your words really don't mean much. If you're a Nikki Haley, your words don't mean much. If you're Marco Rubio, your words don't mean much, because history has told us that you will look at the political fortunes of what way the wind is blowing to decide whether or not you're on the right side of history. So I do think that that's important context to consider when you're talking about this moment and whether or not Republicans will hold the former president accountable.
Well, and Joel, to that point, too, the final words that we heard from President Trump as president was that this is just beginning and that there is much more ahead. I want to talk, though, a bit about Democrats, because now that we're talking about bringing in witnesses, you heard from former President Trump's defense team that they want to bring in lots of witnesses. And they have specifically mentioned House Majority Leader Nancy Pelosi, though I did notice he only called her Nancy Pelosi and didn't give her the title, as well as Vice President Kamala Harris. Are there any risks, Joel, to having Democrats take the stand in this impeachment trial?
I really can't see any. I mean, sure, I imagine it would work to the president's defense team and to the president's supporters, would work to their advantage to kind of drag this in the mud and ask about things that have nothing to do with the actions of January 6th, which I imagine would be part of the strategy there, right, is to create a mess and create a spectacle and to take the eye of the American people off the ball of what happened on that day. So, sure, I mean, there's a chance that could go off the rails, but I don't believe, I'll tell you this, I don't think any of those people who you've just referred to, I don't think they have any problem giving a truthful account of what happened that day and what happened into the lead up. I mean, Nancy Pelosi's life was at risk that day. I don't believe she has a vested interest in not giving a truthful accounting of what occurred. Her staff's life was at risk. I mean, even if you maybe even could call, I guess, the former vice president, Mike Pence, I mean, I imagine he might have strong feelings about what happened that day. People in his inner circle. Seems like the president was pretty isolated that day. It seems like some of his allies have come back to his side. But if you put some of those folks under oath, I don't imagine that will be a good narrative that comes out of that for the president's defense team.
Lauren, I want to bring you back into the conversation. And actually, Joel, it is worth mentioning, though, that there are Republicans who are standing up against President Trump and doing so against perhaps the backing of their party. But we did hear, Lauren, from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell that he intends to vote to acquit the former president, citing constitutional grounds. How significant is this development? I mean, it seems worth noting that right after that came out, then we saw today unfold with House managers saying we're going to call witnesses, particularly Republican Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, who will say how the president did in fact react as part of our argument. Should we expect others now to follow the lead of the minority leader, even though he did continue to say, follow your conscience, Republicans?
I think what the minority leader decided is ultimately unsurprising given the position that he finds himself in. Honestly, it was more surprising to many political observers in Washington that he came out initially and didn't declare which way he would vote. That created a lot of headlines. And I think it gave Republicans in the Senate the opportunity to really think about what they wanted to do without him planting a flag right at the beginning of the trial and saying, this is how I plan to vote, and that's what it is. So ultimately, I think the conclusion that he came to is rather unsurprising, but it's also no secret that Minority Leader McConnell and President Trump have not always been the best of friends. And so I think the fact that he did wait to come out with that statement is understandable. And I do think he means it when he is telling members of his caucus to vote with their consciousness. Unfortunately, for a lot of those senators that are going to be placing their votes, their consciousness may be in conflict with what those that they represent believe. And that's ultimately the choice that they're going to have to make. Whether you like it or not, a lot of constituents in the states still believe in President Trump. They were disappointed, that he lost re-election and that his efforts to overturn the election were ultimately unsuccessful. And so these senators have a very big conundrum on their hands. Do they vote with their consciousness? They were there. They saw what happened. Their own lives were in danger. The lives of their staff, the heroic acts that our Capitol Police, did to keep everyone safe. They were there. They know firsthand how egregious the assault on our Capitol was. And yet when they fly home and they're having town hall meetings in their states, they're greeted with people that no matter what are standing by President Trump's side in this and believe that he should be not only acquitted, but that he should have a political future. To say that it's a very sad day when that is the decision that our sitting senators have to make is an understatement. I personally would hope that their consciousness would win the day, but ultimately, all politics is local, and these senators are going to have to face their constituents for years to come. And all of those decisions weigh in all those factors weigh in on what their ultimate decision will likely be.
And Lauren, in addition to the people back home in these districts that continue to support President Trump, President Trump's also supported, obviously, by a legal team, but it's had a lot of problems. His legal team in this trial has previously quit twice. What damage has this had on the defense, and what does it tell us about their strategy going forward?
Well, it's not a good look when your lawyer quits, whether it's a conviction or whether it's an impeachment trial or any other kind of legal proceeding. That's usually not a good look. So, of course, that's, harmful to the president. Ultimately, though, I go back to the point that I think that anyone who's representing the president does have an uphill climb. If the president knew about the whereabouts of his vice president, if he did nothing, if he continued to encourage those, inciting violence in our Capitol, that is a very, very serious and grave fact to think about. And so the idea that the Trump legal team has to somehow disprove that or has to honestly win hearts and minds in the Senate about that, that's just a very difficult challenge, no matter how talented of a lawyer one might be. So, of course, it's not helpful that the president's attorneys, that there has been turnover. It really does not help his case moving forward. But ultimately, the case was difficult to make to begin with because we all watched this. What's different than the previous impeachment trial was that America was not watching this play out in real time. Our hearts were not collectively breaking together as this happened. And that's the difference. We all saw it. People's opinions were shaped that day. And ultimately, what the president's legal team says and does, I don't think matters as much as what people know to be true because they saw it with their own two eyes.
All right, Lauren Zelt, thank you. It looks like, and we're trying to continue monitoring as we're having these discussions, but it looks like the Senate may have just recessed. I want to get confirmation on that. In the until 12:30. We're going to continue to provide all of the coverage and analysis throughout. I want to bring back in Joel Payne. He is a CBSN contributor, a CBS News contributor, as well as a Democratic strategist. So, Joel, if President Trump is acquitted, which the conventional wisdom had previously been that House managers simply didn't have enough votes and enough support from Republicans, though that could potentially be in question now. What message does this send to the American people is part one of the question. And then part two of the question is, how much does what we've seen today potentially change that conventional wisdom?
I think those are two really important questions. I think related to what message it sends to the American people, I think it is a total abdication of a responsibility to hold our elected leaders accountable and to hold up the virtues of the oath that all of these senators took. The folks aren't voting today, but all the House members who voted on conviction a few weeks ago, rather voted on impeachment a few weeks ago, and all of these senators who are going to be voting on conviction within the next few days. I think that it is an abdication of their oath if they take a pass on this and they decide to couch their disagreement in a constitutional argument that really doesn't hold any water. So I do think that will be viewed that way by the American people. I imagine that President Trump's allies across the nation will feel good. But I imagine there are a lot of people in the middle who may not be, they may not vote like me, right? They may not be a loyal Democrat, but they may be disappointed that elected leaders decided to take a pass at creating an accountability mechanism for the president when it existed. One other thing I want to add here. I think that Republicans have to acknowledge really what they're voting on here. What are the stakes? And I've talked about this before. Essentially, all that hangs in the balance here is President Trump being able to run for president again or run for any federal office again. So really and truly, this comes down to defending President Trump's right to run for office again. This is not legal jeopardy for the president, although I imagine after some of the testimony, there may be some legal cases that may be brought up, but rather criminal cases that may be brought up. There's no other jeopardy for the president other than not being able to run for federal office again. So Republicans do have to answer for that. Is that the goal, to create an opportunity for Donald Trump to run again for office? And again, that just flies in the face of the idea that Republicans are ready to move on for the Trump era. One last thing, Lana, I would add here really quickly. This chamber has changed, particularly in the time since I've worked there. I worked there in the early 2010s. This used to be a chamber of moderation. It's no longer a chamber of moderation. It's a chamber of the extremes, not just Republicans, but Democrats. The Mitt Romneys and the Lisa Murkowskis and the Susan Collins are fewer and far between. When I worked in the Senate, there were 15 to 20 members like that. That doesn't exist anymore. So that pool of people who could maybe, particularly from the Republican side, be among those 17 who would have to vote with Democrats to convict the president, the pool just doesn't exist because the incentive structure is on its head. And I do think that's worth remembering on a day like this as well, is that the political realities of this moment have reflected that the chamber that we're talking about has fundamentally changed in the last decade.
The chamber has changed, but it is, our society has changed as well, Joel. And I wonder, as a Democratic strategist, are you seeing, though, examples of courage coming from the Republican Party? Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville telling people that he did, in fact, speak with President Trump on the phone during the January 6 attacks on the Capitol. He claims he told then President Trump that the vice president had been evacuated and was in danger. We also are hearing from Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, who is calling on fellow Republicans, patriots, as she used in her language, to come forward. What does this mean for giving cover to other Republicans who are potentially uncomfortable with what happened? Do you see the potential for Republicans to change their opinions now?
The right Republicans are not standing up. And by that, I just mean the Republicans that can actually sway. Mitch McConnell, we talked about him earlier. That letter that he put out this morning to his caucus, or maybe it was last evening, essentially gives cover to all of the members who might be in the middle or on the fence or unsure what they want to do. It tells them that the leader is going to vote this way. So even if he says it's a vote of conscience, he's signaling that it's okay to vote with the president here or to protect President Trump here because I'm going to do it. So, yes, it's great that you've had some mild profiles and courage of people giving their accounts. And look, I would give Senator Romney a lot of credit. I think he has stepped to the occasion. I think that there's probably a handful of other Republicans who've done that. But there's not enough, and the right types of Republican leaders aren't doing it. I talked about Mitch McConnell, former Republican presidents like President Bush. You need him to step up in a moment like this and be more forceful. Other Republicans of note, people who are in that chamber, people like, people who have a national brand, like a Ted Cruz, like and I know Josh Hawley wouldn't do this, but people who have a name that could move the dial, those folks aren't speaking up. So when you don't have the right types of Republican leaders speaking up, it continues to create a vacuum where Republicans can continue to see a permission structure to support the president. And that's the real challenge right now in terms of counting to 17, which is really what we're in an exercise of right now. Can you count to 17 in that caucus?
And as of right now, it doesn't look like there are 17 Republican members who are intending to vote. But as we have been telling our viewers, things that look like they were going to happen today aren't happening. In fact, it seemed like this trial was potentially going to wrap up today. And now we know that witnesses will be called, at least one witness, Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, a Republican from Washington, who says that she knows from her conversations with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who has been an ally of President Trump's, that he pleaded for President Trump to help out as the Capitol was under attack. And the president's response, according to that, was to be dismissive and, in fact, it sounded like side with the violent rioters. Joel, let's talk about what might be part of the strategy of Trump's legal team moving forward. We have seen them accusing Democrats of manipulating video, not showing the former president's remarks in its entirety. They have tried to play videos that had soundtracks underneath them of other Democrats using the word fight during their own speeches. How are Democrats responding to this argument? And if they see a Republican on the stand or deposed via Zoom saying, we were in danger and President Trump did not come to our aid, does that potentially change that 17 number?
Well, it certainly should. I think you asked some good questions about the president's defense team. And Lana, I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I can really speak to the case that they're going to make because it's pretty unpredictable. I mean, even by the account of many Republicans in that chamber who were questioned after the first day of testimony and opening arguments, those members of the president's legal defense team did not really acquit themselves well. They did not lay out a clear narrative. Their case that they've made has been all over the place. It's been erratic, and there has not been a common thread through it. But we know that they have a very low bar to meet because they're counseling and they're huddling with members of the jury pool. We know that folks like Lindsey Graham, and we know that other Republicans have actually been counseling the president's team on how to, appropriately appeal to people in that party and in that body, rather. So I don't know if I don't think that they've necessarily risen to the occasion, but I also don't think that will ultimately matter in the final reckoning here. Like I think Lindsey Graham probably counseled the members of the president's defense team that less is more. They were a little bit thinner with their argument. They spent a little bit less time. And I think that just by the inertia of Republicans wanting to be with President Trump and continue to, protect the Trump legacy, which is tied up with their legacy, by the way, I think that probably the president's defense team will be able to cross a very, very low bar to keep Republicans with them in this moment.
All right. I want to bring in now David Becker. David is a CBS News election law expert and political contributor. He also, I'm so excited to have you on, David, because you really know the law, both in terms of what the defense and House managers are arguing, and I'm sorry, actually, I'm seeing. Texas Senator Ted Cruz speaking. Let's listen to first what he has to say, David.
Had agreed witnesses were not needed. Everyone expected that we'd have closing arguments and a vote today. And then at the last minute, the House managers changed their mind and they decided they wanted to call a witness, Jessica Herrera Butler. I think what happened is leftist Twitter got really upset last night that they weren't calling witnesses. And I think this is a political theater. And I think the House managers were feeling heat on their left flank, and so they surprised Schumer and the Democrats by saying they wanted witnesses. At this point, nobody knows what's going to happen. I will say this. If we do call witnesses, it's not going to be one-sided. It's not going to be only the House managers get witnesses and President Trump doesn't get witnesses. And so if the House managers call Representative Herrera Butler, I think it is very likely that President Trump's lawyers will call Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is clearly a relevant witness to this matter. Speaker Pelosi can testify as to when she knew about the threats on the Capitol, what she knew specifically, and in particular, she can testify. We heard already that the House Sergeant at Arms turned down National Guard protection for the Capitol on January 6th because of, quote, the optics. And I think Speaker Pelosi can testify as to whether she made a decision based on optics, based on politics, not to have additional protection at the Capitol to prevent the terrorist attack that played out. My view remains we don't need witnesses, but I think if the Democrats want to open this Pandora's box, I don't think it's going to work out well for them.
President Trump himself be one of the witnesses if there are witnesses, and why not?
You know, there is a long tradition in our trials that is reflected in the Bill of Rights that any individual is not required to testify against themselves, to testify at their own trial. I don't think we should attempt to force the president to testify at his own impeachment trial. This is the House managers or the prosecutors. They have the burden of proof. They haven't proven their case. The reason you're seeing this Hail Mary is everybody knows the outcome of this proceeding, which is that President Trump is going to be acquitted. It takes 67 votes to convict. There aren't 67 votes, and those on the extreme far left are angry right now, and today is a reflection of that anger.
Do you think there are any minds that could be changed if witnesses are called?
Sure. I think where we are right now, I think we likely are about 55 votes to convict. I think all of the Democrats are likely to vote to convict. By the way, I think all the Democrats were going to vote to convict on day one. All of the Democrats were going to vote to convict in 2017. Many of these Democrats went on record as Trump was being sworn into as president, saying they wanted to impeach him. So I think on the Democratic side, it's purely political. I think on the Republican side, we've seen 5 Republicans who voted with the Democrats on a couple of procedural motions. I think there's a reasonable possibility those 5 vote to convict. I'd say there are 55 votes to convict plus or minus 2. I think we could probably see a low of 53 and a high of 57. Neither of those are remotely close to the 67 it takes to convict.
And is it a vote on every single witness or just a resolution with an infinite number of amendments? What's your sense?
Well, under the rules, as I understand it, it's a vote on each witness. And so I think Schumer right now is dealing with chaos, doesn't know what to do because they hadn't planned on this. This was supposed to be, last night everyone went to bed being told this was going to be a unanimous consent that everyone agreed to, that we wouldn't have witnesses. And then it was this morning, it erupted into chaos. I'm hearing from multiple senators that the Democratic senators don't want witnesses. And by the way, if we go down the road of witnesses, this impeachment trial could last all of February, all of March, all of April. I got to tell you, I just came from the Republican cloakroom. There are a lot of Republican senators that are saying, all right, fine, if you want to drag this out, every day we're in this trial is a day that the Democratic majorities are not destroying the country, are not passing policies that are killing jobs and putting people out of work and keeping kids out of school. I think Schumer is trying desperately to get out of this this dead end into which they've driven themselves. Well, look, there are considerable discussions about that. Under the rules, impeachment is supposed to set aside all other business pending before the Senate. Look, my view from the beginning, I don't think Joe Biden wanted to go down the road of impeachment. I don't think Schumer and most of the Democratic senators wanted to go down the road of impeachment. The reason we're here is the hard left hates Donald Trump, and the House Democrats, they really reflect that hard partisan left. They drove the impeachment. I think Schumer felt he couldn't tell his base no, especially when he's afraid of being primaried from the left in New York. But I think Senate Democrats, they just got committee gavels. They just became chairman. They want to be taking up legislation, moving nominees. I think Senate Democrats are really frustrated right now. We may see a resolution. There are negotiations going on right now that we could see this thing resolved and ended today. I got to say, on the Republican side, I think we're fine however it plays out. I will say this, the outcome that would not be acceptable is for Senate Democrats to say, we're going to let the House managers call witnesses, but President Trump's lawyers can't call any witnesses. And look, to be clear, I think it is unlikely that Republicans would vote for only Democratic witnesses and no witnesses for President Trump. I think the Republicans who supported the Democrats on other procedural matters would not support them on a one-sided biased trial, which means if it's a pure party line vote, 50-50, and they have to bring Kamala Harris in to break the tie, I think the whole country would look at a wildly unfair and biased trial. There are many aspects of this trial that ignore even the faintest hint of due process, and I think having a party line vote that says only Democrats get to call witnesses and the defendant in the proceeding doesn't get to call any witnesses, I don't think that passes the laugh test. I think you might even see some Democratic senators say, look, this is ridiculous. If one side gets to call a witness, the other side does. So I don't think we'll go down that road because it's so obviously unfair. But at this point, it's pandemonium.
Do you find Congresswoman Herrera Butler's statement to be credible about the Congress?
I have no idea. I mean, at this point, it's hearsay or even double hearsay. I've spent a lot of my career as a practicing lawyer. I can tell you in any court in America, if you have a witness who gets up, who begins their testimony with, well, I don't know, but I heard a guy who told me, that witness gets laughed at a court. That doesn't get allowed in any ordinary circumstance. The entire House manager's case is based on hearsay and double hearsay and someone told someone. None of that is credible and reliable. I actually thought the president's defense lawyers did a very effective job with their montage of all the times the House managers said, well, this has been reported, that's been reported. With all due respect to our good folks in the press, the fact that it gets reported in some story does not establish it as a fact that is considered proven in anything resembling a court of law. And at this point, that's the entire basis of the manager's case. All right, thank you, guys.
So I want to bring back in David Becker to analyze some of what we heard just now from Texas Senator Ted Cruz. He's a lawyer as well and made a lot of legal points. David, I want to start off with a procedural question for you because there does seem to be some confusion, not just from all of us watching, but there in the Senate about the calling of witnesses and what senators actually voted to allow this morning. We know that the Senate has voted in favor of at least hearing from Congresswoman Herrera Butler. But do we know if each of these individual witnesses that the defense has now said that they would like to call, and we heard Senator Cruz just mention House Majority Leader Nancy Pelosi, Vice President Kamala Harris, will there need to be a vote on each of those individual witnesses going forward?
Well, I think it's unclear. There there's a lot to unpack in what Senator Cruz just said, and he's a very smart man and a very good lawyer, and he knows there's a great deal of difference between a criminal trial or even a civil trial where constitutional rights apply, and there are Supreme Court precedents that apply to what witnesses can do and can't do, and an impeachment trial, which is very, very different, and where the Senate gets to set its own rules, and where the only liberty interest is that, at least in this case, that one man, Donald Trump, would be disqualified from running for federal office in the future. No jail time, no money, no civil penalties. So with that being said, I think what's going on right now is there's negotiations, clearly. The specter that Senator Cruz brought up of the possibility that the House managers would be allowed to bring witnesses and the former president's lawyers wouldn't, that's not realistic. Of course, there is a sense of fairness and due process in play among the senators. And I think what we're likely to see is an agreement that, despite what is now being presented by the former president's lawyers, I've seen reports that they want to call as many as 301 witnesses. And I think just in an effort to dissuade the Democrats from calling even one. But I think what's likely is there's going to be some kind of agreement as to a number of witnesses that each side can call, perhaps a total amount of time that they can use. The current rules state that those witnesses need to be deposed first before the option of presenting live testimony is given. I believe that the Senate can change those rules at any time. There's a lot of incentive on both sides to get this done quickly and diligently. And with regard to his point about President Biden's agenda, which I think is a very strong point, the Democrats definitely want to allow for President Biden's agenda to move forward. And I think many of the Republicans have been working diligently along those lines as well. But the Senate was scheduled to be in recess during this next coming week. So if they can get this done in about a week, I think it's highly likely an agreement will be reached and both sides will be allowed to call witnesses. And if, for instance, the former president's lawyers don't like what Representative Herrera Butler says, they have the option of calling witnesses that will challenge that, including Representative McCarthy. That's how fact witnesses work. So we'll have to see how that plays out. I think it's highly unlikely that the extreme left, as Senator Cruz put it, was rallying around the idea that the House managers would call a Republican member of the House of Representatives. I think most of us saw that the revelation about what was in the call between then President Trump and Minority Leader McCarthy was a pretty significant fact that relates directly to the allegations.
And David, do you think that that it has the potential, Congresswoman Herrera Butler's testimony has the potential to sway Republican votes?
So I don't know that there are 67 votes to convict under any circumstances because of the highly political nature of this impeachment trial. I mean, Senator Cruz made the allegation that the Democrats had their minds made up. It appears that Republicans may have had their minds made up as well. And that's going to be a really steep hill to climb, even with the rather stunning testimony from Representative Herrera Butler. But that being said, it also serves the purpose of demonstrating to the country and confirming what they all saw and what they likely all know, which is that the president not only wasn't horrified at what everything he had done to that moment had led to on January 6th, for a period of time, and perhaps even to this day, he reveled in it. And that's very clear. We have not seen any statements of remorse. We have not seen any indication the president regrets what he did or would do anything differently. In fact, he's called it appropriate several days later. And if the former president's lawyers would like to change that impression, they were invited to bring Donald Trump to testify, and they have so far declined to do that. And unlike, as Senator Cruz put it, the Fifth Amendment right to against self-incrimination, this is not a criminal trial. There are no criminal penalties. There's no Fifth Amendment right that is conferred upon the president. The president could be compelled, theoretically, to come and testify. The House managers have not gone down that road. But if they think any of these facts, the president's lawyers, former president's lawyers, think any of these facts are wrong, they could bring him in at any time to correct them.
Right. This is not, as you say, a criminal trial, and the biggest impact that former President Trump might face if the Senate did in fact vote to find him guilty would be that he potentially, and that would still be a second vote, would not be able to hold high office again. You know, to the point you were making, David, about Ted Cruz saying Democrats already had their minds made up, and it looks like a lot of Republicans did too. It was interesting to hear him say that this is political theater, and that certainly is the case on both sides, because this is not a criminal trial, because this doesn't follow the rules that we think of when we think about due process and when we think about, you know, a jury of one's peers. In this case, the jury is, in some cases, actually conferring with the defense attorneys. I want to ask you still, David, about what we were hearing from Senator Cruz, what this threat that if they want to take up witnesses, that this trial could extend through February, through March, through April, and all of that time is the first 100 days of President Biden's administration. And so that means you guys are not going to get anything else done. Is it possible that that this trial could extend that long, and that would in fact impact the Biden administration's ability to pass legislation?
Well, I think it's highly unlikely that it could extend that long. I mean, this is a case where I think Senator Cruz's bark is worse than his bite on this. It's any of these agreements, any kind of motion to call witnesses, any kind of change to the schedule is going to require a motion of the Senate. It's going to require 51 votes. It's very clear the Republicans don't have the 51 votes right now. Even if all 50 Republicans do, Vice President Harris can come in and break that tie. But so far, that's been unnecessary. This has been the most bipartisan impeachment of a president or former president in American history, and it's not particularly close. And that even goes for the motions and the votes in the Senate so far, the numbers of Republicans who voted along with their Democratic colleagues. So I think it's highly likely what will happen is there will be some kind of agreement reached. There will be a sense of inherent fairness and due process so that both sides get to put on a certain number of witnesses for a certain period of time. I try to shy away from making predictions because I tend to be wrong sometimes. But I do think that this is one of those circumstances where I think it's highly likely that regardless of what happens in light of the new revelations that came out last night, that we'll still see this wrapped up sometime in the course of the following week when the Senate was supposed to be on recess anyway.
It is a very fair point that you make, David, because we did expect that conventional wisdom said that things were going to play out today very differently than it is, in fact, playing out right now. I want to now bring in Rebecca Kaplan to get a little bit more of a sense of what's happening there at the Capitol, because Rebecca is a CBS News Capitol Hill producer. Rebecca, this hearing has stalled as the Senate is working to move forward with the proceedings. As you heard David and I discussing, there's still a lot of questions up in the air. What are we seeing on the floor right now?
Well, we're seeing a lot of small bipartisan huddles as people try to figure out a path forward on what to do next. Obviously, as you said, this was a huge surprise this morning. The impeachment managers had been asked all week about witnesses and whether they intended to call them. They did not have an answer. And it really did seem like they were not leaning towards doing that. The few who spoke outside of the confines of the trial did say that they were largely happy. They were very happy with the case they had made on the floor. And they, didn't necessarily feel like they had anything further that they really needed to say to the Senate. Of course, that all changed last night with this bombshell statement from Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler with actually information that she says she has shared several times in recent weeks. And the detail there was this phone call that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy relayed to her. This was an account of Minority Leader McCarthy's conversation with the former president on January 6th as the attack was underway, when he called to ask for help. And as McCarthy tells it to his members, Trump essentially told him, well, I guess all the people there care more about the election than you do. Very dismissive of the danger that members of Congress were in at that time with people breaking into the Capitol. So that statement and her willingness not only to say it publicly, but there was this appeal at the end of the statement she put out last night saying for anyone who was around the president and even for the former vice president, Mike Pence, now is the time to come forward. All that indicates that she is potentially a friendly witness. She is not someone who would necessarily fight a subpoena. And from our best guess, that is why the lead impeachment manager, Jamie Raskin, opened the session this morning by saying that he wanted to subpoena Congresswoman Herrera Butler for her testimony and for the notes that she took around this meeting or phone call with McCarthy when he relayed the details of his conversation with the president. And that's really been a game changer. You actually saw last night in the hours after this call was more widespread and the reports started to leak out, a few Democrats who had previously said, we don't necessarily think there's a need for witnesses. We are pretty happy with the proceedings. We'll defer to the impeachment managers. They started saying, you know what, we are actually curious and would maybe like to hear a little bit more. Maybe it's time to hear the Congresswoman come testify. And then, of course, there are these handful of Republicans, principally Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Susan Collins of Maine, as well as Mitt Romney of Utah, and I think also to some degree Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy, who have been asking this question of both sides, the impeachment managers and the former president's lawyers. When did the president know about the severity of the attack on the Capitol? What did he know? When did he know it? And what did he do about it? And that's been a big question for even those Republicans who are still on the fence about whether to acquit or convict.
David, I want to bring you back in on this point because Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler's potentially friendly witness for House managers, but she's a Republican. But those words that allegedly the president spoke to Minority Leader McCarthy, that the rioters, quote, care more about the election than you do. The defense team has made the argument that the only thing that matters to incitement of insurrection was the speech that the president gave on January 6th, and that nothing before or after should be considered. Is that an effective legal argument?
Legally speaking, I don't think it is an effective argument. I mean, even if we were applying the Brandenburg Standard, which is what would be applied in criminal court for incitement, if someone had assembled violent people in one place and focused all of their anger at one particular place and a couple of particular people, like Vice President Pence, and then said, oh, you know, we can play by very different rules and we're all going to march up towards that place, I think there's a really good argument that even if you threw in the word peaceful there or something like that, that would be criminal incitement. That's not the standard that applies here, however. And everyone knows, I mean, the former president's lawyers would like us to focus on one small moment in time, just the moment where he uttered the words peaceful protest during that long speech where he said different rules apply and we're all going to march up to Pennsylvania Avenue. But actually, this is the culmination, and you saw it in what the Representative Herrera Butler said in that phone call, of months and months of delegitimizing an election process in the United States, where he brought people to Lansing, Michigan, and they attacked the Capitol there, where he congratulated people for attacking a Biden campaign bus in Texas, where he assembled people in D.C. on December 12th, and that resulted in vandalism at a church. And all of this is evidence that would even be appropriate in a criminal context if this were to be investigated that way. But this is a much different proceeding. The only interest that is in peril for the former president is his ability to run for federal office again. That's it. He can't be put in jail as a result of this hearing. He cannot have any civil penalties. He can't have to pay money as a result of this hearing. And so the liberty interests are much, much less than what we might see in a criminal trial. And honestly, I have to tell you, I think the House managers have made a very strong case given the totality of the evidence.
All right. I want to join into this conversation CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Kelly. And Nicole, you're right there on Capitol Hill. Can you give us some insight into what you're hearing from senators in response to this dramatic new change that witnesses, at least one, will be called in this trial?
Oh, well, I can tell you there's a lot of anger here on Capitol Hill, particularly among some Republican senators. I actually spoke with Kentucky Senator Rand Paul as well as Missouri's Josh Hawley, and they both are quite upset and really want to kind of turn the tables on Democrats, that if they, the House impeachment managers want to call this witness, well, they too want to call witnesses, and they have a very long list, starting with Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And so you can really see how how this is devolving into a very political process. The impeachment process is already political, but becoming even more so now that this Pandora's box has been opened, because in essence, both of these two senators more or less were prepared to acquit the former president. They told me that was what their vote was going to be, which obviously is really not much of a surprise. But, you know, in essence, they were ready to get this done, ready to move forward. And of course, Senator Paul was one who came up with the motion a couple of weeks back to dismiss this trial altogether. And he felt that the vote would kind of come down around similar margins if it had happened today. So look, you know, obviously there are a lot of deliberations going on right now among senators as to the next steps, how many witnesses potentially could be called, but certainly a lot of angst, a lot of people taken aback here on Capitol Hill.
So, Nicole, you mentioned that Republicans, many of whom you've spoken with, are angry. They were caught off guard. We also heard from Senator Ted Cruz, who says that he believes that the Democratic leadership was also caught off guard and maybe upset by this move by the House impeachment managers. Can you tell us anything about the response from Democrats?
Yeah, we do know that a number of Democrats talking to reporters off camera, you know, as we were watching kind of this pause on the Senate floor happen, a number of them also said they too didn't know that this was coming, like Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey. You know, you had other senators who, you know, felt that this was a very unscripted moment. So again, you know, we saw Democrats huddling on the floor, Republicans huddling on the floor, you know, everyone really at this point just trying to figure things out.
Yeah, it does seem like there is a lot of confusion there on Capitol Hill and a lot of huddling to try and figure out what happens next. And as you mentioned, Nicole, we heard from President Trump's legal team suggesting that Democrats like House Majority Leader Nancy Pelosi should be subpoenaed as well. Do you believe that Democrats will testify in this trial? And what is the strategy behind talking to her?
Oh, well, look, I think, again, it is devolving kind of into a partisan debate right now, and I think the chances of the speaker testifying would likely be slim to none. But on the same token, you know, there are questions about whether Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy should testify potentially, since he was involved in this phone call with the president. So again, you know, you can kind of go tit for tat as to who each side wants to hear from. And, you know, again, at the end of the day, these senators are going to have to work this out. But, you know, at this point, the House impeachment managers team also didn't necessarily show their cards out front, because, quite frankly, we've been asking all week if they've been planning to call witnesses, and they consistently have told us they have no announcements to make, And, of course, today they made a very big one in calling for Congresswoman Herrera Butler.
David, let me bring you back into this conversation because we heard that defense team saying that they want to have their witnesses testify in Philadelphia. How do you see these testimonies potentially playing out? Why would they be in Philadelphia? And as we heard from Senator Cruz, he said, you know, what's fair is if there's going to be a witness called by the Democratic House managers, that Republicans in the defense team could also call for a witness. Would it be an equal number of witnesses? Are there any provisions for that? Tell us a little bit more about how all of this might play out.
So I can certainly understand the Republican senators' frustration about this, because as facts come out, they're generally not good for the former president's case. And the former president's lawyers, to the degree they've made their strongest arguments, they've been about boiling down this case to small elements. You noticed yesterday, they didn't even talk about the period of time between when the president's speech ended and the president tweeted out at 2:38 about the Capitol police officers and standing with them, because in between that time, a lot of really troubling things happened. And now we've learned some other troubling things happened even after that with the call to Representative McCarthy. So I think what's likely to happen, look, the Senate sets the rules, and those rules are set by votes. And the ironic thing right now is if the president, former president, hadn't persisted with the big lie about election fraud and rigging, despite the fact that Georgia had its most secure election, in fact, the entire nation had its most secure election ever in 2020, with multiple counts of the presidential ballots. But for that big lie to the president, former president's own voters in Georgia, the Republicans might have the votes right now in the U.S. Senate, but they don't. And so all of this will be subject to votes. It seems like there is a majority, significant majority, who's working hard across partisan lines to try to be fair about this. I think they're going to determine how many witnesses, perhaps a total maximum of time. These people are not going to go to Philadelphia to some lawyer's office. They're going to be doing this in a way that's convenient to all of them. The normal rules of criminal trials don't apply. The Senate gets to set those rules, and so this is going to be done in a way that's respectful of the witnesses' time, regardless of who's calling them, and there will likely be some very reasonable limits put towards which witnesses testify, how long they take, whether or not they're relevant, and an allowance for things like cross-examination.
Okay. Rebecca, as David and I are discussing these negotiations that are taking place right now, I understand that you actually have some new reporting about these negotiations. What can you tell us?
Up until they come back. Yep.
That's actually be called, who might appear, how the format under which they might appear. As you know, some of the depositions during the Clinton era were taken on video, and Republicans were allowed to watch them in a separate room before making their decision. So one thing that Senator Mike Braun of Indiana told reporters a few minutes ago off the Senate floor was that Republicans were offering to admit an article into evidence in which Herrera Butler describes this call that McCarthy had with the former president, and use that if Democrats will agree to drop their request for her to testify under subpoena. Now, we don't know yet if Democrats have accepted that offer, and indeed, I think that there are a lot of Democrats who would probably like to hear from Herrera Butler herself to get more details on this conversation and to flesh out anything further that they can, because we do know so little.
Sorry, Rebecca. I just want to make sure, because we were having some audio problems at the beginning there. What exactly have the defense team offered up? And sorry, is this an offer from Senate Republicans or from the former president's defense team? And can you tell us exactly what they're offering the House impeachment managers now?
Sure. This is from Senate Republicans. So what's happening right now is not a negotiation between the impeachment managers and the defense team necessarily, although we can assume that broadly Democrats are going to be representing the interests of the impeachment managers and Republicans are going to be representing the interests of the defense team. So Mike Braun, a senator from Indiana, said that Republicans have offered to enter into the record a news article where Herrera Butler described hearing about this call between Minority Leader McCarthy and former President Trump. They would enter that into the record if Democrats agree to drop the request for Herrera Butler to testify. Now, the reason this is a debate between Democrats and Republicans and not necessarily the two lawyers, so to speak, in the case, or the two lawyer teams in the case, is because what needs to happen is the Senate itself needs to come to an agreement on how many witnesses they will hear from and the format in which they will hear from these witnesses. So it's, the impeachment managers have made their request, and part of what's going on, why you see one of the president's allies walking around the Hill with this piece of paper that says they have so far 301 potential witnesses they want to call, is in a way they're trying to intimidate Democrats and say, if you insist on calling this one witness, Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, we're going to try to call these 301 witnesses. This trial is going to drag out for months. It's going to delay confirming more members of President Biden's cabinet and getting through his agenda, including this massive COVID relief package. Now, I don't think no one expects we are going to hear from 301 or 302 witnesses. So they have to come to an agreement on how many they will hear and then move forward with a vote on that specifically. So right now what we're seeing, and why we're seeing all these little groups of bipartisan lawmakers getting together on the Senate floor and talking, is because there's deal making happening. They have to figure out what's going to be amenable to both sides and hopefully reach an agreement that will pass by unanimous consent, so it won't garner an objection from someone in the Senate, which means then they would need to hold votes on it, and that could really slow things down today.
It is an interesting proposal, it seems like, coming from Senator Braun. Nicole, I'd like to get you to weigh in on these negotiations that are happening there at the Capitol right now. Who is controlling things on the Republican side? You were reporting this morning about Minority Leader Mitch McConnell coming forward with this statement. Is he still standing by his desire to acquit President Trump and wrap things up, or are things potentially in flux now?
Well, at this point, we don't have any updates on the minority leader's position, but he was pretty clear in the letter that or email, I should say, that he sent to Republican lawmakers saying that he was planning to vote to acquit based on constitutional grounds, which is an argument that many Republican lawmakers have been making throughout this trial. And he also said that they still have that space to vote their conscience and that the former president can be held accountable in other ways. And again, that is an argument that I have heard a number of senators, for instance, Marco Rubio in particular, echoing in these last couple of days. But, as far as who controls things, yes, control still lies with the minority leader and the majority leader, Chuck Schumer. Remember, they set forth the organization of this trial through an organizing resolution, which has dictated every step of the process, each step of the way. And so ultimately, it will be up to them to try to figure out, again, kind of a path forward once senators reach this consensus that Rebecca just described.
And Nicole, knowing what you do about the members and how things play out there, do you anticipate that Democratic senators will take up Senator Braun's proposal that they just enter into the record this news article? It seems to me to be unlikely, given how much the defense team has disparaged news articles as essentially inadmissible evidence.
I think it's too early to tell, and given the events of the day, I think, none of us can predict what exactly will happen going forward, but it certainly is an interesting proposal, but unclear if it's one the Democrats will entertain.
Yeah, lots of questions right now. I want to bring back in David because Nicole and I were just talking about Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's statement, his email to his fellow Republican members saying that on constitutional grounds he intended to vote to acquit. Can you remind us of this constitutional argument and what the House managers have argued in response to it?
So the constitutional argument goes like this, that the impeachment and conviction and disqualification of a former president is not provided for in the Constitution. It's only you can only do it for an officer who is currently sitting. The problem with that, of course, is that there have been impeachments and convictions of former officers in the past. Disqualification has been used. And of course, his impeachment, Trump's impeachment, did occur while he was still president. And there were some procedural barriers to getting the trial to be held prior to his leaving office, including the fact that the Senate wasn't in session and was unlikely to be called back into session. I think it really, most constitutional scholars, I don't consider myself one of the highest level constitutional scholars, but I've been practicing law for a while. But most constitutional scholars I go to and listen to on both sides of the aisle believe that the argument is much stronger on the side that a former president can, in fact, be impeached and convicted and disqualified from running for future office. And that this is largely just a pretext to avoid many of the Republican senators having to be in the uncomfortable position of having to seem to endorse the conduct of the former president from the entire period of time, spreading the big lie about election fraud through January 6th and even after January 6th. It allows them to kind of rest their case on procedural grounds. I think it's one of the reasons that we now see these negotiations going on and concessions being made by the Republicans to allow these statements to come in at the very least. I think it reflects that, they know the more people that are heard as to what happened on January 6th, the worse it looks for former President Trump. And so they want to try to minimize that time. As much as they talk about bringing 301 witnesses, I think it's very unlikely that they actually would intend to do that, even if the Democrats allowed them, which they absolutely will not.
Potentially hollow threats, those. All right. We are also watching, it looks like Senator Bernie Sanders walk by. It looked like just a little bit ago we saw Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. We have been seeing members of the Senate walking past the Ohio clock there, as many of them actually holding what looks like their lunches, because they're getting ready to restart in just a little bit. And I want to bring in Politico congressional reporter Olivia Beavers to tell us a little bit more about what we expect to see when the Senate resumes.
Well, that's certainly a big question right now. You know, we need to see where the Senate is in making a deal. So you have some Republicans, as you mentioned earlier, talking, and for Democrats, that certainly loses the power of having a witness recount on the record just what she had overheard about McCarthy's phone call with President Trump. And so I'm not sure if that's something that they're going to bite on unless they don't see a way forward. But I'm also having sources asking me, why not get McCarthy to talk? They recognize that he might be, not the most willing witness, but he's at the center of this phone call in question. And I've also heard people proposing Mark Meadows, who is out there pushing this message that Trump responded right away when he could have. But for all of us who were there in that building, there was definitely hours that went by before the president, who has made his entire administration based off of tweeting, waited before he actually said something about telling the rioters to go home. So, there's a lot of questions now being thrown around. There's sort of this Pandora's box. We don't know how many the Senate is going to reach in terms of how many witnesses they want to call in. Senator Cardin also has told some reporters outside the Senate that it could take weeks before they really figure out a plan. So we're really just not sure exactly how the Senate is going to move forward at this moment.
It is interesting, though. It does seem like one thing that the Republican and Democratic leadership is, in fact, united on is the idea that they don't want this to take several months or weeks. Olivia, I want to ask you one more question, though, about Congresswoman Herrera Butler being called to testify. Do we know anything about her willingness to actually participate in the trial?
I think that there's been a scramble. At least my colleagues have been trying to reach out to her office. It's not clear about whether this is something she wants to do. I think that there's the general belief that she's put out this information already publicly and is calling on other people to add to what she's already known and shared. But in terms of whether she would actually agree to it, I don't think we have a firm answer. So that's something that I think we're all waiting to hear. There is a chance that Democrats on the defense team could have reached out to her, given her a warning. If that's the case, we have not heard. But I think that having Congresswoman Herrera Butler come in, they think is also something that will add pressure on McCarthy and other Republicans if they're getting this Republican to recount what she has heard. And just a funny reminder that Liz Cheney, when she made her announcement about choosing to impeach President Trump, said also in one sentence that in the coming months and weeks, we're going to learn a lot more. We're going to learn more about what happened that day. And, I'm curious how many other Republicans knew about this phone call. And the information was technically out in public. We just, the public at large just learned about it, though, yesterday. So it's really just thrown a whole wrench into the trial that we thought was basically going to wrap up today.
Yeah. On that point, Nicole, I'm wondering, because I'm looking at some of our CBS News reports, and it looks like Senator John Hickenlooper, Democrat of Colorado, was asked, is this a mess? And he said the word that should be used is more appropriately deliberating, because this isn't necessarily as crazy, even though it is a surprise to us that things are playing out this way. This isn't necessarily as crazy as it may seem. But when it comes to actually moving forward with some other aspects of the majority leader's agenda, the Biden administration's agenda, COVID relief in particular, how does this extension of the impeachment trial potentially impact those things?
Well, I think right now it's unknown. You know, in the short term, it probably will have little impact because, quite frankly, the House was going to be off. They've been in recess for the past week. They're in recess next week for the President's Day holiday. The Senate was expected to be in recess as well. So, you know, they weren't going to be here on Capitol Hill. The date that we've been watching is February 22nd because that is when they were due to return and expected to get underway with this big COVID relief package. So from that standpoint, you know, if this trial drags out, let's say into next week, again, because they were already due to be off, it probably would not have much of an impact. But if this goes the rest of the month, if this goes for weeks, if it goes for months, absolutely, it will have a tangible impact on President Biden's agenda. And President Biden has been very careful not to say too much about impeachment. The White House as well really saying, you know, this is up to the Senate. This is up to the chamber. We did hear President Biden say on Friday that he had hoped that some of his Republican colleagues, if you will, would stand up. That's really kind of the last that we have heard from him on this front. But we do know that he is anxious to get this COVID relief package moved and passed. We know he also wants a very big infrastructure package. There are still a number of his nominees for various cabinet posts that have yet to be confirmed. So there is still a lot of business at hand that this Congress needs to tend to. So, of course, the longer that this drags on, it will have a very real impact.
Rebecca, I'd like to have you weigh in a little bit on this because as we've been hearing, Democrats and a handful of Republicans, 5 Republicans, I believe, have voted to hear from one witness, the Republican Congresswoman Herrera Beutler. But we are also hearing from the defense team and other members who are aligned with former President Trump that they intend to call potentially 300 witnesses. As Nicole and I were discussing, the nation is looking for members of Congress to do more than just talk about impeachment. They're looking for COVID relief. They're looking for financial relief. They're looking for some very substantial things that affect all of us in our daily lives. Does this potentially work against Republicans if they do seem to try and drag out this impeachment trial and stop the business of the Senate by calling multiple witnesses, not just one for one, but hundreds for one?
Well, politically, the case they're going to make is that the Democrats opened the door to witnesses. They were ready to move on and wrap this whole thing up. But if Democrats are going to call witnesses, then they have to respond in kind. And they really are going to try to put this back on Democrats for the delay. And as we've seen Republicans coming out and talking today, you know, they are very frustrated. Certainly the ones who are going to vote to acquit the former president, which is the vast majority of Republicans in the Senate, they're going to basically make Democrats pay if they insist on calling witnesses. And they're going to do that by not allowing any other business to happen on the floor as this trial drags along. So that's the threat that they're making is you want to call witnesses? Well, then you better kiss the rest of your Democratic legislative agenda goodbye, because it's not going to happen. Now, just to clarify one point on the vote that was taken earlier today, that was to open up a discussion on witnesses and evidence generally and to move forward. So there's no set agreement yet. The Democrats will definitely be able to call Jamie Herrera Beutler. That's part of these negotiations that are happening right now between senators with the input of the managers and the counsel from both sides. We are seeing more senators say that there may be these outlines of the deal where they allow something into the record, maybe written evidence, news articles about Representative Herrera Beutler's position, this conversation between Minority Leader McCarthy and former President Trump that was relayed to her, that's admitted into evidence, and then they're able to move on and wrap things up. So I think there's still many people on the Hill who are holding out hope that they can strike a deal and either hold a vote, this afternoon, or only drag this out for a few more days as they collect some written testimony and then finish this up sooner rather than later. And, certainly that's going to be a pressure point on Democrats because they have made big promises in regards to what they want to accomplish. We are still in the first 100 days of the Biden administration, so there's a lot yet that they want to do. And like you pointed out, this COVID relief package is pressing for many Americans. Those relief checks, that extension of unemployment insurance, money for more vaccinations, that's all critical for many Americans, both their personal financial security and really getting the U.S. economy back on track. So that is going to be certainly a big pressure point for Democrats.
A lot of good clarification there, Rebecca, because we know even the members themselves have been confused about exactly how this procedure is going to play out. David, how difficult will it be to actually... Yeah, uncharted indeed. Remember, there has only been 4 impeachment trials of U.S. presidents. 2 have taken place while I've been at the CBSN news desk. So there are a lot of rules that are being written as we go. David, how difficult will it be to actually get these subpoenas, and when might people testify?
So my expectation is it won't be very difficult. I expect that, at least from the House manager's position, they were talking about only 1 witness being necessary. I suspect there might have already been some outreach to Representative Butler to find out her availability for a Zoom deposition. I think there will be agreement on a limited number of witnesses if witnesses are heard, and they should be relatively easy, particularly in this age of Zoom. Remember, these depositions are normally taken, Mr. Vanderveen was quite correct, in lawyers' offices, and they have to set up video cameras if they're videotaped. But Zoom is actually really convenient. It's a great way to get video that everyone can see and everyone knows how to use it. You don't have to set much up. So I think it could be done very quickly. And it could be done today, could be done this weekend, certainly. And I think there's a high likelihood that everyone is very incentivized to make sure this doesn't go past next week. We also have to remember, Nicole brought this up, and it was a very good point. It's not just the COVID relief bills and other parts of the legislative agenda, but it's also the nominations, and in particular, the Attorney General nominee, Merrick Garland, who I believe is scheduled to come up for hearings at the beginning of the following week, February 22nd, 23rd, 24th, that area of time. So I know everyone wants to move those things quickly on both sides of the aisle, so I expect that they'll come to a very reasonable agreement and get these whatever limited number of witnesses, if there are witnesses, done very quickly.
Merrick Garland always waiting on a confirmation trial. David, I couldn't help but laugh, though, when you said that everybody knows how to use Zoom, remembering Lawyer Cat just taking place last week. So there are some of us who are still figuring out how exactly Zoom works. But I want to ask you another question, because Senator Lindsey Graham tweeted, "It's my firm belief that the House managers are trying to investigate the case after it was brought to the Senate. It's better for the country to go to a final vote." How much is this a valid criticism of House managers that they are now trying to investigate the case after it was brought forward?
It's honestly not at all valid, and I'm sure Senator Graham knows that. I'm sure he's just making a political point on Twitter. The fact is, this was the time when witnesses were supposed to be brought forward. There was new information brought to all of us last night. I don't know about all of the people who are viewing right now, but when I heard that information, I gasped. It was shocking information. The text, the content of that phone call was shocking. It is clearly relevant as to the president's state of mind and explaining any delays. So clearly, I think this is not some kind of game. This is new information that came to light. Sometimes witnesses watch a trial and they see that a piece of testimony is not being made. Remember, the former president's lawyers yesterday said the president was very concerned for the vice president. He didn't know that the vice president was in danger. That was something they opened the door to yesterday. That was not something that they needed to say. And so it's entirely appropriate in a context like this to bring in testimony that comes to light after that might be new. And so certainly if the partisans on either side were reversed, I'm sure Senator Graham would be among the first advocating for testimony here.
And it is worth remembering that he was one of the impeachment managers in the trial against former President Bill Clinton as well. So the partisanship runs pretty deep when it comes to national politics, for sure. Olivia, what are we hearing from members of the Senate at this moment as things are continuing to develop, even as we are having these conversations? Have we learned anything more about whether the majority of Democrats agree with this call for witnesses?
Well, I think one of the interesting things about this is that Chuck Schumer had sort of punted this decision to the impeachment managers. So you'd heard them basically in the days leading up to what happened today saying, we'll defer to the impeachment managers if they want witnesses. So before the senators actually came in, and you can tell that they were probably caught off guard, you had some of the more progressives saying the case has been made. We feel that there's enough information here to convict. That included Senator Elizabeth Warren and other, really progressive members of the Senate. But now you basically have had them with this tagline saying, we'll stand by what the impeachment managers decide to do. So either way, they're kind of just sort of tied to this decision that Raskin made and got the Senate off guard with their decision to ask for witnesses. So that's something that we're definitely hearing is something that they've got caught off guard by. But they're also just tied to this decision that of this talking point that Schumer had given them.
Yeah, it's interesting, and for any of our viewers who are just tuning in now, we've been speaking about this recent development on day 5 of President Trump's second impeachment trial. The House managers have decided that given the reports from Republican Congresswoman Herrera Beaver that they ought to hear from her, and a handful of Republican senators crossed party lines to vote in agreement with the Democrats. And now it looks like witnesses, at least one, will move forward, though we have heard from Republicans that they hope now to also call witnesses, including potentially House Majority Leader Nancy Pelosi. I want to go back over to Nicole Killian, who's right there at the Capitol watching as everything is unfolding. And Nicole, we saw a number of lawmakers on both sides of the aisle really impugn President Trump following the January 6th attacks on the Capitol, including Senator Lindsey Graham, who seemed to say he's had enough. He used the word enough repeatedly on that night when Congress was back in session. But it looks as though that fire has somewhat dwindled as more time has passed. It does look, sorry, I was going to ask you a question about that, but it does look right now like they may be going back into session, so I don't want to miss a moment of it. Nicole, Rebecca, Olivia, David, thank you all. Let's get back to the Senate floor.
Former President's counsel is agreeable to the admission of that public statement into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Castor. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. President. The managers are prepared to enter into the agreement. I will now read the statement. This is the statement of Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, February 12, 2021. In my January 12th statement in support of the article of impeachment, I referenced a conversation House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy relayed to me that he'd had with President Trump while the January 6th attack was ongoing. Here are the details. When McCarthy finally reached the president on January 6th and asked him to publicly and forcefully call off the riot, the president initially repeated the falsehood that it was Antifa that had breached the Capitol. McCarthy refuted that and told the president that these were Trump supporters. That's when, according to McCarthy, the president said, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Since I publicly announced my decision to vote for impeachment, I have shared these details in countless conversations with constituents and colleagues, and multiple times through the media and other public forums. I told it to the Daily News of Longview on January 17th. I've shared it with local county Republican executive board members, as well as other constituents who asked me to explain my vote. I shared it with thousands of residents on my telephone town hall on February 8th. Mr. President, I now move that the Senate admit the statement into evidence.
Objection, and without objection, the statement will be admitted into evidence. And does either party wish to make any further motions related to witnesses or documents at this time?
Mr. President, the President's counsel have no further motions.
Discussion.
And Mr. President, we have no further motions either.
Excuse me. Then the chair would note that neither party wishes to make further motions under Section 6 of Senate Resolution 47. Therefore, the next question is on admission of the evidence submitted by both parties pursuant to Section 8 of the resolution. The majority leaders recommend.
So now, as we move to another matter, I'm advised that the House managers have no objection to the admission of evidence proposed to be admitted by the former President's counsel under the provisions of Section 8 of Senate Resolution 47, and that the President's counsel have no objections to the evidence proposed to be admitted into evidence by the House managers. Pursuant to Section 8 of the resolution, as agreed to by Leader McConnell and myself a few days ago, both parties have made timely filings of this evidence with the Secretary of the Senate and have provided copies to each other. I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Senate dispense with the provisions of Section 8A of Senate Resolution 47 and that the materials submitted by both parties be admitted into evidence subject to the provisions of Section 8C of that resolution, which provides that the admission of this evidence does not constitute a concession by either party as to the truth of the matters asserted by the other party, and that each senator shall decide for him or herself the weight to be given such evidence. This request has the approval of both parties and the Republican leader.
Without objection, is so ordered. Okay, then pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the Senate has provided for up to 4 hours of closing arguments. They'll be equally divided between the managers on the part of the House of Representatives and the counsel for the former president. And pursuant to Rule 22 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate, when sitting on impeachment trials, the argument shall be open and closed on the part of the House of Representatives. So the Chair recognizes Mr. Manager Raskin to begin the presentation on the part of the House of Representatives. Mr. Raskin, under Rule 22, you may reserve time if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, before I proceed, it was suggested by defense counsel that Donald Trump's conduct during the attack, as described in Congresswoman Butler's statement, is somehow not part of the constitutional offense for which former President Trump has been charged. I want to reject that falsehood and that fallacy immediately. After he knew that violence was underway at the Capitol, President Trump took actions that further incited the insurgents to be more inflamed and to take even more extreme, selective, and focused action against Vice President Mike Pence. Former President Trump also, as described by Congressman Butler's notes, refused requests to publicly, immediately, and forcefully call off the riots. And when he was told that the insurgents inside the Capitol were Trump supporters, the president said, quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Think about that for a second. This uncontradicted statement that has just been stipulated as part of the evidentiary record. The president said, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people," meaning the mobsters, the insurrectionists, "are more upset about the election than you are." That conduct is obviously part and parcel of the constitutional offense that he was impeached for, namely incitement to insurrection. That is continuing incitement to the insurrection. The conduct described not only perpetuated his continuing offense, but also provides to us here today further decisive evidence of his intent to incite the insurrection in the first place. When my opposing counsel says that you should ignore the president's actions after the insurrection began, that is plainly wrong. And it, of course, reflects the fact that they have no defense to his outrageous, scandalous, and unconstitutional conduct in the middle of a violent assault on the Capitol that he incited. Senators, think about it for a second. Say you light a fire and you're charged with arson. And the defense counsel says, everything that I did after the fire started is irrelevant. And the court would reject that immediately and say, that's not true at all. It's extremely relevant to whether or not you committed the crime. If you run over and try to put out the flames, if you get lots of water and say, help, help, there's a fire, if you call for help, a court will could infer that you didn't intend for the fire to be lit in the first place. They would accept your defense, perhaps, that it was all an accident. It was an all accident. Accidents happen with fire. But if, on the other hand, when the fire erupts, you go and you pour more fuel on it, you stand by and you watch it gleefully, any reasonable person will infer that you not only intended the fire to start, but that once it got started and began to spread, you intended to continue to keep the fire going. And that's exactly where we are, my friends. Of course your conduct while a crime is ongoing is relevant to your culpability, both to the continuation of the offense, but also directly relevant, directly illuminating to what your purpose was originally. What was your intent? And any court in the land would laugh out of court any criminal defendant who said, what I did after I allegedly killed that person is irrelevant to whether or not I intended to kill them. I mean, come on. Donald Trump's refusal not only to send help, but also to continue to further incite the insurgents against his own vice president. His own vice president provides further decisive evidence of both his intent to start this violent insurrection and his continued incitement once the attack had begun to override the Capitol. All right. Senators, that was in response to this new evidentiary particle that came in. But in my closing, I want to thank you for your remarkable attention and your seriousness of purpose befitting your office. We have offered you overwhelming and irrefutable and certainly unrefuted evidence that former President Trump incited this insurrection against us. To quote the statement Representative Liz Cheney made in January, quote, on January 6, 2021, a violent mob attacked the United States Capitol to obstruct the process of our democracy and stop the counting of presidential electoral votes. This insurrection caused injury, death, and destruction in the most sacred space in our republic. She continued, Representative Cheney continued, much more will become clear in coming days and weeks, but what we know now is enough. The President of the United States summoned this mob, assembled this mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Everything that followed was his doing. None of this would have happened without the president. The president could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. He did not. There has never been a greater betrayal by the President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. I will vote to impeach the president. Representative Cheney was right. She based her vote on the facts, on the evidence, and on the Constitution. And the evidence, the video, documentary, eyewitness has only grown stronger and stronger and more detailed right up till today, right up to 10 minutes ago, over the course of this Senate trial. And I have no doubt that you all noticed that despite the various propaganda reels and so on, President Trump's lawyers have said almost nothing to contest or overcome the actual evidence of former President Trump's conduct that we presented. Much less have they brought their client forward to tell us his side of the story. We sent them a letter last week, which they rejected out of hand. The former president of the United States refused to come and tell us, and I ask any of you, if you were charged with inciting violent insurrection against our country, and you were falsely accused, would you come and testify? I know I would. I'd be there at 7 o'clock in the morning waiting for the doors to open. I'm sure that's true of 100 senators in this room. I hope it's true of 100 senators in this room. Senate was lectured several times yesterday about cancel culture. Well, not even 2 weeks ago, the president's most reliable supporters in the House, I'm sorry, not the president, the former president's most reliable supporters in the House tried to cancel out Representative Cheney because of her courageous and patriotic defense of the Republic and the truth and the Constitution. They tried to strip her of her leading role as chair of the House Republican Conference. But you know what? I hope everybody takes a second to reflect on this. The conference rejected this plainly retaliatory and cowardly attempt to punish her for telling the truth to her constituents and her country and voting for impeachment. Who says you can't stand up against bullies? Who says? In my mind, Liz Cheney is a hero for standing up for the truth and resisting this retaliatory cancel culture that she was subjected to. But she beat them on a vote of 145 to 61, more than 2-to-1 vote. You know, Ben Franklin, a great champion of the Enlightenment, an enemy of political fanaticism and cowardice, and of course another great Philadelphian, once wrote this: I have observed that wrong is always growing more wrong until there is no bearing it anymore, and that right, however opposed, comes right at last. Comes right at last. Think about that. This is America, home of the brave, land of the free. The America of Ben Franklin, who said, if you make yourself a sheep, the wolves will eat you. Don't make yourself a sheep. The wolves will eat you. The America of Thomas Jefferson, who said at another difficult moment, a little patience and we shall see the reign of witches pass over, their spirits dissolve, and the people, recovering their true sight, restore their government to its true principles. The America of Tom Paine, who said, the mind, once enlightened, cannot again become dark. Now, we showed you hour after hour of real-time evidence demonstrating every step of Donald Trump's constitutional crime. We showed you how he indoctrinated the mob with his Orwellian propaganda about how the election he lost by more than 7 million votes and 306 to 232 in the electoral college, which he had described as a landslide when he won by the exact same margin in 2016, was actually a landslide victory for him being stolen away by a bipartisan conspiracy and fraud and corruption. We showed you how 61 courts and 88 judges, federal, state, local, trial, appellate, from the lowest courts in the land to the United States Supreme Court across the street, and 8 federal judges he himself named to the bench, all found no basis in fact or law for his outlandish and deranged inventions and concoctions about the election. In the meantime, President Trump tried to bully state-level officials to commit a fraud on the public by literally finding votes. We examined the case study of Georgia, where he called to threaten Republican Brad Raffensperger to find him 11,780 votes. That's all he wanted, he said. 11,780 votes. Don't we all? 11,780 votes. That's all he wanted to nullify Biden's victory and to win the election. Raffensperger ended up with savage death threats against him and his family, telling him he deserved a firing squad. Another election official urged Trump to cut it out or people would get hurt and killed. A prescient warning indeed. Raffensperger ended up saying that he and his family supported Donald Trump, gave him money, and now Trump threw us under the bus. We saw what happened in Lansing, Michigan, with the extremist mob he cultivated, which led to 2 shocking Capitol sieges and a criminal conspiracy by extremists to kidnap and likely assassinate Governor Whitmer. We saw him trying to get state legislatures to disavow and overthrow their popular election results and replace them with Trump electors. We showed you the process of summoning the mob, reaching out, urging people to come to Washington for a wild time. As we celebrate President's Day on Monday, imagine, is there another president in our history who would urge supporters to come to Washington for a wild time? You saw how he embraced the violent extremist elements like the Proud Boys, who were told in a nationally televised presidential candidate debate to stand back and stand by, which became their official slogan as they converged on Washington with other extremist and seditious groups and competed to be the lead stormtroopers of the attack on this building. You saw the assembly of the mob on January 6th, and how beautiful that angry mob must have looked to Donald Trump as he peered down from the lectern with the seal of the President of the United States of America emblazoned on it. That crowd was filled with extremists in tactical gear, armed to the teeth and ready to fight, and other brawling MAGA supporters. All of them saying, "Stop the steal right now." And he said he was going to march with them to the Capitol, even though the permit for the rally specifically forbade a march. But he said he would march with them, giving them more comfort that what they were doing was legitimate. It was okay. But of course, he stayed back as he presumably didn't want to be too close to the action at the Capitol, as the lawyers called it. Not an insurrection, they urged us yesterday. It's an action. He didn't want to be too close to the action when all hell was about to break loose. Now, incitement, as we've discussed, requires an inherently fact-based evidentiary inquiry. And this is what we did. We gave you many hours of specific factual details about, to use Congresswoman Cheney's words, how the president summoned the mob, assembled the mob, incited it, lit the match, sending them off to the Capitol, where they thought, as they yelled out, that they'd been invited by the President of the United States. And then, of course, they unleashed unparalleled violence against our overwhelmed and besieged but heroic police officers, who you thoughtfully honored yesterday when the officers got in their way as they entered the Capitol at the behest of the President of the United States to stop the steal. Now, I'm convinced most senators must be convinced by this overwhelming and specific detail, because most Americans are. But say you still have your doubts. You think the president really thought that he was sending his followers to participate in a peaceful, nonviolent rally, the kind that might have been organized by Julian Bond, who my distinguished opposing counsel brought up, Ella Baker, Bob Moses, our late beloved colleague John Lewis, for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Maybe the president really thought this was going to be like the March on Washington organized by Bayard Rustin and Dr. Martin Luther King, who said nonviolence is the answer to the crucial moral and political questions of our time. So let's say you're still flirting with the idea that Donald Trump's conduct was totally appropriate, as he proclaimed right off the bat, and he's the innocent victim of a mass accident or a catastrophe like a fire or a flood, as we were invited to frame it on our opening day by distinguished co-counsel or opposing counsel. And you think, maybe we're just looking for somebody to blame for this nightmare and catastrophe that has befallen the Republic. We're just looking for someone to blame. Well, here's the key question then in resolving your doubts, if you're in that category. How did Donald Trump react when he learned of the violent storming of the Capitol and the threats to senators, members of the House, and his own vice president, as well as the images he saw on TV of the pummeling and beating and harassment of our police officers? Did he spring into action to stop the violence and save us? Did he even wonder about his own security, since an out-of-control anti-government mob could come after him too? Did he quickly try to get in touch with or denounce the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the rally organizers, the Save America rally organizers, and everyone on the extreme right, to tell them that this was not what he had in mind? It was a big mistake. Call it off, call it off, call it off, as Representative Gallagher begged him to do on national television? No. He delighted in it. He reveled in it. He exulted in it. He could not understand why the people around him did not share his delight. And then a long period of silence ensued while the mob beat the daylights out of police officers and invaded this building, as you saw on security footage, and proceeded to hunt down Vice President Mike Pence as a traitor and denounced and cursed Speaker Pelosi, both of whom you heard mob members say they wanted to kill. They were both in real danger. And our government could have been thrown into absolute turmoil without the heroism of our officers and the bravery and courage of a lot of people in this room. Here's what Republican Representative Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio said. He's a former pro football player. We are imploring the president to help, to stand up, to help defend the United States Capitol and the United States Congress, which is under attack. We are begging, essentially, and he was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And as I've emphasized this morning, that dereliction of duty, that desertion of duty was central to his incitement of insurrection and inextricable from it. Inextricable. Bound together. It reveals his state of mind that day, what he was thinking as he provoked the mob to violence and further violence. It shows how he perpetuated his continuing offense on January 6th, his course of conduct charged in the article of impeachment, as he further incited the mob during the attack, aiming it at Vice President Mike Pence himself, while failing to quell it in either of his roles as Commander-in-Chief or his real role that day, Inciter-in-Chief. And it powerfully demonstrates that the ex-president knew, of course, that violence was foreseeable, that it was predictable and predicted. That day, since he was not surprised and not horrified, no, he was delighted. And through his acts of omission and commission that day, he abused his office by siding with the insurrectionists at almost every point, rather than with the Congress of the United States, rather than with the Constitution. In just a moment, my colleague, Mr. Cicilline, will address President Trump's conduct, his actions and inactions, his culpable state of mind during the attack, as he will establish yesterday's explosive revelations about House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's desperate call to Trump and Trump's truly astounding reaction confirm that Trump was doing nothing to help the people in this room or this building. It's now clear beyond doubt that Trump supported the actions of the mob, and so he must be convicted. It's that simple. When he took the stage on January 6th, he knew exactly how combustible the situation was. He knew there were many people in the crowd who were ready to jump into action, to engage in violence at any signal that he needed them to fight like hell to stop the steal. And that's exactly what he told them to do. Then he aimed them straight here, right down Pennsylvania at the Capitol, where he told them that the steal was occurring, that is, the counting of the Electoral College votes. And we all know what happened next. They attacked this building, they disrupted the peaceful transfer of power, they injured and killed people, convinced that they were acting on his instructions and with his approval and protection. And while that happened, he further incited them while failing to defend us. If that's not ground for conviction, if that's not a high crime and misdemeanor against the Republic in the United States of America, then nothing is. President Trump must be convicted for the safety and security of our democracy and our people. Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, as we've demonstrated, there is overwhelming evidence that President Trump incited the violence and knew violence was foreseeable on January 6th. He knew that many in the crowd were posed for violence at his urging. And in fact, many in the sea of thousands in the crowd were wearing body armor and helmets and holding sticks and flagpoles. And then he not only provoked that very same crowd, but aimed them at the Capitol. He literally pointed at this building, at us, during his speech. He pointed to the building where Congress was going to certify the election results and where he knew the vice president himself was presiding over the process. Now, no one is suggesting that President Trump intended every detail of what happened on January 6th. But when he directed the sea of thousands before him, who were reportedly ready to engage in real violence, when he told that crowd to fight like hell, he incited violence targeted at the Capitol, and he most certainly foresaw it. My colleague, Manager Dean, will stand up after me and walk you through the overwhelming evidence that supports those claims. I want to start, though, by talking about what happened after that. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about what the president knew and when he knew it. There are certain things that we do not know about what the president did that day, because the president, that is former President Trump, has remained silent about what he was doing during one of the bloodiest attacks on our Capitol since 1812. Despite a full and fair opportunity to come forward, he's refused to come and tell his story. As Manager Raskin said, we would all do that. In fact, I would insist on it. If I were accused of a grave and serious crime that I was innocent of, I would demand the right to tell my side of the story. President Trump declined. But there are certain facts that are undisputed, that we know to be true despite the president's refusal to testify, which his counsel either ignored entirely or didn't and couldn't dispute. Before I go to those facts, let me quickly just touch on a few things. First, President Trump and his counsel have resorted to arguments that the evidence presented was somehow manufactured or hidden from them. And I want to be very clear about this because this is important. In terms of the timing of when they received materials here, defense counsel had access to all materials when they were entitled to have them under Senate Resolution 47, and they cannot and have not alleged otherwise. As to their desperate claim that evidence was somehow manufactured, they have not alleged that one tweet from their client was actually inaccurate, nor can they. We got these tweets, which are, of course, statements from the former president, from a public archive, and they are all correct. You also know the president's claims about evidence being manipulated also are untrue because they didn't even object to the introduction of the evidence when they had the opportunity to do so. So I hope we can now set those issues aside and turn to the facts of this case and really set the record straight about the undisputed facts in this case, about what the president knew that day and when he knew it. And at the outset, let me say this. As you may recall, in direct response to a question yesterday, President Trump's counsel stated, and I quote, "At no point was the president informed the vice president was in any danger," end quote. As we walk through these undisputed facts, you will see quite clearly that is simply not true. As you can see here, from just after 12 p.m. to just before 2 p.m., President Trump delivered his statements at the rally, which incited an initial wave of riot protesters coming down to the Capitol. And his speech was still ongoing, and you saw the evidence of people broadcasting that on their phones. He finished his speech at about 1:11 p.m., at which point a much larger wave surged toward us here at the Capitol, ripping down scaffolding and triggering calls for law enforcement assistance. 30 minutes later, at 1:49 p.m., as the violence intensified, President Trump tweeted a video of his remarks at the rally with the caption, quote, "Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about," end quote. During the half hour following that tweet, the situation here drastically deteriorated. Insurrectionists breached the Capitol barriers, then its steps, then the complex itself. By 2:12, the insurrectionist mob had overwhelmed the police and started their violent attack on the Capitol. And as you all know, this attack occurred and played out on live television. Every major network was showing it. We've shown you during the course of this trial, side by side, exactly what the president would have seen on TV or his Twitter account. We've also shown you that he would have seen around 2:12 p.m. images of Vice President Pence being rushed off the Senate floor. Now, I won't replay all of that for you, but for timing purposes, here's the footage reacting to Vice President Pence leaving the floor.
No audio. They just cut out. It looks like they and sometimes the Senate
like they just ushered Mike Pence out really quickly.
Yes, they did. That's exactly what just happened there. They ushered Mike Pence out. They moved him fast. I saw the motions too.
Defense counsel seems to suggest that somehow the president of the United States was not aware of this. That the president had no idea that his vice president had been evacuated from the Senate floor for his safety because violent rioters had broken into the Capitol with thousands more coming, and with the Capitol Police completely overwhelmed. This was on live television. So defense counsel is suggesting that the president of the United States knew less about this than the American people. This is just not possible. That the Secret Service failed to mention that his vice president was being rushed from the Senate for his own protection. That nobody in the White House thought to alert him. That none of our law enforcement agencies raised a concern to the commander-in-chief that the vice president was being evacuated from the Senate floor as a violent mob assaulted the Capitol. That simply cannot be. And with each passing minute on the timeline of events on January 6th, it grows more and more inconceivable. Let's continue forward in time. Between 2:12 to 2:24, the Senate recessed. Speaker Nancy Pelosi was ushered off the floor. The Capitol Police announced a breach and a lockdown, and the insurrectionist mob began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And it was unfolding on live TV in front of the entire world. So again, let me ask you, does it strike you as credible that nobody, not a single person, informed the president that his vice president had been evacuated, or that the president didn't glance at the television or his Twitter account and learn about the events that were happening? Remember, this was the day of the Electoral College. Remember his obsession with stopping the certification. It's just not credible that the president at no point knew his vice president was in this building and was in real danger. Senators, I submit to you these facts. This timeline is undisputed. At 2:24 p.m., after rioters breached the barriers, after calls for assistance, after rioters stormed the building, after Vice President Pence was rushed from the Senate floor, and just before Vice President Pence was further evacuated for his safety, President Trump decided to attack his own vice president on Twitter. The undisputed facts confirm that not only must President Trump have been aware of the vice president's danger, but he still sent out a tweet attacking him, further inciting the very mob that was in just a few feet of him inside of this very building. The vice president was there with his family. He was in danger for his life. They were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and had erected a noose outside. And as we've shown, the mob responded to President Trump's attack instantly. The tweet was read aloud on a bullhorn, if you remember that video. Insurrectionists began chanting again about Mike Pence. And in those critical moments, we see President Trump engaging in a dereliction of his duty by further inciting the mob in real time to target the vice president with knowledge that the insurrection was ongoing. And that's, of course, included in the conduct charged in this article of impeachment. The former president's counsel's suggestion otherwise is completely wrong. His further incitement is impeachable conduct that continued during the course of this assault itself, and it's part of the constitutional crime and was entirely and completely a part of his indefensible failure to protect the Congress. Now, there's been some confusion as to the phone call I referenced with Senator Lee. So I want to be clear about certain facts that are not in dispute. First, Senator Lee has confirmed that the call occurred at 2:26 p.m., so I've added that to the timeline above. Remember, by this phone call, the vice president has just been evacuated on live television for his own safety. And Donald Trump had, after that, tweeted an attack on him, which the insurgents read on a bullhorn. And a few minutes after Donald Trump's tweet, he didn't reach out to check on the vice president's safety. He called a senator to ask about delaying the certification. The call was interrupted. As Senator Tuberville has since explained, and I quote, "I looked at the phone and it said the White House on it. I said, hello. The president said a few words. I said, Mr. President, they're taking the vice president out and they want me to get off the phone and I've got to go," end quote. That was his second evacuation that day. A minute later, live feeds documented the insurgents chanting, "Mike Pence is a traitor." At this point, even if somehow he'd missed it earlier, it's inconceivable that the former president, was unaware that the vice president was in danger. And what does the president do after hearing that? Does he rush to secure the Capitol? Does he do anything to quell the mob? Does he call his vice president to check on his safety? We all know the answer to those questions too. There can be no dispute. He took none of those steps, not a single one. Even after learning that senators were being evacuated and that Vice President Pence had also been evacuated, he did nothing to help the vice president. And here's some more evidence that we've since learned. At some point over the following 30 minutes, President Trump spoke to Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. And as Representative Jamie Herrera Butler has revealed, evidence that now has been stipulated as part of the evidentiary record. In that conversation, Kevin McCarthy is pleading with the former president to do something. He first tries to assign the blame to another group, and Leader McCarthy says, "No, these are your supporters, Mr. President." And what does the president say in response? Not, "I'll send people right away. I didn't realize you were in danger." He says, "Well, Kevin," and I quote, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are," end quote. I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are. The president, just as he conveyed in that tweet at 6:01, was essentially saying, you got what you deserve. Let me say that again. Not only was the president fully aware of the vice president's situation and the situation that we were all in when he was asked for help, when he was asked to defend the Capitol less than 30 minutes after inciting this violence against his own vice president, President Trump refused that request for assistance. And he told us why. His singular focus, stopping the certification of the election of his opponent. He incited the violence to stop the certification. He attacked the vice president and further incited the insurrection to pressure the vice president to stop the certification. He called Senator Tuberville to stop the certification, and he refused to send help to Congress. And this Congress and the vice president of the United States were in mortal danger because he wanted to stop the certification. And he did these things, attacking the vice president, calling Senator Tuberville, refusing Representative McCarthy's request, with full knowledge of the violent attack that was underway at that point. He chose retaining his own power over the safety of Americans. I can't imagine more damning evidence of his state of mind. The call ended with a screaming match interrupted by violent rioters breaking through the windows of Representative McCarthy's office. Senators, the president knew this was happening, He didn't do anything to help his vice president or any of you or any of the brave officers and other employees serving the American people that day. His sole focus was stealing the election for himself. And he apparently has still not thought of anyone else. According to more new facts revealed last night, the vice president's team does not agree with the president's counsel or the president's counsel's assessment either. The report, and I quote, says, Pence's team does not agree with the Trump lawyer's assessment that Trump was concerned about Pence's safety. Trump didn't call him that day or for 5 days after that. No one else on Trump's team called as Pence was evacuated to one room in another with screaming mob nearby.
Objection, this is not in evidence. Objection, this is not in evidence. If you wanted a stipulation to this,
the counsel will sit down.
Senators, remember when
the chair has no way of knowing what materials evidence or not. The counsel for the president will have a chance to speak. And the chair will consider the issue.
Senators, remember, as one of you said during this attack, they could have killed us all. Our staff, the officers protecting all of us, everyone. And President Trump not only incited it, but continued inciting it as it occurred with attacks on his vice president, and then willfully refused to defend us, furthering his provocation and incitement by the mob, siding with the mob, siding with the violent insurrectionists, criminals who killed and injured police officers sworn to protect us because they were, quote, more upset about the election than Leader McCarthy. Those facts are undisputed. President Trump has not offered any evidence or any argument to disprove them. His lawyers almost entirely ignored these facts in their short presentation. We have only his counsel's false claim yesterday that, quote, at no point was the president informed that the vice president was in any danger, end quote. A claim that is refuted not just by common sense, but by the timeline you have seen and also the vice president's legal team. So there can be no doubt that at the moment we most needed a president to preserve, protect, and defend us, President Trump instead willfully betrayed us. He violated his oath. He left all of us and officers like Eugene Goodman to our own devices against an attack he had incited and he alone could stop. That is why he must be convicted. And I'd like to conclude by making one final point that follows directly from what I just discussed. Our case and the article of impeachment before you absolutely includes President Trump's dereliction of duty on January 6th. His failure as insider-in-chief to immediately quell or call off the mob, his failure as commander-in-chief to immediately do everything in his power to secure the Capitol, that is a further basis on which to convict, and there can be no doubt of that. The ongoing constitutional misconduct is like any continuing offense, and the proof of that is overwhelming. Most directly, his dereliction of duty offers conclusive, irrefutable evidence that he acted willfully as we charge. He wasn't furious or sad or shocked like virtually everyone else in America. He was reported by those around him as delighted. Rather than rush to our aid or demand his mob retreat, he watched the attack on TV and praised the mob to Leader McCarthy as more loyal to him, more upset about the election, and that was all that mattered. His reaction is also further evidence of his intent. He acted exactly the way a person would act if they had indeed incited the mob to violence to stop the steal. Moreover, as I've shown, President Trump's dereliction and desertion of duty includes his decision to further incite the mob, even as he failed to protect us. While the mob hunted Vice President Pence in these very halls, he attacked Vice President Pence. While he tried to stop the steal, he spread the big lie. We all saw how his mob responded in real time. This further incitement was part of his dereliction of duty, was also part of his course of conduct, encouraging and provoking the mob to violence. President Trump's dereliction of duty also highlights how foreseeable the attack was to him. In his tweet just after 6 p.m., he said, and I quote, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long." This tweet continued his endorsement of the attack, his failure to condemn it, his desertion of duty. But it also reveals his view that this was, of course, what would happen when Congress refused his demand to reject the election that he continued to tell his supporters was stolen and he had actually won in a landslide. Again, he wasn't surprised. He saw this as a predictable result of his repeated demands that his followers stop the steal by any means possible. This was all connected. His dereliction of duty, his desertion of duty was part and parcel of the crime charged in the impeachment. And it's certainly a basis on which to vote for conviction. If you believe that he willfully refused to defend us and the law enforcement officers fighting to save us, and that he was delighted by the attack, and that he saw it as a natural result of his call to stop the steal, and that he continued to incite and target violence as the attack unfolded, we respectfully submit you must vote to convict and disqualify so that the events of January 6th can never happen again in this country.
Mr. President.
I'd like to call up Ms. Dean.
Mr. President, I've got a point of order. Mr. President, moments ago, House Manager Cicilline reported again.
The senator will withhold. I'm advised by the parliamentarian that debate is not in order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair that debate is not in order because this is not debate. He said something that's not true.
An absence of quorum has been suggested.
There's clearly a quorum, sir.
And the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Consent to suspend the quorum call.
Is there objection? Their objection is heard.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
We continue following the things that are unveiling themselves there in the Senate. We are on day 5 of the Trump impeachment trial. House managers were giving their closing arguments. We had just heard from House Manager Raskin that he was calling Ms. Dean to give her closing remarks when a point of order was called by Mike Lee of Utah, the senator from Utah. He was contending that something that he had heard from House Manager Cicilline, who was articulating the timeline, was not in fact true. The president, Senator Leahy of the Senate procedure, said that this was time then to call quorum, which is a roll call of the senators who are currently present. And that is what is going on right now. The clerk is calling roll, and senators are gathering most often with their respective parties. We are seeing there in part of the camera, it looks like Republican members. It's a small camera and it's not a very good angle, but that there is discussion. Then you can see on the left, Democratic members, it appears. Democratic and Republican members getting together, discussing what should happen next as this quorum call is continuing. If you had tuned in earlier today, you would have seen a moment of surprise as a handful of Republicans crossed party lines to vote with Democrats in support of calling for witnesses. A counteroffer was made during the lunch break that instead of calling for witnesses, that the testimony of Congresswoman Herrera Butler would be instead entered into the record. That took place. So it looked like closing arguments were then going to proceed with the trial wrapping up rather rapidly. But at this moment, obviously, with this point of order being called by Senator Lee, there is now another quorum call, which is another opportunity for the two parties to get together with their members and talk through strategy. We're going to continue following all of this. For now, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
I'm Lana Zach, and welcome back. I'm Lana Zach. We have been following day 5 of the second impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump. We had been listening to House managers make their closing arguments when the proceedings were stalled after an objection, a point of order, by Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Quorum has now been called. As you can see, that is an opportunity for Republicans and Democrats to huddle within their caucuses, and then also a little bit of shuttle diplomacy going back and forth as they're trying to wrap things up. Earlier today, there was a bit of drama, and for a discussion of all of that, I want to bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian. Nicole, first of all, let's start off by just having us understand what is going on right now there on the Senate floor.
Well, a lot has transpired since we last talked, right? So we did think that there was the potential for witnesses to be called, but when the Senate did proceed, they actually decided to enter this statement from Congresswoman Herrera Butler into the record, and this was about a phone call between the former president and Minority Leader McCarthy over in the House. And so once that decision was made to put it into the record and no longer have her come to testify in some capacity as a witness, we then saw them move into the next phase of the trial, which is closing arguments. That started with Jamie Raskin, the lead impeachment manager, and then much like we saw during the opening arguments of this trial, they have divvied up portions of the closing arguments among each of the managers. So David Cicilline of Rhode Island was up delivering his presentation, and he was going through a timeline of what transpired on the day of the 6th, from the rally to, when the breach started to happen, to when the vice president was evacuated from the Capitol. And then he got to this portion of the timeline where there were these calls from the former president to lawmakers, to Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville, as well as Utah Senator Mike Lee. And so he put that up on the timeline. And then in the course of that presentation, we saw Senator Lee object. And this is something that Senator Lee did just a couple of days ago because he felt that the call was misrepresented and that the statements that were made about him were false. Now, in terms of that timeline, the former president was actually trying to reach Alabama Senator Tuberville, but instead got Senator Lee. And so, again, this was all kind of detailed in this timetable that Cicilline put forth. So, again, we had Senator Lee objecting once again about this being referenced. And so consequently, as a result, we saw the presiding officer of Vermont Senator Patrick Leahy, in essence, kind of call this trial to a halt. They're now in a quorum call where they're now deliberating amongst themselves to once again kind of figure out what to do. We expect, obviously, that these closing arguments would resume, but pretty unusual that a senator would stand up and object in the midst of these closing arguments. So, again, hopefully we'll come to some resolution in short order, but that, in essence, is what's happening on the floor right now. And it looks like the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, is talking.
Yes, let's go ahead. We see that it looks like they are now resuming their proceedings. Let's go ahead and listen back in to the Senate.
The evidentiary record is closed. S-Res 47 described the scope of those things not admitted to evidence. as those referenced in trial. New evidence is not permitted in closing argument. References to such new evidence will be stricken. Addition. The House managers have the floor if they wish to resume. House managers.
Mr. President,
House manager.
esteemed senators, good afternoon. We are grateful for your kind attention this week as we engaged in a process formulated and put to paper by the founders in my home city of Philadelphia, which is getting its fair share of attention this week, in 1787, 234 years ago. My colleague, Mr. Cicilline, addressed the importance of the President's dereliction of duty. I will focus on three specific aspects of this case, which the defense have raised questions about. First, the defense suggests that this was just one speech, and one speech cannot incite insurrection. And the defense suggested, because the attack was pre-planned by some insurrectionists, Donald Trump is somehow not culpable. Both of these things are plainly not true, nor are they what we allege. So let's be clear. We are not suggesting that Donald Trump's January 6th speech by itself incited the attack. We have shown that his course of conduct leading up to and including that speech incited the attack. The defense is correct that the insurrection was pre-planned. That supports our point. We argued, and the evidence overwhelmingly confirms, that Donald Trump's conduct over many months incited his supporters to believe, one, his big lie, that the only way he could lose was if the election was rigged. Two, that to ensure the election would not be stolen, to prevent the fraud, they had to stop the steal. And three, they had to fight to stop the steal, or they would not have a country anymore. This conduct took time, and it culminated in Donald Trump sending a save the date on December the 19th, 18 days before the attack, telling his base exactly when, where, and who to fight. And while he was doing this, he spent $50 million from his legal defense fund to simultaneously broadcast his message to stop the steal over all major networks. Donald Trump invited them, he incited them, then he directed them. Here are a few clips that will help bring that story to light.
Can you give a direct answer? You will accept the election?
I have to see. Look, I have to see. No, I'm not going to just say yes. And this election will be the most rigged election in history. This is going to be the greatest election disaster in history. And the only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election. That's right. It's a rigged election. It's the only way we're going to lose.
Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transfer of power?
We want to get rid of the ballots, and we'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation. It's the only way that's the only way we're going to lose, is if there's mischief, and it'll have to be on a big scale. So be careful.
But this will be one of the greatest most fraudulent elections ever.
We're not going to let this election be taken away from us. That's the only way they're going to win it. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election. And we can't let that happen. You can't let another person steal that election from you. All over the country, people are together in holding up signs, "Stop the steal." If we don't root out the fraud, the tremendous and horrible fraud that's taken place in our 2020 election, we don't have a country anymore. We cannot allow a completely fraudulent election to stand. We're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now. If you don't fight to save your country with everything you have, you're not going to have a country left. We will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, we will never, ever surrender. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country, and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Our point is this was not one speech. This was a deliberate, purposeful effort by Donald Trump over many months that resulted in the well-organized mob's attack on January the 6th. That brings me to my second point, the violence. Defense counsel argues that there is no way that Donald Trump could have known what would happen. Yet, we are not suggesting, nor is it necessary for us to prove that Donald Trump knew every detail of what would unfold on January the 6th, or even how horrible and deadly the attack would become. But he did know. As he looked out on that sea of thousands in front of him, some wearing body armor and helmets, others carrying weapons, that the result would be violence. The evidence is overwhelming. The evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates this. A few points on this. Donald Trump knew the people he was inciting leading up to January the 6th. He saw the violence they were capable of. He had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging supporters of violence, never condemning it. It is not a coincidence that those same people, the Proud Boys, the organizer of the Trump Caravan, the supporters and speakers at the 2nd Million MAGA March, all showed up on January the 6th. And Donald Trump's behavior was different. This was not just a comment by an official or a politician fighting for a cause. This was months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, praising that violence, and then leading that violence, that rage, straight to a joint session of Congress where he knew his vice president was presiding. And Donald Trump had warnings about the crowd in front of him on January 6th. There were detailed posts online of attack plans. Law enforcement warned that these posts were real threats and even made arrests in the days leading up to the attack. There were credible reports that many would be armed and ready to attack the Capitol. Despite these credible warnings of serious, dangerous threats to our Capitol, when the crowd was standing in front of the president, ready to take orders and attack, he said, "We're going to the Capitol, and we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." Here's a short clip.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Welcome to the Red Kingdom. Yeah. Red Kingdom. Welcome to the.
It is something. Do you see the way our people, they were protecting his bus yesterday because they're nice. So his bus, they had hundreds of cars. Trump and the American flag. That's it. You see Trump and American flag.
And the 1st Million MAGA March, we promised that if the GOP would not do everything in their power to keep Trump in office, then we would destroy the GOP. And as we gather here in Washington, D.C. for a second Million MAGA March, we're done making promises. It has to happen now. We are going to destroy the GOP.
Let's go! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP!
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Senators, the violence on January the 6th was demonstrably foreseeable. Trump even said so himself at 6:01 p.m. the day of the attack. The last thing he said before he went to sleep, quote, "These are the things that happened," end quote. He foresaw this, and he admitted as much. That brings me to my final point, the insurrectionists. Defense counsel has suggested these people came here on their own. The defense brief states that the insurrectionists, quote, "did so for their own accord and for their own reasons and are being criminally prosecuted." It is true that some insurrectionists are being prosecuted, but it is not true that they did so of their own accord and for their own reasons. The evidence makes clear the exact opposite, that they did this for Donald Trump, at his invitation, at his direction, at his command. They said this before the attack, during the attack. They said it after the attack. Leading up to January the 6th, in post after post, the president's supporters confirmed this was for Donald Trump. It was at his direction. One supporter wrote, and I quote, "If Congress illegally certifies Biden, Trump would have absolutely no choice but to demand us to storm the Capitol and kill/beat them up for it." They even say publicly, openly, and proudly that President Trump would help them commandeer the National Guard. So all they have to do is overwhelm 2,000 Capitol Police officers. During his speech on January the 6th, Trump supporters chanted his words back to him. They even live tweeted his commands, as Ms. DeGette showed you. During the attack, the insurrectionists at the Capitol chanted Donald Trump's words from his tweets, rallies, and from the speech of the 6th. They held signs that said and chanted, "Fight for Trump, stop the steal." They read his tweets over bullhorns, amplifying his demands. Another rioter, while live streaming the insurrection from the Capitol, said, quote, "He'll be happy, we're fighting for Trump." What's more, the insurrectionists were not hiding. They believed they were following the orders from our commander-in-chief. They felt secure enough in the legitimacy of their actions to take selfies, to post photos and videos on social media. After the attack, rioter after rioter confirmed this too. Jenna Ryan, who was later accused for her role in the insurrection, said, quote, "I thought I was following my president. I thought we were following what we were called to do." And President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th. When it became clear that Donald Trump would not protect them, some of his supporters said they felt duped. They felt tricked. Listen to some of this evidence.
And even if they think for a second that they're going to get away with it today, they got another thing coming. Because today is just a day. And today is just the beginning. They haven't seen a resistance until they have seen a patriot fight for their country.
If you died today. Parties will withhold.
This is crooked.
The parties will withhold.
It is in the record.
The evidentiary record is closed. S. 47 describes the scope of those things admitted into evidence as those referenced in trial. New evidence is not permitted in closing argument. References to such new evidence will be stricken. Who yields time?
Mr. President, the statement was in evidence, the slide was not, so we will withdraw the slide. But the statement was in evidence. They told you themselves they were following the president's orders. And you'll see something clearly. Donald Trump knew who these people were. As the slide shows, the people he cultivated, whose violence he praised, were all there on January the 6th. The Proud Boys who Donald Trump told to stand back and stand by in September of 2020. Keith Lee, organizer of the Trump caravan that tried to drive the Biden campaign bus off the road. Katrina Pearson, the speaker at the 2nd Million MAGA March. They were all there. The video you're about to see is in the record.
The last one, too. The one he objected to is in the record.
Oh, correction. The record did include appropriately the last video. So we will keep that in the record, and I will keep it in my closing remarks.
True. Never saw it.
Can we play the next video?
They don't even know what they put in. It's not plays. They don't even know what they put in.
So we're going to make them, we're going to have them show us what's in the record when these statements are the transcripts of the videos are in the record. The videos actually which form does the record take? I got it all. It has a reference. Okay. All right. Well, can you show us where that is so we can be done with this? Okay. Someone show us where that is so we can stop doing this? Yes. Yeah. Andrew? No, I have it memorized. These things are in.
What you're watching now is what appears to be, by my count, the third time that House managers' closing arguments have been stalled. The objection, again, as it had been previously, is about new information, which, as the president presiding over the impeachment proceedings, Senator Patrick Leahy, has said is not permissible in closing arguments. House managers have said that this is not new evidence, but in fact evidence that they had previously presented. Nonetheless, it is now another opportunity for Republicans and Democrats to sort of hash things out in these final moments of the impeachment trial. We are going to continue watching all of this. And as you can see, from the body language, it almost seems like it's getting a bit more heated every time we see this happen. I want to bring back in our congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian, who's right there at the Capitol watching all of this unfold. Nicole, what more can you tell us about this? And in particular, what is the strategy that is being offered here?
Well, look, I think we're all still trying to figure it out. I mean, what it appears just happened is that you had Congresswoman Madeleine Dean, who, again, one of the impeachment managers, kind of giving one portion of the closing arguments here. And so she put forth a slide that appeared to be new evidence. So you heard Patrick Leahy again, who is the president pro tem, the presiding officer in this trial, say, that you can't put forth any new evidence. And she said that the statement she was making was already in evidence, but that slide was not. And this was in the context of talking about some of the former president's actions in the run-up to January 6th. So, for instance, she was talking about, she was making the point that this all started with a big lie in their view, that for months the former president had been perpetuating this lie that the election could be stolen, and if he lost, the only way would be if the election were rigged. And so they played all these different statements from the former president, from interviews, from rallies. Then she went into the point talking about the former president may not have known every detail about what was going to happen on the 6th, but that he in essence knew. And it sounds like Patrick Leahy might be convening things back to order, so I'll throw it back to you, Lana.
Thank you, Nicole. And we continue to watch as Representative Madeleine Dean, one of the House impeachment managers, looks like she is ready to begin to recommence her closing arguments. Of course, as you mentioned, they have been stalled repeatedly. Let's listen now to Senator Patrick Leahy.
Of all the trials I have ever been a part of, this is certainly one of them. As the slides show, the people he cultivated, whose violence he praised, were all there on January the 6th. The Proud Boys who Donald Trump told to stand back and stand by in September of 2020. Keith Lee, the organizer of the Trump caravan that tried to drive the Biden campaign bus off the road. Katrina Pearson, the speaker at the 2nd Million MAGA March. They were all there. Here is one final clip, also submitted in the record.
That's what we fucking need, to have 30,000 guns on here. That's true. That's what we need.
Senators, some of the insurrectionists are facing criminal charges. Donald Trump was acting as our commander-in-chief. He was our president. He used his office and the authority it commands to incite an attack. And when Congress and the Constitution were under attack, he abandoned his duties, violated his oath, failing to preserve, protect, and defend. That is why we are here, because the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, incited and directed thousands of people to attack the legislative branch. He knew what his supporters were capable of. He inflamed them, sent them down Pennsylvania Avenue, not on any old day, but on the day we were certifying the election results. As they were banging on our doors, he failed to defend us, because this is what he wanted. He wanted to remain in power. For that crime against the Republic, he must be held accountable. Senators, the insurrectionists are still listening. Before I end, I must admit, until we were preparing for this trial, I didn't know the extent of many of these facts. I witnessed the horror, but I didn't know. I didn't know how deliberate the president's planning was, how he had invested in it, how many times he incited his supporters with these lies, how carefully and consistently he incited them to violence on January the 6th. While many of us may have tuned out his rallies, I also did not know the extent that his followers were listening, were hanging on his every word. And honestly, I did not know how close the mob actually came to their violent ends, that they were just steps away from all of us, that the death toll could have been much higher, but for the bravery of men and women who protected us. But now we know. We know the bravery of people like Officer Goodman and all the men and women of the Capitol Police, of the custodians who, with pride and a sense of duty in their work, cleaned up shattered glass, splintered wood, and blood-stained floors. We know the sacrifice of life and limb. We know what Donald Trump did. We know what he failed to do. Though it is difficult to bear witness and face the reality of what happened in these halls, what happens if we don't confront these facts? What happens if there is no accountability? For those who say we need to get past this, we need to come together, we need to unify. If we don't set this right and call it what it was, the highest of constitutional crimes by the President of the United States, the past will not be past. The past will become our future for my grandchildren and for their children. Senators, we are in a dialogue with history, a conversation with our past, with a hope for our future. 234 years from now, it may be that no one person here among us is remembered. And yet, what we do here, what is being asked of each of us here in this moment, will be remembered. History has found us. I ask that you not look the other way.
I'd now like to bring up Mr. Neguse.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, there's an old quote from Henry Clay, son of Kentucky, that courtesies of a small and trivial character are the ones that strike deepest in the grateful and appreciating heart. I want to say on behalf of all the House managers, we are very grateful for the courtesies that you've extended to us and to President's counsel during the course of this trial. You've heard my colleague, Manager Dean, go through the overwhelming evidence that makes clear that President Trump must be convicted and disqualified for his high crime. I'm not going to repeat that evidence. It speaks for itself. Earlier in this trial, you might recall a few days ago that I mentioned my expectation that President Trump's lawyers might do everything they could to avoid discussing the facts of this case. And I can understand why. I mean, the evidence that all of us presented, that Manager Dean just summarized, is pretty devastating. And so rather than address it, the President has offered up distractions, excuses, anything but actually trying to defend against the facts. They said things like, President Trump is now a private citizen, so the criminal justice system can deal with him, or that we haven't set a clear standard for incitement. They talked a lot about due process, and that all politicians say words like fight. I'd like to take a minute to explain why each of those distractions are precisely that, distractions, and why they do not prevent in any way the Senate from convicting President Trump. Number one, every president is one day a private citizen again. So, the argument that because President Trump has left office, he shouldn't be impeached for conduct committed while he was in office doesn't make sense. Why would the Constitution include the impeachment power at all if the criminal justice system serves as a suitable alternative once a president leaves office? It wouldn't. Impeachment is a remedy separate and apart from the criminal justice system, and for good reason. The presidency, it comes with special powers, extraordinary powers, not bestowed on ordinary citizens. And if those powers are abused, they can cause great damage to our country, and they have to be dealt with in a separate forum. This forum. And it would be unwise to suggest that going forward, the only appropriate response to constitutional offenses committed by a president are criminal charges when the president returns to private life. That's not the kind of political system any of us want. and it's not the kind of constitutional system the framers intended. Second, it is true we haven't cited criminal statutes establishing elements of incitement because, again, this isn't a criminal trial. It's not a criminal case. President Trump is charged with a constitutional offense, and you are tasked with determining whether or not he committed that high crime as understood by our framers. So the relevant question, which President Trump's lawyers would have you ignore, is would our framers have considered a president inciting a violent mob to attack our government while seeking to stop the certification of our elections? Would they have considered that an impeachable offense? Who among us really thinks the answer to that question is no? Third, due process. So, just to be absolutely clear, the House, with the sole power of impeachment, determines what the process looks like in the House, and the Senate does the same for the trial. During this trial, the president has counsel. They've argued very vigorously on his behalf. We had a full presentation of evidence, adversarial presentations, motions. The president was invited to testify. He declined. The president was invited to provide exculpatory evidence. He declined. You can't claim there's no due process when you won't participate in the process. And we know this case isn't one that requires a complicated legal analysis. You lived it. The managers and I, we lived it. Our country lived it. The president, in public view, right out in the open, incited a violent mob. A mob that temporarily, at least, stopped us from certifying an election. If there were ever an exigent circumstance, this is it. Number 4, we all know that President Trump's defense, as we predicted, spent a whole lot of time, comparing his conduct to other politicians, using words like fight. And of course, you saw the hours of video. As I said on Thursday, we trust you to know the difference. Because what you will not find in those video montages that they showed you is any of those speeches, those remarks culminating in a violent insurrection on our nation's capital. That's the difference. The president spent months inflaming his supporters to believe that the election had been stolen from him, from them, which was not true. He summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and when the violence erupted, he did nothing to stop it, instead inciting it further. Senators, all of these arguments offered by the president have one fundamental thing in common. One. They have nothing to do with whether or not, factually, whether or not the president incited this attack. They've given you a lot of distractions so they don't have to defend what happened here on that terrible day. And they do that because they believe those distractions are going to work. That you'll ignore the president's conduct instead of confronting it. I think they're wrong. Some of you know this already. I'm the youngest member of our manager team by quite a few years. So perhaps I'm a bit naive, but I just don't believe that. I really don't. I don't believe their effort is going to work. And here is why. Because I know what this body is capable of. I may not have witnessed it, but I've read about it in the history books. I've seen the C-SPAN footage, archives. Sometimes I've watched them for hours. And yes, I've actually done that. And the history of our country in those books and in those tapes, the history of this country has been defined right here on this floor. The 13th Amendment, the amendment abolishing slavery, was passed in this very room. In this room, not figuratively, literally, where you all sit and where I stand. In 1964, this body, with the help of senators like John Sherman Cooper and so many others, this body secured passage of the Civil Rights Act. We made the decision to enter World War II from this chamber. We've certainly had our struggles, but we've always risen to the occasion when it mattered the most. Not by ignoring injustice or cowering to bullies and threats, but by doing the right thing, by trying to do the right thing. And that's why so many nations around the world aspire to be like America. They stand up to dictators and autocrats and tyrants because America is a guiding light for them, a North Star. They do so, they look to us because we have been a guiding light, a North Star in these moments. Because the people who sat in your chairs, when confronted with choices that define us, rose to the occasion. I want to offer one more example of a decision made in this room by this body that resonated with me. The first day I stood up in this trial, I mentioned that I was the son of immigrants, like many of you, and many senators graciously approached me after my presentation and asked me where my parents were from. And I told those who asked that my folks were from East Africa. In 1986, this body considered a bill to override President Reagan's veto of legislation imposing sanctions on South Africa during apartheid. 2 senators who sit in this room, one Democrat and one Republican, voted to override that veto. That vote was not about gaining political favor. And in fact, it was made despite potentially losing political favor. And I have to imagine that that vote was cast like the decisions before it because there are moments that transcend party politics and that require us to put country above our party because the consequences of not doing so are just too great. Senators, this is one of those moments. Many folks who are watching today's proceedings may not know this, but House members like me and Lead Manager Raskin, our fellow managers, we're not allowed on the Senate floor without express permission. No one is. Certainly the senators are aware of that. This floor is sacred. It's one of the reasons why I, like so many of you, was so offended to see it desecrated by that mob. To see those insurrectionists diminishing and devaluing and disrespecting these hallowed halls that my whole life I have held in such awe. Because of those rules that I just mentioned, this will be the only time I have the privilege to stand before you like this. When the trial's over, I'll go back to being not an impeachment manager, but back to being just a House member. The trial will end, and we'll resume our lives and our work. But for some, there will be no end to the pain of what happened on January 6th. The officers who struggled to recover from the injuries they sustained to protect us, they struggle to recover today. The families who continue to mourn those who they lost on that terrible, tragic day. I was struck yesterday by defense counsel's continued references to hate. One of my favorite quotes of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it's one that has sustained me during times of adversity, I suspect it sustained some of you, is that I've decided to stick with love, that hate is too great a burden to bear. This trial is not born from hatred. Far from it. It's born from love of country, our country, our desire to maintain it, our desire to see America at its best. And in those moments that I spoke of, Civil Rights Act, so much more, we remember those moments because they helped define and enshrine America at its best. I firmly believe that our certification of the Electoral College votes in the early hours of January 7th, our refusal to let our republic be threatened and taken down by a violent mob, will go down in history as one of those moments too. And I believe that this body can rise to the occasion once again today by convicting President Trump, defending our republic. And the stakes could not be higher. Because the cold, hard truth is that what happened on January 6th can happen again. I fear, like many of you do, that the violence we saw on that terrible day may be just the beginning. We've shown you the ongoing risks, the extremist groups who grow more emboldened every day. Senators, this cannot be the beginning. It can't be the new normal. It has to be the end. And that decision is in your hands.
Mr. President.
Mr. Raskin.
Senators, my daughter Hannah said something to me last night that stopped me cold and brought me up short. Our kids have been very moved by all the victims of the violence, the officers and their families. But Hannah told me last night she felt really sorry for the kid of a man who said goodbye to his children before he left home to come and join Trump's actions. Their father had told them that their dad might not be coming home again and they might never see him again. In other words, he was expecting violence. He might die, as insurrectionists did. And that shook me. Hannah said, how can the president put children and people's families in that situation and then just run away from the whole thing? That shook me. And I was filled with self-reproach because when I first saw the line about, your father going to Washington and you might not see him again, I just thought about it, well, like a prosecutor, like a manager. I thought, what damning evidence that is, that people are expecting lethal violence at a protest called by the President of the United States and saying their final goodbyes to their kids. But Hannah, my dear Hannah, thought of it like a human being. She thought of it, if you'll forgive me, like a patriot. Someone who just lost her brother and doesn't want to see any other kids in America go through that kind of agony and grief. Senators, when I say all three of my kids are better than me, you know that I am not engaged in idle flattery. Maybe some of you feel the same way about your kids. They're literally better people than me. They've got a lot of their mom, Sarah Bloom Raskin, in them, and they're better than me. And Hannah saw through the legality of the situation. She saw through the politics of the situation, all the way to the humanity of the situation, the morality of the situation. That was one of the most patriotic things I ever heard anybody say. The children of the insurrectionists, even the violent and dangerous ones, they're our children too. They are Americans, and we must take care of them and their future. We must recognize and exercise these crimes against our nation, and then we must take care of our people and our children, their hearts and their minds. As Tommy Raskin used to say, it's hard to be human. Many of the Capitol and Metropolitan Police officers and guardsmen and women who were beaten up by the mob also have kids. You remember Officer Fanone, who had a heart attack after being tased and roughed up for hours by the mob, and then begged for his life, telling the insurrectionists that he had 4 daughters. And that just about broke my heart all over again. We talked about this for a long time last night. My kids felt terrible that other kids' fathers and mothers were pulled into this nightmare by a president of the United States. Senators, we proved he betrayed his country. We proved he betrayed his Constitution. We proved he betrayed his oath of office. The startling thing to recognize now is that he is even betraying the mob. He told them he would march with them, and he didn't. They believed the president was right there with them somewhere in the crowd, fighting the fantasy conspiracy to steal the election and steal their country away from them. They thought they were one big team working together. He told them their great journey together was just beginning, and now there are hundreds of criminal prosecutions getting going all over the country. People getting set to say goodbye to members of their family. And the president who contacted them, solicited them, lured them, invited them, incited them, that president has suddenly gone quiet and dark. Nowhere to be found. He cannot be troubled to come here to tell us what happened and tell us why this was the patriotic and the constitutional thing to do. Senators, this trial in the final analysis is not about Donald Trump. The country and the world know who Donald Trump is. This trial is about who we are. Who we are. My friend Dar Williams says that sometimes the truth is like a second chance. We've got a chance here with the truth. Do we still believe in the separation of powers? President Trump tried to sideline or run over every other branch of government, thwart the will of the people at the state level, usurp the people's choice for president. This case is about whether our country demands a peaceful, nonviolent transfer of power to guarantee the sovereignty of the people. Are we going to defend the people who defend us? Not just honor them with medals, as you rightfully did yesterday, but actually back them up against savage, barbaric, insurrectionary violence? Will we restore the honor of our capital and the people who work here? Will we be a democratic nation that the world looks to for understanding democratic values and practices and constitutional government and the rights of women and men? Will the Senate condone the President of the United States inciting a violent attack on our chambers, our offices, our staff, and the officers who protect us? When you see the footage of Officer Hodges stuck in the doorway, literally being tortured by the mob, if government did that to you, that would be torture. And when you see that footage, and he's shouting in agony for his dear life. It's almost unwatchable. When the Vice President of the United States escapes a violent mob that's entered this Capitol building, seeking to hang him and calling out, "Traitor, traitor, traitor," and when they shut down the counting of the Electoral College votes, is this the future you imagine for our kids? Is it totally appropriate, as we've been told? Or as Representative Cheney said, is it the greatest betrayal of the presidential oath of office in the history of our country? And if we can't handle this together as a people, all of us, forgetting the lines of party and ideology and geography and all of those things, if we can't handle this, how are we ever going to conquer the other crises of our day? Is this America? Is this what we want to bequeath to our children and our grandchildren? I was never a great Sunday school student. Actually, I was pretty truant most of the time. But one line always stuck with me from the book of Exodus as both beautiful and haunting, even as a kid, after I asked what the words meant. "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil." Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. The officer who got called the N-word 15 times and spent hours with his colleagues battling insurrectionists who had metal poles and baseball bats and hockey sticks, bear spray, and Confederate battle flags posed the right question to the Senate and to all of us. Is this America? Dear senators, that's going to be up to you now. In whatever committees and subcommittees you're on, whatever you came to Washington to do, to work on, from defense to agriculture to energy to aerospace to healthcare, this is almost certainly how you will be remembered by history. That might not be fair. It really might not be fair, but none of us can escape the demands of history and destiny right now. Our reputations and our legacy will be inextricably intertwined with what we do here and with how you exercise your oath to do impartial justice. Impartial justice. I know and I trust you will do impartial justice, driven by your meticulous attention to the overwhelming facts of the case and your love for our Constitution, which I know dwells in your heart. The times have found us, said Tom Paine, the namesake of my son. The times have found us. Is this America? What kind of America will we be? It's now literally in your hands. Godspeed to the Senate of the United States. We reserve any remaining time.
The House is reserved 28 minutes. Sure.
Proceed.
I'm talking, and it will not be so long. And before I start my prepared closing, I really want to clean up a few things from the mess that was the closing of the House managers. I do not want to ruin my closing because I think the ending's pretty good. What they didn't, they started off by misstating the law, and they started off by misstating the intent of our stipulation. What we did today was stipulate to an article that was published in a magazine. Apparently they've had for weeks, according to the documents they produced today, but for some reason this morning popped up with it. The stipulation was that they can put that in. We did not stipulate to its contents for truthfulness. And they tried to portray that in their closing as the stipulation. The stipulation was read into the record. The proponents of that conversation, the real ones, have denied its content, its veracity. With respect to, and I'm not going to talk much about the tortured analysis of our arson laws that started off, or the truly sideways analogies that were used with fires. What I do want to talk about, though, is the doctoring of evidence. First of all, they sent us their evidence on Tuesday the 9th at 2:32 p.m. by email. I was in this room trying the case already when they sent their evidence. Due process. They used evidence that was flat wrong 2 or 3 nights ago with Senator Lee and had to withdraw it. They tried to use it again today. They tried to use evidence that they had never presented in the case in their closing argument. That is a very desperate attempt by a prosecuting team, 9 of them, by a prosecuting team that knew that their case has collapsed. Their closing did not mention one piece of law. They didn't talk about the Constitution once. They didn't talk about the First Amendment and its application. They didn't talk about due process and how it applies to this proceeding for my client. Basic rule of any court is that when you close a case out, you close on the facts that were admitted in the trial. It's a basic, fundamental principle of due process and fairness. And that was violently breached today on multiple occasions. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why did they resort to those tactics at this moment in time? Senators, good afternoon, Mr. President. What took place here at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th was a grave tragedy. Over the course of this trial, you have heard no one on either side of this debate argue that the infiltration of the Capitol was anything less than a heinous act on the home of American democracy. All of us, starting with my client, are deeply disturbed by the graphic videos of the Capitol attack that have been shown in recent days. The entire team condemned and have repeatedly condemned the violence and law-breaking that occurred on January 6th in the strongest possible terms. We've advocated that everybody be found, punished to the maximum extent of the law. Yet the question before us is not whether there was a violent insurrection of the Capitol. On that point, everyone agrees. Based on the explicit text of the House impeachment article, this trial is about whether Mr. Trump willfully engaged in incitement of violence and even insurrection against the United States. And that question they have posed in their article impeachment has to be set up against the law of this country. No matter how much truly horrifying footage we see of the conduct of the rioters and how much emotion has been injected into this trial, that does not change the fact that Mr. Trump is innocent of the charges against him. Despite all of the video played, at no point in their presentation did you hear the House managers play a single example of Mr. Trump urging anyone to engage in violence of any kind. At no point did you hear anything that could ever possibly be construed as Mr. Trump encouraging or sanctioning an insurrection. Senators, you did not hear those tapes because they do not exist, because the act of incitement never happened. He engaged in no language of incitement whatsoever on January 6th or any other day following the election. No unbiased person honestly reviewing the transcript of Mr. Trump's speech on the ellipse could possibly believe that he was suggesting violence. He explicitly told the crowd that he expected the protest outside the Capitol to be peaceful and patriotic. They claim that's not enough. His entire premise was that the proceedings of the joint session should continue. He spent nearly the entire speech talking about how he believes the senators and members of Congress should vote on the matter. It's the words. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there is a very clear standard for incitement. In short, you have to look at the words themselves. The words have to either explicitly or implicitly call for lawlessness or violence. Whether the speech, you have to determine whether the speech was intended to provoke the lawlessness and whether the violence was the likely result of the word itself. They fail on all three prongs. The false and defamatory claim that Mr. Trump gave a speech encouraging his supporters to go attack the Capitol has been repeated so often, uncritically, without any examination of the underlying facts that the Americans listening at home were probably surprised to learn it's not true. Furthermore, some of the people in this room followed Mr. Trump's statements and tweets in the weeks leading up to January 6th very closely. We know that he was not trying to foment an insurrection during the time because no one, from the Speaker of the House to the mayor of Washington, D.C., behaved in a fashion consistent with the belief that violence was being advocated for. Mr. Trump did not spend the weeks prior to January 6th inciting violence. He spent those weeks pursuing his election challenge through the court system and other legal procedures exactly as the Constitution and the Congress prescribe. To believe, based on the evidence you have seen, that Mr. Trump actually wanted and indeed willfully incited an armed insurrection to overthrow the U.S. government would be absurd. The gathering on January 6th was supposed to be an entirely peaceful event. Thousands and thousands of people, including Mr. Trump, showed up that day with that intention. A small percentage, a small fraction of those people then engaged in truly horrible behavior, but as we now know, that those actors were pre-planned and premeditated and acted even before the speech was completed, to which is the basis of the article of impeachment. It was pre-planned and premeditated by fringe left and right groups. They hijacked the event for their own purposes. The House manager's false narrative is a brazenly dishonest attempt to smear, to cancel constitutional cancel culture, their number one political opponent, taking neutral statements, commonplace political rhetoric, removing words and facts from context, and ascribing to them the most sinister and malevolent intentions possible. Their story was based not on evidence, but on the sheer personal and political animus. The flimsy theory of incitement you heard from the House managers could be used to impeach, indict, or expel countless other political leaders. Many leading figures in other parties have engaged in far more incendiary and dangerous rhetoric. And we played some of it. I'm not going to replay it. I'm not going to replay the words. You all saw the evidence. I'm not going to replay mob scenes. I don't want to give those people another platform, any more view from the American people as to what they did. They should be canceled. Democrat politicians spent months prior to January 6th attacking the very legitimacy of our nation's most cherished institutions and traditions. They didn't just question the integrity of one election, they challenged the integrity of our entire nation. Everything from our founding fathers, our Constitution, Declaration of Independence, law enforcement officers, and United States military. They said that our society was rooted in hatred. They even said that America deserved, and I'll quote, a reckoning. As you heard yesterday, throughout the summer, Democrat leaders, including the current president and vice president, repeatedly made comments that provided moral comfort to mobs attacking police officers. During that time, many officers across the country were injured. As we all know, 2 sheriff's deputies in Los Angeles were ambushed and shot at point-blank range. Members of this very body have been in danger. Senators from Maine to Kentucky and most points in between have been harassed by mobs. Last August, a menacing left-wing mob swarmed Senator Rand Paul and his wife as they left the White House, and they had to be rescued by police. For months, our federal courthouse in Portland was placed under siege by violent anarchists who attacked law enforcement officers daily and repeatedly and tried to set fire to the building. Speaker Pelosi did not call the violent siege of the federal building an insurrection. She called the federal agents protecting the courthouse stormtroopers. The White House complex was besieged by mobs that threw bricks, rocks, and bottles at Secret Service agents, set fire to an historic structure, and breached a security fence to infiltrate the Treasury grounds. When my client's administration sent in the National Guard to secure the nation's capital city amidst the violence, Democrat leaders demanded that the forces be withdrawn. The Washington, D.C. mayor said the presence of the National Guard was an affront to the safety of the district. It must be fully investigated whether political leadership here in Washington, D.C. took an inadequate and irresponsible forced posture on January 6th because of their commitment to the false narrative of what happened last June. Hopefully, we can all now agree that the administration acted properly by taking action to stop a riotous mob, establishing an appropriate security perimeter, and prevent the White House from potentially being overrun. The House managers argued this week that an alleged brief delay in issuing a public statement from Mr. Trump on January 6th was somehow evidence that he committed incitement or supported the violence. Yet for months last year, Joe Biden, Vice President Harris, and countless of other Democrats repeatedly refused to condemn the extremism as riots were occurring daily, as businesses were being ramshackled, as neighborhoods were being burned, as bombs were exploding. They repeatedly refused to tell their violent supporters to stand down. Some even suggested that the mob's actions were justified. Vice President Harris literally urged her followers to donate money to a fund to bail out the violent, extreme rioters so that they could get out and continued to do it over and over again. She later said that those folks were not going to let up and that they should not. All of this was far closer to the actual definition of incitement than anything President Trump has ever said or done, never mind what he said on the 6th. It's a hypocrisy. It's a hypocrisy that the House managers have laid at the feet of this chamber. The House managers suggested in this recent history is irrelevant to the current proceedings. But not only is Democrats' behavior surrounding last year's riots highly relevant as precedent, and not only does it reveal the dishonesty and insincerity of this entire endeavor, it also provides crucial context that should inform our understanding of the events that took place on January 6th. Many of the people who infiltrated the Capitol took pictures of themselves and posted them on social media. To some, it seems, they thought that it was all a game. They apparently believed that violent mobs, destruction of property, rioting, assaulting police, and vandalizing historic treasures was somehow now acceptable in the United States. Where might they have gotten that idea? I would suggest to you that it was not from Mr. Trump. It was not Mr. Trump. It was not anyone in the Republican Party that spent the 6 months immediately prior to the Capitol assault giving rhetorical aid and comfort to mobs, making excuses for rioters, celebrating radicalism, and explaining that angry, frustrated, and marginalized people were entitled to blow off steam like that. Let me be very clear. There can be no excuse for the depraved actions of the rioters here at the Capitol or anywhere else across this country. 100% of those guilty of committing crimes deserve lengthy prison sentences for their shameful and depraved conduct. But this trial has raised the question about words, actions, and consequences. As a nation, we must ask ourselves, how did we arrive at this place where rioting and pillaging would become commonplace? I submit to you that it was month after month of political leaders and media personalities bloodthirsty for ratings, glorifying civil unrest, and condemning the reasonable law enforcement measures that are required to quell violent mobs. Hopefully, we can all leave this chamber in uniform agreement that all rioting is bad, and that law enforcement deserves our respect and support. That has been Mr. Trump's position from the very beginning. The real question in this case is, who is ultimately responsible for such acts of mayhem and violence when they are committed? The House Democrats want two different standards, one for themselves and one for their political opposition. They have carried out a grossly unconstitutional effort to punish Mr. Trump for protected First Amendment speech. It's an egregious violation of his constitutional rights. Since he uttered not a single word encouraging violence, this action can only be seen as an effort to censor disfavored political speech and discriminate against a disapproved viewpoint. It is an unprecedented action with the potential to do grave and lasting damage to both the presidency and the separation of powers and the future of democratic self-government. Yesterday, we played you a video of countless Democrat members of the Senate urging their supporters to fight. We showed you those videos not because we think you should be forcibly removed from office for saying those things, but because we know you should not be forcibly removed from office for saying those things. But recognize the hypocrisy. Yesterday, in questioning, House Manager Raskin admitted that the House Democrats had invented an entirely new legal standard. In fact, they've created a new legal theory, the Raskin Doctrine. The Raskin Doctrine is based on nothing more than determining protected speech based on the party label next to your name. Regardless of what you have heard or what you have seen from the House managers, if you pay close attention, you will see that any speech made by Democrat elected officials is protected speech, while any speech made by Republican elected officials is not protected. The creation of the Raskin Doctrine actually reveals the weakness of the House manager's case. Elected officials, and we reviewed this in depth yesterday, under Supreme Court precedent, Wood and Bond, and by the way, Bond didn't burn his draft card. He actually still had it. It was part of his defense. But in Bond and in Wood, the court clearly directed all to know that elected officials hold the highest protections of speech, the highest protections. And I remind you why. Because you all need to be free to have robust political discussion, because your discussion is about how our lives are going to go. And that shouldn't be squelched by any political party on either side of the aisle, no matter who's the majority party at the time. Why would the House managers make up their own legal standard? I'll tell you why. Because they know they cannot satisfy the existing constitutional standard set forth by the United States Supreme Court that has existed for more than half a century. They argue Mr. Trump, as an elected official, has no First Amendment rights. It's the complete opposite of the law. We've shown you without contradiction that is wrong. They also know that they cannot satisfy the three-part test of Brandenburg, as elucidated in the Bible Believers case. There was absolutely no evidence that Mr. Trump's words were directed to inciting imminent lawless action. There was no evidence that Mr. Trump intended his words to incite violence, and the violence was pre-planned and premeditated by a group of lawless actors who must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, but it proves that his words weren't what set this into motion. What was the incitement? With no ability and no evidence to satisfy the existing constitutional standards, what are the House managers to do? They had to make up their own law. This is not only intellectually dishonest, folks, it's downright scary. What type of precedent would be set if the Senate did vote to convict? Can Congress now ignore Supreme Court precedent on the contours of protected free speech? Will Congress be permitted to continually make up their own legal standards and apply those new standards to elected officials' speech? This would allow Congress to use the awesome impeachment power as a weapon to impeach their fellow colleagues in the opposing party. This is not a precedent that this Senate can set here today. If the Senate endorses the House Democrats' absurd new theory, you will set a precedent that will trouble leaders from both parties, literally, for centuries to come. But that will not be the only disgraceful precedent to come from this case. This has been perhaps the most unfair and flagrantly unconstitutional proceeding in the history of the United States Senate. For the first time in history, Congress has asserted the right to try and punish a former president who is a private citizen. Nowhere in the Constitution is the power enumerated or implied. Congress has no authority, no right, and no business holding a trial of Citizen Trump, let alone a trial to deprive him of some fundamental civil rights. There was mention of a January exception argument. The January exception argument is a creation of the House manager's own conduct by delaying. They sat on the article. They could have tried the president while he was still in office if they really believed he was an imminent threat. They didn't. The January exception is a red herring. It's nonsense. Because federal, state, and local authorities can investigate. Their January exception always expires on January 20th. House Democrats and this deeply unfair trial have shamefully trampled every tradition, norm, and standard of due process in a way I've never, ever seen before. Mr. Trump was given no right to review the so-called evidence against him at trial. He was given no opportunity to question its propriety. He was given no chance to engage in fact-finding. Much of what was introduced by the House was unverified, second or third-hand reporting cribbed from a biased news media, including stories based on anonymous sources whose identities aren't even known to them, never mind my client. They manufactured and doctored evidence, so much so that they had to withdraw it. We had the evidence after we started the trial. They went on for 2 days. So in the evening, I was able to go back and take a really close look at the stuff. Myself and Mr. Castor and Ms. Bateman and Mr. Brennan, we all worked hard and looked at the evidence, 4 volumes of books in little tiny print. And we literally had, 12, 14 hours to really look at the evidence before we had to go on. And just in that short time of looking at the evidence, we saw them fabricating Twitter accounts. We saw the masked man sitting at his desk with the New York Times there. And when we looked closely, we found that the date was wrong, the check had been added. They fabricated evidence. They made it up. They never addressed that in their closing, as though it were acceptable, as though it were all right, as though that's the way it should be done here in the Senate of the United States of America. Fraud, flat out, fraud. Where I come from, in the courts that I practice in, there are very harsh repercussions for what they pulled in this trial. As we have shown, the House managers were caught creating false representations of tweets, manipulating videos, and introducing into the record completely discredited lies such as the Fine People hoax as factual evidence. Most of what the House managers have said and shown you would be inadmissible in any respectable court of law. They were not trying a case. They were telling a political tale, a fable, and a patently false one at that. House Democrats have denied due process and rushed the impeachment because they know that a fair trial would reveal Mr. Trump's innocence of the charges against him. The more actual evidence that comes out, the clearer it is that this was a pre-planned and premeditated attack, which his language in no way incited. Because their case is so weak, the House managers have taken a kitchen sink approach to the supposedly single article of impeachment. They allege that Mr. Trump incited the January 6th violence. They allege that he abused power by attempting to pressure Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger to undermine the results of the 2020 election. And they allege that he gravely and endangered the democratic system by interfering with the peaceful transition of power. There's at least three things there. Under the Senate rules, each of these allegations must have been alleged in a separate article of impeachment. I need not remind this chamber that Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials provides, in pertinent part, that an article of impeachment shall not be divisible thereon. Why is that? Because the article at issue here alleges multiple wrongs in the single article, it would be impossible to know if 2/3 of the members agreed on the entire article or just on parts of it as the basis for a vote to convict. Based on this alone, the Senate must vote to acquit Mr. Trump. You got to at least obey your own rules if it's not the Constitution you're going to obey. In short, this impeachment has been a complete charade from beginning to end. The entire spectacle has been nothing but the unhinged pursuit of a long-standing political vendetta against Mr. Trump by the opposition party. As we have shown, Democrats were obsessed with impeaching Mr. Trump from the very beginning of his term. The House Democrats tried to impeach him in his first year. They tried to impeach him in his second year. They did impeach him in his third year, and they impeached him again in his fourth year. And now they have conducted a phony impeachment show trial when he is a private citizen out of office. This hastily orchestrated and unconstitutional circus is the House Democrats' final desperate attempt to accomplish their obsessive desire of the last 5 years. Since the moment he stepped into the political arena, since my client stepped in, they have been possessed by an overwhelming zeal to vanquish an independent-minded outsider from the midst and to shame, demean, silence, and demonize his supporters in the desperate hope that they will never, ever pose an electoral challenge. We heard one of the congressmen on the screen. If you don't impeach him, he might be elected again. That's the fear. That's what's driving this impeachment. When you deliberate over your decision, there are 4 distinct grounds under which you must acquit my client. First is jurisdiction. There is no jurisdiction. And if you believe that, you still get to say it. 2, Rule 23. It had to be divisible. Each allegation had to be singularly set out in front of you so it could be voted on, and to see if 2/3 of you think that they proved that case or not. They didn't do that. You got to ask yourself why. They know the Senate rules. They got them, and so did I. Why'd they do it? Because they hadn't investigated, first of all. But also, what they found out as they were preparing all of this, they couldn't do it. So if they threw as much in as they could and made as many bold, bald allegations as they could, then maybe 2/3 of you would fall for it. That's why the rules don't allow it to go that way. Due process, I've exhausted that subject. It's a really good reason for all of you in this chamber, to stop the politics, to read the Constitution and apply it to this proceeding, and acknowledge that the lack of due process, way over the top, shocking, and you must not stand for it. And of course, the First Amendment, the actual facts of this case. There were no words of incitement. 4 grounds. Nobody gets to tell you which ground to pick, and nobody gets to tell you how many grounds to consider. Senators, do not let House Democrats take this manacle crusade any further. The Senate does not have to go down this dark path of enmity and division. You do not have to indulge the impeachment lust, the dishonesty, and the hypocrisy. It is time to bring this unconstitutional political theater to an end. It is time to allow our nation to move forward. It is time to address the real business pressing this nation: the pandemic, our economy, racial inequality, economic and social inequality. These are the things that you need to be thinking and working on for all of us in America. All of us. With your vote, you can defend the Constitution, you can protect due process, and you can allow America's healing to begin. I urge the Senate to acquit and vindicate the Constitution of this great republic. Thank you.
Who yields time?
Mr. President, Senators, I understand, I'm told we have around 27 minutes, but I will return all of that, but perhaps 5 back to you. There's just a few things that I need to address. And so in an extraordinary and perhaps unprecedented act of self-restraint on my part, I will resist the opportunity to rebut every single false and illogical thing that you just heard. And I am going to be able to return to you, perhaps 22 or 23 minutes. Few points. One, we have definitely made some progress in the last few days, because a few days ago, the president's team, although I think it was perhaps a member who has since left the team, lectured us that this was not an insurrection and said that the impeachment managers were outrageous in using the word insurrection. Today, counsel in his closing statement said it was a violent insurrection, and he denounced it. And I would certainly love to see President Trump also call it a violent insurrection and denounce it too. And I believe, although I don't have a verbatim text, that counsel called for long sentences for the people who were involved. Again, I would love to hear that come from the president as well. The distinguished counsel complains that there's no precedent with the developed body of law that the Senate has for impeaching and convicting a president who incites violent insurrection against the Congress and the government of the United States. Well, I suppose that's true because it never occurred to any other president of the United States, from George Washington to John Adams to Thomas Jefferson to James Madison to James Monroe to Abraham Lincoln to Ronald Reagan, to George W. Bush, to Barack Obama, to incite a violent insurrection against the Union. You're right, we've got no precedent for that. And so they think that that somehow is a mark in their favor. That's a score for them, that this Senate has to be the first one to define incitement of violent insurrection against the Union. And so the gentleman puts it on me. He says, inciting a president for committing incitement to violent insurrection against the Union is the new Raskin doctrine. We've tried to convince him that there are well-known principles and elements of incitement which we have talked to you about ad nauseum, and that this is an intrinsically, inherently fact-based judgment. But if that is the Raskin doctrine, that a president of the United States cannot incite violent insurrection against the Union and the Congress, then I embrace it, and I take it as an honor. Most law professors never even get a doctrine named after them. So I will accept that. And finally, the counsel goes back to Julian Bond's case, because I think in the final analysis, their best argument, as pathetically weak as it is really about the First Amendment. But remember, they keep talking about stifling President Trump's speech. Someone tell me when his speech has ever been stifled. He says exactly what he wants, whenever he wants. If and when you convict him for incitement of insurrection, he will continue to say whatever he wants on that day. Remember, they referred yesterday to interference with his liberty, which I found absolutely bizarre, because everybody knows that he will not spend 1 minute in prison or jail from conviction on these charges. It is a civil remedy to protect all of us, to protect the entire country, our children, our Constitution, our future. That's what impeachment, trial, conviction are all about. Julian Bond. See, I knew Julian Bond, so forgive me. Most people say, don't even respond to this stuff. I got to respond to this, okay? Julian Bond was a civil rights activist who decided to go into politics, like the people in this room, like all of us who are in politics. And they tried to keep him out. He was a member of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which really launched the voting rights movement in America. It's a great story that Bob Moses tells in his book called Radical Equations about, he was a graduate student in mathematics at Harvard, and he went down to Mississippi. You know why? Because he saw a picture in the New York Times of black civil rights protesters, college students, I think in North Carolina, AT&T, and he saw a picture of them on the cover of the New York Times, and they were sitting in at a lunch counter, and he looked at the picture and he said, they looked the way that I felt. They looked the way that I felt. And he said he had to go down south to Mississippi. And they launched the voting rights movement. That's where the phrase one person, one vote comes from. It was not invented by the Supreme Court. They would go door to door to try to register people to vote. But anyway, Julian Bond was part of that movement. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, nonviolence. It was the end and it was the means, nonviolence. And he ran for the state legislature in Georgia, a path other civil rights activists followed, like our great, late, beloved colleague, John Lewis, who's in our hearts today. And when he got elected, they wanted to try to keep him from being sworn into the Georgia legislature. And so they said, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee is taking a position against the Vietnam War. You're a member of SNCC. We're not going to admit you because you took a position against the Vietnam War. And the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, said you cannot prevent someone from swearing an oath to become a member of a legislative body because of a position that they took or a group they were a part of took before they got sworn in. That's the exact opposite of Donald Trump. He got elected to office. He swore an oath to the Constitution to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. He served as president for 4 years, right up until the end, when he wanted to exercise his rights under the imaginary January exception, and he incited a violent mob and insurrection to come up here, and we all know what happened. He is being impeached and convicted for violating his oath of office that he took. He's not being prevented from taking his oath in the first place. The First Amendment's on our side. He tried to overturn the will of the people, the voice of the people. He lost that election by more than 7 million votes. Some people don't want to admit it. Counsel for the president could not bring themselves to admit that the election's over. In answer to the question from the distinguished gentleman from Vermont, he refused to answer that. He said it was irrelevant, despite all of the evidence you've heard about the big lie and how that set the stage for his incitement of the insurrectionary violence against us. First Amendment is on our side. We are defending the Bill of Rights. We are defending the constitutional structure. We are defending the separation of powers. We're defending the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House against a president who acted no better than a marauder and a member of that mob by inciting those people to come here. And in many ways, he was worse. He named the date, he named the time, and he brought them here, and now he must pay the price. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Raskin.
Mr. President.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. President, the Senate is now ready to vote on the article of impeachment. And after that is done, we will adjourn the court of impeachment.
The clerk will read the article of impeachment.
Article 1, incitement of an insurrection.
Senate will be in order.
The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution prohibits any person who has engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States from holding any office under the United States. In his conduct while President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath, faithfully to execute the office of the President of the United States and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States in that, on January 6, 2021, pursuant to the 12th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the Senate met at the United States Capitol for a joint session of Congress to count the votes of the Electoral College. In the months preceding the joint session, President Trump repeatedly issued false statements asserting that the presidential election results were the product of widespread fraud and should not be accepted by the American people or certified by state or federal officials. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed a crowd at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. There he reiterated false claims that we won't We won this election, and we won it by a landslide. He also willfully made statements that in context encouraged and foreseeably resulted in lawless action at the Capitol, such as, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Thus incited by President Trump, members of the crowd he had addressed in an attempt to, among other objectives, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election, unlawfully breached and vandalized the Capitol, injured and killed law enforcement personnel, menaced members of Congress, the Vice President, and congressional personnel, and engaged in other violent, deadly, destructive, and seditious acts. President Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021, followed his prior efforts to subvert and obstruct the certification of the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those prior efforts included a phone call on January 2, 2021, during which President Trump urged the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, to find enough votes to overturn the Georgia presidential election results and threatened security Raffensperger if he failed to do so. In all this, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a co-equal branch of government. He therefore betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security, democracy, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-government and the rule of law. Donald John Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States, and demand that you, the said Donald John Trump, should be put to answer the accusations as set forth in this article, and that such proceedings, examinations, trials, and judgments might be thereupon had as are agreeable to law and justice.
Each senator, when his or her name is called, will stand in his or her place, and they'll vote guilty or not guilty as required by Rule 23 of the Senate Rules of Impeachment. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6 of the Constitution, regarding the vote required for conviction on impeachment, provides that, quote, no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present, close quote. The question is on the article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent Donald John Trump guilty or not guilty? A roll call vote is required, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Guilty. Ms. Baldwin, guilty. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, not guilty. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, guilty. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blumenthal, guilty. Mr. Blunt. Not guilty. Mr. Blunt, not guilty. Mr. Booker. Guilty. Mr. Booker, guilty. Mr. Bozeman. Not guilty. Mr. Bozeman, not guilty. Mr. Braun. Not guilty. Mr. Braun, not guilty. Mr. Brown. Guilty. Mr. Brown, guilty. Mr. Burr. Guilty. Mr. Burr, guilty. Ms. Cantwell. Guilty. Ms. Cantwell, guilty. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, not guilty. Mr. Cardin. Guilty. Mr. Cardin, guilty. Mr. Carper. Guilty. Mr. Carper, guilty. Mr. Casey. Guilty. Mr. Casey, guilty. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, Guilty. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Guilty. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. Guilty. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, guilty. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, not guilty. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, not guilty. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, not guilty. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, not guilty. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, not guilty. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, guilty. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, guilty. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, guilty. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, guilty. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, not guilty. Mr. Grassley.
Not guilty.
Mr. Grassley, not guilty. Mr. Haggerty.
Not guilty.
Mr. Haggerty, not guilty. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, guilty. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, not guilty. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, guilty. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, guilty. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, guilty. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Not guilty.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith, not guilty. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, not guilty. Mr. Johnson.
Not guilty.
Mr. Johnson, not guilty. Mr. Kane.
Guilty.
Mr. Kane, guilty. Mr. Kelly.
Guilty.
Mr. Kelly, guilty. Mr. Kennedy.
Not guilty.
Mr. Kennedy, not guilty. Mr. King.
Guilty.
Mr. King, guilty. Ms. Klobuchar.
Guilty.
Ms. Klobuchar, guilty. Mr. Langford.
Not guilty.
Mr. Langford, not guilty. Mr. Leahy.
Guilty.
Mr. Leahy, guilty. Mr. Lee.
Not guilty.
Mr. Lee, not guilty. Mr. Lujan.
Guilty.
Mr. Lujan, guilty. Ms. Lummis.
Not guilty.
Ms. Lummis, not guilty. Mr. Manchin.
Guilty.
Mr. Manchin, guilty. Mr. Markey.
Guilty.
Mr. Markey, guilty. Mr. Marshall.
Not guilty.
Mr. Marshall, not guilty. Mr. McConnell.
Not guilty.
Mr. McConnell, not guilty. Mr. Menendez.
Guilty.
Mr. Menendez, guilty. Mr. Merkley.
Guilty.
Mr. Merkley, guilty. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, not guilty. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, guilty. Mr. Murphy.
Guilty.
Mr. Murphy, guilty. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, guilty. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, guilty. Mr. Padilla.
Guilty.
Mr. Padilla, guilty. Mr. Paul.
Not guilty.
Mr. Paul, not guilty. Mr. Peters.
Guilty.
Mr. Peters, guilty. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, not guilty. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, guilty. Mr. Risch? Mr. Risch, not guilty. Mr. Romney? Mr. Romney, guilty. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen, guilty. Mr. Rounds? Mr. Rounds, not guilty. Mr. Rubio? Mr. Rubio, not guilty. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders, guilty. Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass, guilty. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz, guilty. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer, guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida? Mr. Scott of Florida, not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Mr. Scott of South Carolina, not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen? Mrs. Shaheen, guilty. Mr. Shelby? Mr. Shelby, not guilty. Ms. Sinema? Ms. Sinema, guilty. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith, guilty. Ms. Stabenow? Ms. Stabenow, guilty. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, not guilty. Mr. Tester? Mr. Tester, guilty. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune, not guilty. Mr. Tillis? Mr. Tillis, not guilty. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey, guilty. Mr. Tuberville? Mr. Tuberville, not guilty. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen, guilty. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner, guilty. Mr. Warnock? Mr. Warnock, guilty. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, guilty. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, guilty. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker, not guilty. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden, guilty. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, not guilty. Why we have these things. Unless you had a script. The yeas are 57, the nays are 43.
Yep. The yeas are 57. The nays are 43. Two-thirds of the senators present not having voted guilty. The Senate judges that the respondent, Donald John Trump, former President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the article of impeachment. The presiding officer directs judgment to be entered in accordance with the judgment of the Senate as follows. The Senate, having tried Donald John Trump, former President of the United States, upon one article of impeachment exhibited against him by the House of Representatives, and two-thirds of the senators present not having found him guilty of the charge contained therein, it is therefore ordered and adjudged that the said Donald John Trump be, and he is hereby acquitted of the charge in said article.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, I send an order to the desk.
And the clerk will report.
Ordered that the Secretary be directed to communicate to the Secretary of State as provided by Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, and also to the House of Representatives, the judgment of the Senate in the case of Donald John Trump, and transmit a certified copy of the judgment to each.
Without objection, the order will be entered. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment on the article against Donald John Trump, adjourn sine die.
And without objection, the motion is agreed to. The Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, stands adjourned sine die. And could we have order, please? The presiding officer, the acting sergeant at arms will escort the House managers out of the Senate chamber. And in order.
Hello again. I am Lana Zak. We have been watching the final vote in the second impeachment trial of former President Trump. By a vote of 57 to 43, President Trump was acquitted on one charge of incitement of insurrection. 7 Republicans crossed party lines to vote the former president guilty, including Senators Cassidy, Collins, Burr, Murkowski, Romney, Sass, and Toomey. We have assembled our team of experts and reporters who have been following every moment with us. Let's go ahead and bring in Joel Payne, David Becker, and Rebecca Kaplan. Joel is the CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. David is a CBS News election law expert and political contributor. And Rebecca is a CBS News Capitol Hill producer. Let's go ahead and start with you, David. A majority of the Senate did, in fact, find President Trump guilty. Nonetheless, he has been acquitted because impeachment requires a 2/3 majority. House impeachment managers would have needed to persuade 17 Republicans. They were only able to persuade 7. So does this wrap everything up now? Is this complete?
Well, the quasi-legal political proceeding of an impeachment, of course, is complete. But it's important to note that this is by far the most bipartisan conviction vote in history. To put this into context, there was not a majority of the Senate that voted to convict Donald Trump on either of the articles in the previous impeachment. In this one,
David,
they got all of
I'm so sorry. We want to interrupt you because we want to go back to the Senate. We understand that there may be further comments.
He laid the groundwork for this big lie in the months before the election. He told the big lie on election night, and he repeated the big lie more than 100 times in the weeks afterwards. He summoned his supporters to Washington, assembled them on the ellipse, whipped them into a frenzy, and directed them at the Capitol. And then he watched as the violence unfolded and the Capitol was breached, and his own vice president fled for his life, and President Trump did nothing. None of these facts were up for debate. We saw it, we heard it, we lived it. This was the first presidential impeachment trial in history in which all senators were not only judges and jurors, but witnesses to the constitutional crime that was committed. The former president inspired, directed, and propelled a mob to violently prevent the peaceful transfer of power, subvert the will of the people, and illegally keep that president in power. There is nothing more un-American than that. There is nothing more antithetical to our democracy. There is nothing more insulting to the generations of American patriots who gave their lives to defend our form of government. This was the most egregious violation of the presidential oath of office and a textbook example, a classic example of an impeachable offense worthy of the Constitution's most severe remedy. In response to the incontrovertible fact of Donald Trump's guilt, the Senate was subject to a feeble and sometimes incomprehensible defense of the former president. Unable to dispute the case on the merits, the former president's counsel treated us to partisan vitriol, false equivalence, and outright falsehoods. We heard the roundly debunked jurisdictional argument that the Senate cannot try a former official, a position that would mean that any president could simply resign to avoid accountability for an impeachable offense, a position which in effect would render the Senate powerless to ever enforce the disqualification clause in the Constitution. Essentially, the President's counsel told the Senate that the Constitution was unconstitutional. Thankfully, the Senate took a firm stance, set a firm precedent with a bipartisan vote in favor of our power to try former officials for acts they committed while in office. We heard the preposterous claim that the former president's incitement to violence was protected by the First Amendment. The First Amendment right to free speech protects Americans from jail, not presidents from impeachment. If the president had said during World War II that, quote, Germany should attack the United States on Long Island, we've left it undefended, I suspect Congress would have considered that an impeachable offense. Finally, the defense counsel said that President Trump was not directly responsible for the violence at the Capitol. Quote, his words were merely a metaphor, his directions were merely suggestions, and the violent mob was just a spontaneous demonstration. But wind the clock back and ask yourself, if at any point Donald Trump did not do the things he did, would the attack on the Capitol have happened? There's only one answer to this question. Of course not. If President Trump hadn't told his supporters to march to the Capitol, if he hadn't implored them to come to Washington on January 6th in the first place, if he hadn't repeatedly lied to them that the election was stolen, their country was being taken from them, the attack would not have happened, could not have happened. January 6th would not have happened but for the actions of Donald Trump. Here's what the Republican leader of the Senate said. The mob that perpetrated the, quote, failed insurrection, unquote, was on January 6th was, quote, provoked by President Trump. You want another word for provoke? How about incite? Yet still, the vast majority of the Senate Republican caucus, including the Republican leader, voted to acquit former President Trump, signing their names in the columns of history alongside his name forever. January 6th will live as a day of infamy in the history of the United States of America. The failure to convict Donald Trump will live as a vote of infamy in the history of the United States Senate. 5 years ago, Republican senators lamented what might become of their party if Donald Trump became their presidential nominee and standard bearer. Just look at what has happened. Look at what Republicans have been forced to defend. Look at what Republicans have chosen to forgive. The former president tried to overturn the results of a legitimate election and provoked an assault on our own government. And well over half the Senate Republican conference decided to condone it. The most despicable act that any president has ever committed, and the majority of Republicans cannot summon the courage or the morality to condemn it. This trial wasn't about choosing country over party, even not that. This was about choosing country over Donald Trump. And 43 Republican members chose Trump. They chose Trump. It should be a weight on their conscience today, and it shall be a weight on their conscience in the future. As sad as that fact is, as condemnable as the decision was, it is still true that the final vote on Donald Trump's conviction was the largest and most bipartisan vote of any presidential impeachment trial in American history. I salute those Republican patriots who did the right thing. It wasn't easy. We know that. Let their votes be a message to the American people. Because, my fellow Americans, if this nation is going to long endure, we as a people cannot sanction the former president's Congress. Because if lying about the results of an election is acceptable, if instigating a mob against the government is considered permissible, if encouraging political violence becomes the norm, it will be open season on our democracy. And everything will be up for grabs by whoever has the biggest clubs, the sharpest spears, the most powerful guns. By not recognizing the heinous crime that Donald Trump committed against the Constitution, Republican senators have not only risked, but potentially invited the same danger that was just visited upon us. So let me say this. Despite the results of the vote on Donald Trump's conviction in the court of impeachment, he deserves to be convicted, and I believe he will be convicted in the court of public opinion. He deserves to be permanently discredited, and I believe he has been discredited in the eyes of the American people and in the judgment of history. Even though Republican senators prevented the Senate from disqualifying Donald Trump for any office of honor, trust, or profit under these United States, there is no question Donald Trump has disqualified himself. I hope, I pray, and I believe that the American people will make sure of that. And if Donald Trump ever stands for public office again, and after everything we have seen this week, I hope, I pray, and I believe that he will meet the unambiguous rejection by the American people. 6 hours after the attack on January 6th, after the carnage and mayhem was shown on every television screen in America, President Trump told his supporters to, quote, "Remember this day forever." I ask the American people to heed his words. Remember that day forever, but not for the reasons the former president intended. Remember the panic in the voices over the radio dispatch, the rhythmic pounding of fists and flags at the chamber doors. Remember the crack of a solitary gunshot. Remember the hateful and racist Confederate flags flying through the halls of our Union. Remember the screams of the bloody officer crushed between the onrushing mob and a doorway to the Capitol, his body trapped in the breach. Remember the 3 Capitol police officers who lost their lives. Remember that those rioters actually succeeded in delaying Congress from certifying the election. Remember how close our democracy came to ruin. My fellow Americans, remember that day, January 6th, forever. The final terrible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, and undoubtedly our worst. Let it live on in infamy, a stain on Donald John Trump that can never, never be washed away. Mr. President, on Monday, we'll recognize President's Day. Part of the commemoration in the Senate will be the annual reading of Washington's farewell address. Aside from winning the Revolutionary War, I consider it his greatest contribution to American civil life. And it had nothing to do with the words he spoke, but the example it set. Washington's farewell address established for all time that no one had the right to the office of the presidency, that it belonged to the people. What an amazing legacy. What an amazing gift to the future generations. The knowledge that this country will always be greater than any one person, even our most renowned. That's why members of both parties take turns reading Washington's address once a year in full into the record, to pledge common attachment to the selflessness at the core of our democratic system. This trial was about the final acts of a president who represents the very antithesis of our first president and sought to place one man before the entire country. himself. Let the record show, before God, history, and the solemn oath we swear to the Constitution, that there was only one correct verdict in this trial, guilty. And I pray that while justice was not done in this trial, it will be carried forward by the American people who, above any of us in this chamber, determine the destiny of our great nation. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader.
January 6th was a disgrace. American citizens attacked their own government. They used terrorism to try to stop a specific piece of domestic business they did not like. Fellow Americans beat and bloodied our own police. They stormed the Senate floor. They tried to hunt down the Speaker of the House. They built a gallows and chanted about murdering the Vice President. They did this because they'd been fed wild falsehoods by the most powerful man on earth. Because he was angry he'd lost an election. Former President Trump's actions preceded the riot were a disgraceful dereliction of duty. The House accused the former president of, quote, incitement. That is a specific term from the criminal law. Let me just put that aside for a moment and reiterate something I said weeks ago. There's no question, none, that President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. No question about it. The people who stormed this building believed they were acting on the wishes and instructions of their president. And having that belief was a foreseeable consequence of the growing crescendo of false statements, conspiracy theories, and reckless hyperbole, which the defeated president kept shouting into the largest megaphone on planet Earth. The issue is not only the president's intemperate language on January 6th. It is not just his endorsement of remarks in which an associate urged, quote, trial by combat. It was also the entire manufactured atmosphere of looming catastrophe, the increasingly wild myths about a reverse landslide election that was somehow being stolen, some secret coup by our now president. Now, I defended the president's right to bring any complaints to our legal system. The legal system spoke. The Electoral College spoke. As I stood up and said clearly at that time, the election was settled. It was over. But that just really opened a new chapter of even wilder, and more unfounded claims. The leader of the free world cannot spend weeks thundering that shadowy forces are stealing our country and then feign surprise when people believe him and do reckless things. Now, sadly, many politicians sometimes make overheated comments or use metaphors. We saw that that unhinged listeners might take literally, but that was different. That's different from what we saw. This was an intensifying crescendo of conspiracy theories orchestrated by an outgoing president who seemed determined to either overturn the voters' decision or else torch our institutions on the way out. The unconscionable behavior did not end when the violence actually began. Whatever our ex-president claims he thought might happen that day, whatever reaction he says he meant to produce, by that afternoon, we know he was watching the same live television as the rest of us. A mob was assaulting the Capitol in his name. These criminals were carrying his banners, hanging his flags, and screaming their loyalty to him. It was obvious that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one who could. Former aides publicly begged him to do so. Loyal allies frantically called the administration. The president did not act swiftly. He did not do his job. He didn't take steps so federal law could be faithfully executed and order restored. No. Instead, according to public reports, he watched television happily, as the chaos unfolded. He kept pressing his scheme to overturn the election. Now, even after it was clear to any reasonable observer that Vice President Pence was in serious danger, even as the mob, carrying Trump banners, was beating cops and breaching perimeters, the president sent a further tweet attacking his own vice president. Now, predictably and foreseeably under the circumstances, members of the mob seem to interpret this as a further inspiration to lawlessness and violence, not surprisingly. Later, even when the president did half-heartedly begin calling for peace, he didn't call right away for the riot to end. He did not tell the mob to depart until even later. And even then, with police officers bleeding and broken glass covering Capitol floors, he kept repeating election lies and praising the criminals. In recent weeks, our ex-president's associates have tried to use the 74 million Americans who voted to re-elect him as a kind of human shield against criticism. Using the 74 million who voted for him as a kind of a human shield against criticism. Anyone who decries his awful behavior is accused of insulting millions of voters. That's an absurd deflection. 74 million Americans did not invade the Capitol. Hundreds of rioters did. 74 million Americans did not engineer the campaign of disinformation and rage that provoked it. One person did, just one. I've made my view of this episode very plain. But our system of government gave the Senate a specific task. The Constitution gives us a particular role. This body is not invited to act as the nation's overarching moral tribunal. We're not free to work backward from whether the accused party might personally deserve some kind of punishment. Justice Joseph Story, our nation's first great constitutional scholar, as he explained nearly 200 years ago, the process of impeachment and conviction is a narrow tool for a narrow purpose. Story explained this limited tool exists to, quote, secure the state against gross official misdemeanors, end quote. That is, to protect the country from government officers. If President Trump were still in office, I would have carefully considered whether the House managers proved their specific charge. By the strict criminal standard, the president's speech probably was not incitement. However, in the context of impeachment, the Senate might have decided this was acceptable shorthand for the reckless actions that preceded the riot. But in this case, the question is moot because former President Trump is constitutionally not eligible for conviction. Now, this is a close question, no doubt. Donald Trump was the president when the House voted, though not when the House chose to deliver the papers. Brilliant scholars argue both sides of this jurisdictional question. The text is legitimately ambiguous. I respect my colleagues who've reached either conclusion. But after intense reflection, I believe the best constitutional reading shows that Article 2, Section 4, exhausts the set of persons who can legitimately be impeached, tried, or convicted. It's the president, it's the vice president, and civil officers. We have no power to convict and disqualify a former office holder who is now a private citizen. Here is Article 2, Section 4. Quote, the president, the vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, end quote. Now, everyone basically agrees that the second half of that sentence exhausts the legitimate grounds for conviction. The debates around the Constitution's framing make that abundantly clear. Congress cannot convict for reasons besides those. It therefore follows that the list of persons in that same sentence is also exhaustive. There's no reason why one list would be exhaustive, but the other would not. Article 2, Section 4 must limit both why impeachment and conviction can occur and to whom. And to whom. If this provision does not limit impeachment and conviction powers, then it has no limits at all. The House has sole power of impeachment, and the Senate's sole power to try all impeachments would create an unlimited circular logic empowering Congress to ban any private citizen from federal office. Now, that's an incredible claim, but it's the argument that the House managers seem to be making. One manager said the House and Senate have, quote, absolute, unqualified jurisdictional power, end quote. Well, that was very honest, because there is no limiting principle in the constitutional text that would empower the Senate to convict former officers that would not also let them convict and disqualify any private citizen. An absurd end result to which no one subscribes. Article 2, Section 4 must have force. It tells us the President, Vice President, and civil officers may be impeached and convicted. Donald Trump's no longer the president. Likewise, the provision states that officers subject to impeachment and conviction shall be removed from office if convicted. Shall be removed from office if convicted. As Justice Story explained, the Senate, upon conviction, is bound in all cases to enter a judgment of removal from office. Removal is mandatory upon conviction. Clearly, he explained, that mandatory sentence cannot be applied to someone who's left office. The entire process revolves around removal. If removal becomes impossible, conviction becomes insensible. In one light, it certainly does seem counterintuitive that an office holder can elude Senate conviction by resignation or expiration of term, an argument we heard made by the managers. But this underscores that impeachment was never meant to be the final forum for American justice. Never meant to be the final forum for American justice. Impeachment, conviction, and removal are a specific intra-governmental safety valve. It is not the criminal justice system where individual accountability is the paramount goal. Indeed, Justice Story specifically reminded that while former officials were not eligible for impeachment or conviction, they were, and this is extremely important, still liable to be tried and punished in the ordinary tribunals of justice. Put another way, in the language of today, President Trump is still liable for everything he did while he was in office as an ordinary citizen. Unless the statute of limitations is run, still liable for everything he did while he was in office. Didn't get away with anything yet. We have a criminal justice system in this country. We have civil litigation. And former presidents are not immune from being accountable by either one. I believe the Senate was right not to grab power the Constitution doesn't give us. And the Senate was right not to entertain some light-speed sham process to try to outrun the loss of jurisdiction. It took both sides more than a week just to produce their pretrial briefs. Speaker Pelosi's own scheduling decisions conceded what President Biden publicly confirmed: a Senate verdict before Inauguration Day was never possible. Now, Mr. President, this has been a dispiriting time. But the Senate had done our duty. The framers' firewall held up again. On January the 6th, we returned to our posts and certified the election. We were uncowed. We were not intimidated. We finished the job. And since then, we resisted the clamor to defy our own constitutional guardrails in hot pursuit of a particular outcome. We refused to continue a cycle of recklessness by straining our own constitutional boundaries in response. The Senate's decision today does not condone anything that happened on or before that terrible day. It simply shows that senators did what the former president failed to do. We put our constitutional duty first.
President. The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take this time to explain why I voted to convict the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, of the articles of impeachment presented by the House of Representatives in regards to the incitement of insurrection. Throughout his presidency, Donald J. Trump has violated his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. There are many examples that I could give of how he's violated his oath of office. I could also cite the basis of the first articles of impeachment that were tried last year as violating his oath of office. But by far, Mr. President, the most egregious violation of his oath of office took place in his incitement of insurrection that occurred with the attack on this Capitol on January the 6th. But it started well before January 6th. The seeds were planted a long time ago, and even before the November elections, when President Trump pointed out, when the polls were showing that he might lose in the election, that he refused to acknowledge that he would accept the election results if he lost. He didn't say that once before the November elections. He said it on several occasions. Talked about a rigged election, talked about a fraudulent election, talked about the election being taken away from us, the victory, with no evidence of voter fraud. One of the key provisions of our Constitution, of our democracy, is the peaceful transition of power. Donald Trump called that into question prior to the November 3rd elections. Then came the November 3rd elections. And shortly thereafter, Joe Biden was declared to be the winner. Why? Because he had the most votes, most populist votes, over 7 million. But he was declared the winner because of electoral votes, 306 to 232. By the way, the same electoral margin that Donald Trump won 4 years earlier, in which Donald Trump called a landslide. But then came the legal challenges by President Trump. He didn't accept the electoral vote or the declared elections. And he has his right to contest the elections in the court, asking for recounts or asking for challenges. But in every one of those cases, he could not establish widespread fraud that would have changed the results in any one of the states, let alone enough electoral vote changes to change the outcome of the election. But did he stop after he was denied relief in all of those legal challenges? The answer is no. He further contested by trying to inappropriately interfere with state election officials and state public officials, urging them to take action to change the certificated results. Now, we have many examples that during this period of time he was talking about a fraudulent election, a stolen election, all the different things about raising questions as to the legitimacy of the voices of the people of this nation. We have so many examples of his interference, but we actually have the tape of his conversation with the Georgia Secretary of State that we all heard, and heard how the president tried to intimidate and threaten the Secretary of State of Georgia in order to change the certified election results from the votes of the people of Georgia. Clear examples of how President Trump violated his oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. But that wasn't the end of it. He went to his Department of Justice, believing the Department of Justice is his Department of Justice, not the Department of Justice of the United States of America. Now, let's remember that the Department of Justice had found no widespread corruption. In fact, they had determined this is one of the freest elections, one of the least problem elections that we've had. Didn't stop President Trump from trying to intimidate and order his Department of Justice to conduct an additional investigation to find fraud to overturn the will of the people, once again violating his oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. He continued to do this contrary to his constitutional obligations. Corrupt election, stop the steal, rigged elections, tremendous fraud, all words that he used after the November 3rd election. He knew what he was saying was a lie. He knew there was no widespread fraud, but he continued to use the office of the presidency and his voice to promote the big lie. And he knew his followers would believe it. He knew he could convince his loyal followers to believe that this was a rigged election, a stolen election. Again, compromising our democracy where the will of the people determine who our leaders are. And he knew his followers would be motivated to action because he knew he can motivate his followers. He put himself before the nation, before his responsibilities as President of the United States. He put his own self-interest above his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States and to the people of this nation. And then he summoned his loyal following to Washington on January 6th. He knew they would come. He knew dangerous people were in the group. He knew the Proud Boys were there, which he had directly said, stand back and stand by. He knew that they were ready for violent action. And then he incited the mob to action on January 6th. We know the words that he used.
We've been listening to Senator Ben Cardin justify his vote, give senators an analysis of why he decided to vote in favor of convicting President Trump in this second impeachment trial. If you're just tuning in now, it's worth reminding you of where we stand right now. The second impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump has just wrapped up. The president has been found not guilty. 7 Republicans have crossed party lines. A majority of the chamber did, in fact, find him guilty. However, it requires a 2/3 majority. So, for some analysis over what we've heard, including some very stunning remarks coming from Republican leader Mitch McConnell, I want to talk to our team of experts and reporters who have been following every single moment with us. Let's go ahead and bring back in Joel Payne, David Becker and Rebecca Kaplan. Joel is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. David is a CBS News election law expert and political contributor. And Rebecca is a CBS News Capitol Hill producer. I'm going to start with you, Rebecca. Former President Trump has issued a statement in response to his acquittal. What does he have to say?
Yes, Lana, as a reminder, the former president probably normally would have live tweeted these entire proceedings were his Twitter account not suspended shortly after the January 6th riots. In this statement, he thanks the senators who he says upheld the Constitution in voting to acquit him, and also thanks all of his supporters. And I'll just read one section to you that really echoes a lot of the arguments we heard from his lawyers on the Senate floor. Quote, "It is a sad commentary on our times that one political party in America is given a free pass to denigrate the rule of law, defame law enforcement, cheer mobs, excuse rioters, and transform justice into a tool of political vengeance." He goes on to say that people have been blacklisted and canceled, and says, quote, "I have and always will be a champion for the unwavering rule of law, the heroes of law enforcement, and the right of Americans to peacefully and honorably debate the issues of the day without malice and without hate." And again, this is a callback to several of the arguments that we heard, really kind of the core of the former president's defense team on the floor, which was this whataboutism, pointing to statements calling for violence by Democrats, or even instances of Democrats using the word fight. There was like a 10-minute video at one point just showing Democrats saying the word fight in various contexts, although realistically most of them were talking about policy. But this is the argument that also some Republicans pointed to in their decision to acquit the president, which was to say that the other side has been allowed to condone violence. There's been a lot of talk of the protests that followed the death of George Floyd last summer, with Republicans kind of portraying those protests as completely universally violent, which, as we all know from watching, was not true. But that is the foundation of, for many of them, what they saw was the fair way to make their decision today.
So former President Trump responding to his victory of sorts, though there are plenty of Republicans who would say that this is not a victory for their party. David, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, I want to talk to you about those remarkable statements that we heard from him on the Senate floor as soon as the impeachment trial wrapped. He blasted the former president for being, quote, practically and morally responsible for the deadly assault on the Capitol. He came after the former president in really his harshest words yet, but he voted not guilty. Explain to our viewers what's going on.
Well, I can't speak specifically for what's in Senator McConnell's mind. I mean, he explained that he thought it was unconstitutional ultimately to use the impeachment power, the conviction power, the removal and disqualification power on a former president. But yes, I think if former President Trump wants to view this as an exoneration, as some victory, I think he's going to have to look very, very hard. It's very clear from looking at Senator McConnell's statements and also some of the other statements that have come out, even from some Republicans who voted not guilty, that they hold him culpable for his conduct. I mean, Senator McConnell referenced provoking the mob with a cascading crescendo of conspiracy theories relating to the election. And this is, I think this is really important, that the many, even those who voted to acquit, are holding former President Trump responsible for what he said, what he did, how he provoked the mob, and then kind of grasping onto some technicalities about whether or not impeachment was the right forum, whether or not he was actually guilty of a criminal, in a criminal sense, of incitement, and almost suggesting that criminal investigations and civil litigation could and should proceed against the former president. This is the most bipartisan conviction vote in American history. It's the largest margin to convict since Andrew Johnson, and so in 150 years. And it's remarkable that 7 Republicans did vote to convict. And I just also want to note, we went from 55 votes to go forward with the trial to 56 votes to go forward again, and then it ended with 57 votes. So the president's legal team lost Republicans every step of the way, every time a motion came up.
So there are 2 points that you raised, David, that I want to follow up with you on. First is that point about constitutionality and Republican leader McConnell's argument that they shouldn't be holding an impeachment trial for a leader who has left office. Can you remind our viewers, though, about Mr. McConnell's role in having the impeachment trial take place after President Biden was inaugurated? And then to the other point about still holding Mr. Trump accountable, he said that Mr. Trump is, quote, still liable for everything he did. Does it sound like he's encouraging another trial, a criminal trial for the former president?
Well, that's what it sounded like to me. I mean, I think even the president's own lawyers suggested that criminal and civil trials were the proper forum for this. And of course, we do know there's a criminal investigation going on in Fulton County, Georgia. There's a criminal investigation going on in Manhattan. There might be other investigations and many more civil lawsuits out there, several of which we know of. So the former president is not out of legal jeopardy here, and probably shouldn't be. With regard to the timing, I think Senator McConnell is kind of trying to shift some blame and use some technicalities here. The Senate was not going to be reconvened after the impeachment vote was held by the House. And so it did not appear as if there was a way for the impeachment managers to have the case heard prior to former President Trump leaving office. And there's probably a lot of responsibility to go around there. But given the timing, it was only about a week or so before the inauguration of Joe Biden. So it was going to be tight regardless. I think more importantly, this constitutionality issue, most constitutional scholars believe it is appropriate to impeach and try and possibly convict and remove and disqualify a former federal official. It's been done in the past, but it certainly gives something to those who wanted to acquit, who felt like they might be in political peril if they voted to convict, to hold on to. But still remarkable that 7 Republicans voted to convict, and even those who voted to acquit, many of their statements are holding former President Trump culpable for his actions and provoking the mob on January 6th.
All right, Joel. So we hear from Republican members, as Dave and I have been discussing, that voted not guilty, but still say that they hold President Trump accountable. What do you make of the GOP members that did, in fact, vote guilty in this trial? Any surprises to you? And do you anticipate that they may face repercussions from their party?
Well, look, certainly those Republicans will have to be accountable to Republican-based voters, which it's clear right now is in the camp of Donald Trump and Trumpism. I think the biggest surprise as the roll was being called was probably Richard Burr, the retiring senator from North Carolina, who it certainly has a profile in the national security space, and I think has been seen as a Republican who is a little bit more traditional, non-Trumper profile. I think that was a bit of a surprise. I think we knew Bill Cassidy, given his vote earlier in the week related to constitutionality, had already moved. And of course, some of the other names like Romney, Murkowski, Collins, we knew that some of those Republicans were already going to be open to some of the arguments of the impeachment managers. I just want to say one other thing about Mitch McConnell here. I agree with David's line of thinking here, and I just want to expand on it a bit. Mitch McConnell had time to bring this to the floor. He could have reconvened the Senate if he wanted to. He did not want to. He was playing political games here. And then he tries now, understanding that he's on the wrong side of history related to this vote and on the wrong side of a number of members of his own caucus. And frankly, the wrong side of the majority of the country. He's trying to explain away his vote and his support for the president by saying that he didn't have time. He had time. Mitch McConnell could have reconvened the Senate had he wanted to. He didn't. It's an intellectually dishonest argument. And it's gobsmacking to hear Mitch McConnell, a mere 10 minutes after abdicating that responsibility to hold President Trump accountable, then to attempt to hold President Trump accountable and essentially retweet the entire argument that Jamie Raskin and the impeachment manager has been making. Last thing I'll say related to time. This took 5 half days, okay? Mitch McConnell could have reconvened the Senate and brought the Senate back to order for a week to do this business. There's other emergency business examples in the past where the Senate has come back, and he could have brought the Senate back had he chosen to. If this was the national emergency that Mitch McConnell indicated in his comments today, you would think he would have been provoked to do that. Clearly, the political realities of the Republican Party did not allow for that.
His place in history, as you mentioned, Joel, echoing in some ways the closing arguments of House Manager Raskin, who said that this isn't about Donald Trump. He said this is about who we are, and to paraphrase Thomas Paine, what type of America we will be. I want to see if we have a soundbite from Joe Negus's, Congressman Negus's, closing arguments in which he talked about history. Control room, do you have that for me? Can we play that? All right. It seems like we're trying to get all of that in order, but what he said was he was connecting his family's heritage to the vote to override President Reagan's. Sorry? It sounds like we have it now. Let's go ahead and listen.
In 1986, this body considered a bill to override President Reagan's veto of legislation imposing sanctions on South Africa during apartheid. 2 senators who sit in this room, one Democrat and one Republican, voted to override that veto. That vote was not about gaining political favor. And in fact, it was made despite potentially losing political favor. And I have to imagine that that vote was cast, like the decisions before it, because there are moments that transcend party politics and that require us to put country above our party because the consequences of not doing so are just too great. Senators, this is one of those moments.
One of those moments. 2 of the senators who had voted during that time to overturn President Reagan's veto against apartheid were in the chamber, as Congressman Negus said. Rebecca, can you tell us a little bit more about who this argument we've learned was really aimed at?
Frankly, this is always a powerful argument to make with senators to kind of point out their responsibility and the responsibility that that chamber holds, especially coming from a House member, which, as we all know, senators consider themselves the upper chamber. I mean, it's only 100 people there versus 435 in the House. So anytime you point to sort of the historical weight and the power that the Senate has, that's an argument that you're making to tell senators that you don't need to consider necessarily what the executive branch wants you to do. You're an independent branch of government. And this last-ditch argument to encourage them not to follow former President Trump for political reasons, but to remember that they have the power to assert themselves and trying to convince them that they didn't necessarily need to fall behind this constitutionality argument, which frankly, for a lot of senators, and David talked about this, they've condemned what the former president did in their statements while still citing the constitutionality question in their decision to acquit him. And so sort of in a way hiding behind that issue of constitutionality allowed them to avoid the ultimate question and rendering that judgment on whether they thought he actually incited violence or simply behaved inappropriately, which many were willing to concede. So, you know, a tough day for a lot of senators, and ultimately went the way that it looked like this was going to go from the start.
Yeah, it ultimately did end up playing out pretty similarly to how we predicted it might play out. But Joel, I want to give you also an opportunity to respond to Congressman Negus's closing statements, because it was a powerful moment, and given that that Minority Leader McConnell was one of those 2 senators, the sole Republican senator currently seated in the chamber, that voted against President Reagan, it seemed like that argument was really targeted towards him about our understanding of apartheid now looking back in hindsight and where we are as a country. How might that have affected Leader McConnell?
Lana, I think while we would hope that those types of appeals would be effective, it's pretty clear that that has no impact on today's Republican Party. And again, I always acknowledge I am a partisan, so people should take that into account. But I'll just say this. The Republican Party not really being centered and not being pretty unmoored by anything has really turned into kind of like a national security crisis. There's really nothing to appeal to there. The central organizing principle of the Republican Party is to hold power. So you can't appeal to shame. You can't appeal to justice or any of these other values and virtues that we hope to espouse upon our public officials. What Congressman Agus was attempting to do there, very skillfully, I might add, he had a star turn as a number of members of the impeachment manager's team. But again, this Republican Party is driven by power, and it's guided by a base that has decided to really just take a step away from any convention and is ungoverned by anything that someone like a Agus or any of the other folks in that chamber, frankly, a Mitch McConnell, you can't appeal to that part of the Republican Party that controls it with the normal conventions that you would hope you can. And that's a crisis. And beyond what happened today and beyond the outcome of this vote today, that continues to be a real, I'm a Democrat. I need a Republican Party that is full and robust and that is bolted to the ground and that is not controlled and overrun by insurrectionists. That's important. And I think one of the things that's going to come out of today is just a firmer understanding of how much of a crisis that is for our country.
I appreciate that point, that you're a Democrat and that you need a strong Republican Party, particularly based off of the way that our country works going forward, with Republicans and Democrats sparring and hopefully the best policies and procedures rising to the top. But David, let's talk a little bit about what we were hearing from Joel in terms of the future. And in this case, I don't want to talk to you about the future of the Republican Party. I want to talk to you about the future of impeachment. In this case, as you mentioned, this was the most bipartisan of any impeachment, going all the way back to the very first impeachment trial in our country. But still, even as we heard the minority leader say President Trump is absolutely responsible for this deadly assault, that it is inconceivable that this attack on the Capitol would have happened were it not for President Trump. Nonetheless, he was acquitted. Does this mean that impeachment simply fails to work as a lever of a check on our executive powers?
Well, I think we'll have to see. We have to remember we want impeachment to be rare. We certainly want the cause that might bring about impeachment to be rare. It's unfortunate that we've had to go through 2 or 3 impeachment trials in the last 22, 23 years, 2 in the last year or so. And the framers in their wisdom decided that it should be difficult. It was one of the reasons I think the former president's counsel's argument that this was going to lead to a slippery slope of all these impeachments for political reasons really fell flat for, I think, a lot of us, was that it's still a very, very significant burden to get over, to get to that 2/3 conviction margin. It's never happened with regard to a president. It's despite 4 impeachments. It might have happened with Nixon if we had gotten to that point, because his party basically decided that he was a burden on them. But I don't know what it means for the future of impeachment. I don't think it's a slippery slope. I don't think this is done without cause, without reason, despite the videos that were played by the president's lawyers, the former president's lawyers. They played these videos that showed Democrats calling for impeachment in 2016, 2017, 2018. That didn't happen. So we have to be aware of the fact that there was still this very, very significant burden to get over to do impeachment. That's appropriate, probably. It's unfortunate in this case, I think, when something that Representative Raskin said really still resonated, and he said at the end of his opening statement, which is, if this doesn't rise to the level of conviction, then what does? A president lying about our democratic processes for months, whipping his supporters into a frenzy, attacking election officials in the states, Republicans and Democrats, threatening them, trying to get Congress to overturn the will of the people during a ceremonial act, a ceremonial joint session of Congress, which is just about counting the ballots, and then whipping up a mob right before that happens and sending them up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol. If that doesn't warrant conviction, what does? And that's still going to resonate. And I think we're going to have to think through that quite a bit, because what I think it reflects more is the politics of this, and 43 members of the Republican Party in the Senate worrying that voting their conscience might have led to political consequences that they weren't prepared to pay.
And I think you're absolutely right, David, that I'm gonna go ahead and speak on behalf of all Americans and say we don't want a lot of impeachment trials. that people are in fact weary of all of this, and the question is, do we become a country that impeaches more frequently as an act of political theater, or are we a country now that says this isn't working and we try and think through something else? But let's put a pin in that for a moment, because I want to go back and talk about a dramatic moment that did occur during today, during the however long we've been on the air today, and this call for witnesses. And Rebecca, at one point, we did see Republicans, again, vote in favor, a handful of Republicans vote in favor of calling witnesses, specifically Congresswoman Butler, and have her come and talk about what she heard from Leader McCarthy during that insurrection. It does sound like the House managers are speaking right now, so let's come back to that and listen into what they have to say.
Our House, with the mob he incited, and we defended our House. And he violated our Constitution, and we defended the Constitution. And they tried to trash our democracy, and we revived it, and we protected it. This was the most bipartisan presidential impeachment in the history of the United States. And we know that impeachment, for reasons that we could explore at some other time, often becomes partisan, but this was the most bipartisan presidential impeachment event in the history of the country. It was also the largest Senate vote for a presidential impeachment, 57 to 43. And of course, the vote to impeach was 232 to 197 in the House. So we have a clear and convincing majority of members of Congress that the president actually incited violent insurrection against the Union and against the Congress. Senator Mitch McConnell just went to the floor essentially to say that we made our case on the facts, that he believed that Donald Trump was practically and morally responsible for inciting the events of January 6th. He described it, as we did, as a disgraceful dereliction of duty, a desertion of his office. And he made a series of statements that we didn't even make, saying that this was not over yet by a long shot, essentially, and that there was the path of criminal prosecution for the former president, the disgraced and now twice impeached former president. So the bottom line is that we convinced a big majority in the Senate of our case. I'm very proud of the exceptional hard work of these managers who worked through the night, many nights over several weeks, to make this case to the Senate and to the Union. As to, I just want to say, one word about the whole thing about witnesses. We were able to get treated as live under oath testimony, the statement of our colleague, Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler. We were able to get a stipulation to that and get it into evidence today by asking for her as a witness. If you listen to Mitch McConnell and the Republicans who are now hurriedly explaining why they voted not to convict, all of them are hinging it on a legal argument, jurisdictional or some other legal argument, that could never be overcome by any number of witnesses. We could have had 5,000 witnesses, and Mitch McConnell would be making the same speech, because what he's asserting is that the Senate never has jurisdiction over a former president. And for reasons I don't need to belabor, because a big part of the trial was about this, we reject that completely. It's totally at odds with our history, the Blunt case, the Belknap case, the text of the Constitution, the original intent of the Constitution, the original understanding of the Constitution, the Senate's own precedents, and so on. But in any event, the point is that no number of witnesses demonstrating that Donald Trump continued to incite the insurrectionists even after the invasion of the Capitol would convince them. They wouldn't be convinced. They were hinging it on a matter of law, which we thought we had settled back on Tuesday, of course, when the Senate elected to exercise jurisdiction and to reject that jurisdictional constitutional argument. But it is what it is. Mitch McConnell clearly feels that Donald Trump remains a huge problem for the Republican Party, even if he has been disgraced in the eyes of the country. And that is not my jurisdiction, and I really don't have anything to say about that. I think, they will have to deal with the political dynamics within their own party. So we did get Donald Trump at least to admit that he's a former president now, so that's good news. He's not asserting that somehow he's still president, and they're recognizing, at least in a de facto sense, the legitimacy of this presidential election, which, of course, President Biden won by more than 7 million votes and by a margin of 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. With that, I will close my remarks, and the questions are open for any of us, and I'm going to share the podium with my distinguished colleagues. Okay. Yes, Mona.
Speaking about witnesses, at the beginning of this proceeding, there was a procedural motion. 5 Republicans broke ranks. They voted on the Rand Paul motion. Then there were 6 on the constitutionality. Today there were 7 who broke ranks on conviction. So what's to say if you didn't push harder on witnesses, try to get someone who could provide shed more light into Donald Trump's thinking, that you couldn't have grown the number of Republican defectors?
All right. Somebody else want to take a shot at that? I thought I addressed that, but anybody else want to? Yes, please, Stacey.
Listen, we heard from the minority leader, Mitch McConnell, that we have proven the case. He said specifically, the House managers have proven the facts of the case. And before we started yesterday, we knew when we rested with overwhelming evidence as to the facts of this case. These all jurors were also witnesses to the crime. They knew specifically what was happening. And then there was, we found additional information about Herrera Butler.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zak. Thank you so much for joining us. The Senate has voted to acquit former President Trump of inciting an insurrection on January 6th. The final Senate vote was 57 to 43 in favor of conviction, falling short of the 2/3 threshold needed for conviction. 7 Republican senators broke party lines in favor of voting for conviction, including Senators Burr and Collins. Soon after the trial, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said the former president bears responsibility for the deadly assault on the Capitol and that history will judge.
The President of the United States summoned this mob, assembled this mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Everything that followed was his doing. None of this would have happened without the president. The president could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. He did not.
He wasn't furious or sad or shocked like virtually everyone else in America. He was reported by those around him as delighted. Rather than rush to our aid or demand his mob retreat, he watched the attack on TV and praised the mob to Leader McCarthy as more loyal to him, more upset about the election.
If we don't set this right and call it what it was, the highest of constitutional crimes by the President of the United States, the past will not be past. The past will become our future.
The president was invited to testify. He declined. The president was invited to provide exculpatory evidence. He declined. You can't claim there's no due process when you won't participate in the process.
President Trump's defense team responded, suggesting that they have not been given due process leading up to the closing arguments. They continued to claim that the former president could not be connected to the attack directly on the Capitol. They also claimed that protesters acted of their own accord and planned the attack well before Mr. Trump's speech on January 6th.
The entire team condemned and have repeatedly condemned the violence and law-breaking that occurred on January 6th in the strongest possible terms. We've advocated that everybody be found, punished to the maximum extent of the law. Yet the question before us is not whether there was a violent insurrection of the Capitol. On that point, everyone agrees. No matter how much truly horrifying footage we see of the conduct of the rioters and how much emotion has been injected into this trial, that does not change the fact that Mr. Trump is innocent of the charges against him.
Joining me now is former President Trump's attorney, Michael van der Veen. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Let's get right into those words that we heard from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. He ended the trial with this passionate speech about President Trump's involvement in the insurrection. During it, he said that the former president is still liable for everything he did during his period in office. Are you expecting to face more charges against Mr. Trump in the near future, and do you anticipate being part of that defense?
No, that's just political rhetoric, and I was hopeful that something would come out of this, that the political rhetoric would stop out of Washington, D.C., but I guess apparently it hasn't.
Were you, though, surprised to hear those words coming from the leader of the Republican Party in the Senate?
I'm not surprised to hear a politician say anything at all. No.
Well, throughout the trial, you denied that Mr. Trump had a role in inciting the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. You argued, first of all, that there was no insurrection, but during your closing arguments, you seemingly admitted that there was, in fact, an insurrection, using that word, saying that was not up for debate. What role did the former president play?
You didn't understand the case. I used the word
I'll give you the opportunity to clarify, sir.
Sure. I used the word insurrection in my closing argument when quoting the charging documents. What happened at the Capitol on January 6th is absolutely horrific. But what happened at the Capitol during this trial was not too far away from that. The prosecutors in this case doctored evidence. They did not investigate this case, and when they had to come to the court of the Senate to put their case on, because they hadn't done any investigation, they doctored evidence. It was absolutely shocking, I think, when we discovered it and we were able to expose it and put it out. I think it turned a lot of senators. The American people should not be putting up with this. They need to look at who these House managers were and look to see whether these are the folks they want representing them. It was shocking to me. Wouldn't have believed it.
Let's follow up with a point that you're making right now about the House managers, as you say, doctoring evidence, and the argument.
They didn't deny
for our viewers.
They didn't deny it. I put it in front of them 3 times.
To be clear for our viewers, what you're talking about now is a check mark. That's a verification on Twitter that did not exist on that particular tweet. A 2020 that should have actually read 2021, and the selective editing, you say, of the tapes. Is that the doctored evidence of what you're speaking?
Wait, that's not enough for you? That's not enough for you?
Wait, no,
sir,
no. I'm not a juror in this trial. What I'm trying to be clear for our viewers is what you're referring to, because not everybody has been following.
It's not okay
not everybody,
to doctor
sir,
a little bit of evidence.
Respectfully. I have not said it is. I have not said it is okay.
Ma'am, your question is
I want to be clear for our viewers.
Listen, what has to happen is
I want to be clear for our viewers about what exactly you're saying when you say doctored evidence.
The media has to start telling the right story in this country. The media is trying to divide this country. You are bloodthirsty for ratings, and as such, you're asking questions now that are already set up with a fact pattern. I can't believe you would ask me a question indicating that it's all right just to doctor a little bit of evidence. There's more stuff that we uncovered that they doctored, to be frank with you, and perhaps that will come out one day. But we won this case, and I'm not a sore loser, but what happened, or a sore winner, I should say, but what should happen is somebody should look at the conduct of these House managers. It's unconscionable, aside from all of the due process violations that my client had. And the media should be looking at a square, straight way. The straight way. When I watch the news, I watch one station and it's raining. I watch another station at the same time and it's sunny. Your coverage is so slanted, it's got to stop. You guys have to stop and start reporting more like PBS does rather than a TV news show that doesn't have any journalistic integrity at all. What I'm telling you is that they doctored evidence. And I believe your question says, well, it's only a Twitter check and changing a year of a date here. They switched the date of a Twitter a year to try to connect it to this case. That's not a small thing, ma'am. The other thing they did is they put a check mark on something to make it look like it was a validated account when it wasn't. And when they were caught, they didn't say anything about it. They didn't even try to come up with an excuse about it. And that's not the way our prosecutors or our government officials should be conducting themselves. And the media shouldn't be letting them get away with it either. I'm tired of the biased media on both sides, left and right. What this country wants, what this country needs, is this country to come together, to take the left and the right and find a middle ground and start responsibly being our public officials, our elected officials. And one of the reasons why they do it is because of the media. Because the media wants to tell their narrative rather than just telling it like it is. And frankly, I'm tired of it. I'm not a media, I'm not in front of your cameras all the time, but what I've been subjected to this last week.
I understand, and I've given you the opportunity.
You don't want to hear the truth, yeah. Okay.
I've given you the opportunity. I will remind you that what I said was that for our viewers who have not been following all of the hours of this trial, to be clear about what you are speaking about. And I understand
I'm speaking
that you
about
seem
the House
very
manager's
upset.
failure to prove their case. That's what I'm telling you. They weren't able to prove their case.
Acquittal. You have won the acquittal of your client.
Yes,
and if you'd like to continue to talk about this conversation, we can have that discussion.
I don't need to.
But for me to ask a question, to clarify for our viewers,
a slanted question that was set up to say it's okay for them to cheat. That was your question. Isn't it okay for them to cheat?
I didn't say that.
It's just a little bit. You said, to be fair, it was only a check on the Twitter. That's what you said. You got to live by your words. That's the problem. The media has to start living by the truth and not try to create a narrative.
Michael Vanderveen.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us. I do appreciate.
Yep.
Okay. I see you taking off your microphone now. That was President Trump's defense attorney, Michael Vanderveen. I'm going to go back to our panel of experts and reporters who have been following everything. Let's go ahead and start with, we have another guest joining us now, Antoine Seawright, as well as David Becker and Rebecca Kaplan. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. David is a CBS News election law expert and political contributor. And Rebecca is a CBS News Capitol Hill producer. As we start to get into the further discussion of what we've witnessed, I just want to apologize to our viewers. We at CBS News do not usually engage in quite such heated discussions with our interviewees, but as you can see, when we tried to clarify the question about the alleged abuses against the House managers that the defense attorney was alleging that was met with quite a bit of anger. So let's go to Antoine now, who's the latest to join our panel. Antoine, it took just 5 days to complete the second impeachment trial of the former president. What are your reactions to today's outcome?
Well, I'm definitely not shocked about what happened here today in the end. This is another example of a true miscarriage of justice. In any other courtroom in this country, whether you agree with President Trump and his politics, whether you agree with the Democrats or not, he would have been convicted overwhelmingly. It's very clear to me that the Republican Party is still living off of the sugar high provided by Donald Trump, and they're worried about what that will mean for the future of their own politics. And I think that's why you saw the vote play out the way it did. What I'm so proud of was this vote was historic in the sense of you had a bipartisan group of people come together to do the right thing for the sake of this country. Lana, I think that what has been lost in all of this is the fact that America is still a very young country. We're still trying to figure out who we want to be when we grow up. And so when these things happen, they force us to set precedent for what could come. And all of us have been children at some point in our lives. When we've done something wrong, our parents or our elders have punished us. If Donald Trump thinks that now, or anyone thinks that they can get away with these types of behaviors that he has gotten away with, that gives a license to do these things again, and that will hurt us as we continue to figure out who we want to be or who we're going to be as we grow up in this country. And that is my biggest fear from today.
All right, some thoughts from Antoine. I want to head now to back to Rebecca. We were going to ask a question about what we saw unfold, and I'm wondering if you can give us any more guidance about that moment where managers were calling for witnesses, and then we saw it sort of all unravel with a deal between that you first told us about that seemed like it was unlikely to happen. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, Rebecca?
Sure. So it was actually apparently a very last-minute decision for the House impeachment managers to bring a request for witnesses to this case. According to a Democratic source who spoke to our correspondent Nancy Cordes, the managers themselves were up debating this issue until 3 o'clock in the morning, and it wasn't until 9:55 this morning, that's 5 minutes before the trial started, that they informed the Senate that they planned to call Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Beutler, a Republican from Washington, as a witness. And why this happened so last minute? Well, Herrera Beutler released a statement last night that actually followed on a teletown hall she had done with her constituents and news interviews she had given to local media, talking about a phone call that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy had with former President Trump on January 6th. And McCarthy relayed that call to Herrera Beutler. This was while the attack was happening, while rioters were breaking into the Capitol, which, as we know, is a real threat to the lives of the lawmakers and other members and staff who were inside. McCarthy was on the phone asking Trump to send reinforcements, and the former president's reaction as this was relayed to Herrera Beutler by McCarthy was, well, I guess those people outside just care more about the election than you do. So House managers wanted to bring her to testify in this trial. There was that surprise request for witnesses this morning, which up until now the House managers had not indicated they planned to bring in this trial. So they made the request. The former president's attorneys responded by saying that they would want to call hundreds of people to come testify in response as well. At one point, a former Trump aide was seen carrying a list that said up to 301 witnesses, including Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Ultimately, this deal was reached to take Herrera Beutler's statement and insert it into the record of this trial. The Democrats would drop the request for witnesses and move on. Now, there are people who were kind of frustrated with this. They got the vote to proceed on witnesses, which was hard to do because it required Republican support and then ultimately didn't even move forward. What we heard Jamie Raskin, the lead House impeachment manager, argue just a few minutes ago in a press conference that he is giving with the other managers is that no number of witnesses would have changed the outcome of this trial. They think this was a success because they were able to get that statement on the record as part of this trial. But Raskin said even 5,000 witnesses would not have changed the minds of enough Republicans to convict the president. Remember, they would have needed 17 Republicans to join all Democrats because so many Republicans, including Senator McConnell, who gave that speech excoriating the former president, said that he was going to vote to acquit because he did not believe that it was constitutional for the Senate to convict for impeachment a private citizen, which the former president is now. So that was the argument, that it was a victory in getting that statement on the record, and in that sense getting her testimony, but not worth the months and months it could have potentially taken to litigate a witness issue.
All right. Well, David, let's go ahead and turn to you. What other avenues are available to Congress now that the president has been acquitted?
Well, I think Congress's role in holding former President Trump accountable is largely now over. But, you know, former President Trump is not out of legal jeopardy, as we've noted. I mean, there are multiple criminal cases being investigated right now. There are civil cases that have been put on hold for some time and more that may come. And I think we'll have to see how that all goes. If I may, I'd just like to mention for a second, I mean, that last segment with Michael Vanderveen, that was something. And, I admire your restraint